der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now. Fans sind wieder da.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Racing until all is clear around the glory of the Nordschleife. A start delayed, half an hour we're expecting, and that gives a bit more time for the fans who are down on the grid and packing the pit lane to take a look at this field of over 100 cars coming out to play this round 7 of 8. My name is Bruce Jones, and delighted that alongside is Peter Snowden. All set, but hold it for the moment.
It's all dressed up and nowhere to go, isn't it? Typical Saturday night. Oh, it's morning.
Yes, well, somewhere in the world it's Saturday night, but not here as yet. So conditions crisper, cooler, going up to a grade 2 race jacket rather than just a little wind cheater, but plenty to talk about ahead of this one. Qualifying this morning was a little bit broken up, and in fact we ended up with the Shearer Sport PHX Audi on pole for Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler by a whisker under 9 seconds, showing how conditions were difficult and clearly track cool and greasy first thing. But I would think the fact we're having barrier repairs means that probably spiked the best laps of the vast majority of this field.
Yeah, I'm not sure which lap it set that time on, a 7:53, which is quite extraordinary. Nobody else would say dipping under 8 minutes. But that Shearer Sport car, I think it was Kolb that set the time as opposed to Frank Stippler, but it was the only car to achieve 9 laps in qualifying.
Yes,
it's done the most laps and the best time.
Well, by way of comparison, okay, grey clouds going over the Schloss, but the second best car, Aston Martin's the number 17 from Pro Sport Racing, Maxime Dumoulin and Marek Bachmann, did just basically 2 laps, and the next one down, the Walkenhorst BMW, not the one you'd expect to be right at the front, which would be Christian Cronjes and Kubica Maziak. They've got 4 wins. The sister car, Dylan Pereira and Sami Matti Trogan, who remember sort of came to prominence when we went into the COVID pandemic, and he was an iRacer and has been in huge demand since then, but he got his chance to swap over from the digital world into full metal and has just been getting better and better, the Finnish racer. So they're third on the grid. But actually, we've got a lot of Aston Martin fans around the world. And in fact, you're wearing an Aston Martin T-shirt, as it happens. He isn't. He's far too stylish for that. But a second Aston Martin in 4th position on the grid, which is Durr Motorsport, with Phil and Ben Durr and Darren Turner. Quite a sharp tool in that box, then. To
say the least. I mean, Aston Martin, pro driver, works, factory driver. At the moment, been developing over the last couple of years the Valkyrie, of course. Not to mention the Formula 1 safety car. Because it was pointed out by a few of the F1 drivers, apparently, because they alternate between the AMG Mercedes and the Aston. Apparently, a few of the F1 drivers commented that the Aston Martin safety car was noticeably slower than the Mercedes. And basically, Darren was given a brief of make it as quick as a Mercedes, if not quicker. And out of that's evolved the DBX 707 SUV with, as its name would suggest, 707 horsepower, which is now selling like hotcakes, apparently. But
I've got
these quirks of nature and things that happen, of the F1 drivers complaining that the safety car isn't quick enough. Well, would you like to make it quicker, sir? Oh, I don't mind doing that for the next few months. So he's quite handy in an Aston, or anything actually. I think he'd actually drive a wheelbarrow quite well for Turner.
I'm sure he would. So this morning, conditions when the cars went out in qualifying, we're taking a look at the highlights at the moment. It was a case of being a little bit careful early on, a little bit circumspect, a bit of a sheen on the circuit, and not everybody got it right. Number 660, that's the Smurlis Racing BMW, showing us one flank, the back, the front, the other side, all well and good. That was spinning out of the first corner, always such a tricky one. It sort of lures you in, and it was a case of trying to pick up time, but barrier repairs going on because are facing backwards, having given them a bit of a knock. And again, it was a case of just trying to find space on the track. Now, one car, Nürburgring 24 Hours, the first ever victory in GT3 for the Ferrari 296, and that was a famous win for Frickadelli Racing. They're back this weekend, but with a different car, a brand new 296 GT3. because the other one's been put straight into museum. But David Pittard and Nicky Katzberg, two of that winning quartet, back to play this weekend. See what they can get up to.
Well, it's interesting how marketing works. I was talking to David Pittard in the week, and we commented the time back in May when we were at the 24-hour, Bruce, that Ferrari were, shall we say, cautious in supporting the 296 in the N24, that kind of thing. It's, obviously not very happy with the product and whatever, but they were, I think, cautious is perhaps the best way of putting it. And then, of course, they won it, following a month later Le Mans itself.
It was a phenomenal entree to the Le Mans 24 Hours in the centenary of the race. But really looking at the very end of qualifying, fantastic lap from the number 5 Audi from Shearer Sport PHX. Clear by 8.936 seconds from the Pro Sport Aston Martin in second place. Another Aston Martin from Dur Motorsport in fourth. But in between them, the best of the BMWs, this time Pereira and Trogan's M4 GT3 from Walk and Horse Motorsport. The sister car back in fifth place. And then the best of the Porsche Cup cars from the Cup 2 class, number 121, Brook, Muller and Krantz. But it really was a shuffled up order. But they did well enough to get ahead of Pittard, Katzberg and Felipe Fernandez-Laza, who's joined their ranks in that number 30 brand new 296 GT3 Ferrari. So as always, you get the initial entry list for any round of the NLS, and then you get a few more people coming out to play. But it makes it a 3-driver lineup in that number 30 Fricadelli Ferrari. Other good runs in the Cup 2 class, Hakema and Scheerbarth, they end up 8th overall, and then Di Martino, Muller, Veremenko 9th, and completing that run of really good charges from the Porsche Cup class car, Otto and Leuchter, car number 100, completing the top 10. Those are all Cup 2 racers, but good to see them sort of mingling with the GT3s. They go about their racing in different ways around this long and delightful lap here at the Nürburgring. But here it is. It definitely has the feel of autumn approaching now. The Nürburgring and the Nordschleife up at a bit of altitude, the forest's around, but the sun is trying its best to shine, and in all other circumstances, you think over the years when we've been commentating on these races, Peter, on the VLN and then subsequently the NLS, almost all of the delays before the start of the race have been because of that thing called rain, or the other one called fog, and occasionally Schnee.
We had one, didn't we? It was actually cancelled. Yes, it was. We were all like it's ready to go, and it actually cancelled. Just as the camera zoomed in on a snowman being built in the pit lane, we noticed.
It was.
That was our cue for, this may not be delayed, it may not even happen, and it didn't.
Well, we'd already had a period of people running out to the pit wall and building them because they just thought, well, let's go and see. But you wait and you wait, but eventually it was absolutely clear the weather was going nowhere for the day. But right, here today, penultimate round of the championship. It's the Barbarossapreis, a race that's been run a very large number of times. This is the 55th, and I love that continuity, the history that runs through the sport, and particularly events on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, a circuit that's been with us since the 1920s. And you think of the greats who competed around here, from the 30s. You just imagine the Auto Unions and the Mercedes, the Silver Arrows, the Silver Pfeiler, performing their amazing... even today, when you look at the performance figures of those cars, they are off the clock. And to think that was happening in comparison to everything else in racing at the time, it's just so far clear.
Phenomenal. And also the circuit at the time, it was this ribbon of tarmac through the mountains here, but there were no barriers. Now we can't imagine. You couldn't run a race circuit to an FIA standard grade, whatever, without barriers, and some double height, triple height, etc. Because the speeds involved. The speed of some of those cars wasn't significantly slower in terms of overall speed, high speed, top speed, as these now, ultimately. The lap time was different because of cornering tyre technology. But in a straight line, 170 miles an hour was not unheard of in that, I hate this phrase, back in the day, but nearly 100 years ago.
I try not to use that one.
I know.
But
I need to get out of my system.
I'll tell you a very good book to read about that is Richard Williams' book about Richard Seaman.
Well, to be one of yours, sorry.
No, not one of mine. No, I'd have flipped over it in a couple of seconds. Find them in the bargain bin. But again, it just highlighted the level of performance. Then you think as we advanced, to the other side of the war in the 50s and the 60s, but then the shots in the 1960s, those little 1.5 litre Formula One cars going skybound. They would get off the ground several points around the lap.
Most notably Flugplatz.
Absolutely, Flugplatz, and occasionally others perhaps inadvertently, but they were so light, and Jackie X, competing at the front end in a Formula 2 car because they were allowed into the Grand Prix to make up the numbers on this enormously long circuit. So the history is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Goes on in those fabulous sports car races in the 70s in particular, but that's why this is such a special place. Turn it around Why are people competing in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series? They're competing because the circuit is the ultimate challenge. The fact they've got 8 rounds through the course of the year means they will pretty much have every single weather type. This brings me on to another matter. September the 12th, we had a court ruling, and many of you may not have been aware what's been going on this year. There's been conflict between the circuit owners in conjunction with the AVD, one of the 2 leading German motorsport clubs. And they effectively were saying they wanted a 4-4 split of the 8 rounds, that the ADAC and the clubs that run the series as it is now would only get 4 races, and something called the NES, Nürburgring Endurance Series, would get the other 4. However, there's been massive disquiet about that. I think massive is a word that fits quite well in that sentence, because no one knows anything about the NES. However, the court ruling, as I understand it, pay attention, is that it has been adjudged, the circuit this is, as an essential facility. And I loved a little phrase that someone wrote about it, saying it's a bit like an electricity supply. It's something you need to do because it's a unique entity, and it's effectively said, you have a right to use it. So watch this space, but I'd say the first step has very much been in the correct direction, because the NLS and the VLN before it have been running for a very long time. It's an incredibly successful concept, and the way it's run by individual smaller clubs under the remit of the ADAC, under their umbrella, is a considerable success story, and that's why it has people from all around the world coming to compete here, and that's why we commentate on it. It's a successful formula. Let's hope it can stay that way, but certainly, Snowy, I would say the first step in the right direction appears to have been taken. So fingers crossed.
I think one of the key elements of that was, as I understood in the ruling, I read a little bit of it earlier in the week when it was passed a week before, I think it was that, as you said correctly, when I read it this week, that there's the circuit were trying to say that it was a sporting facility, and the key bit was that the court ruling overruled that and said no, it's a cultural facility. Therefore, you have an obligation to supply events, and it's for what it is. Therefore, it's not a sporting thing. It happens to be sport. That's what takes place on activity places on the facility. But it's a cultural facility in the first place, and that was, I think, pretty key to exactly what you're just saying, Bob. It's for the nation. Red Bull Racing Weekend 2 weekends ago, Johnny and I covered for a radio show, 2 6-hour races, 60,000 people came to start to watch. These races, 2 of these, and the Formula 1 cars went round. I have to say, my ultimate car to see going round on the day was Matthias Lauda, Nicky's son, driving his father through onto B3 from 1974. Yes, please, thank you very much. I'll get my coat and go home now. That was just heaven. And there were some GT3 cars and some 2 6-hour races as well, apparently.
Tacked them on, did they?
Yeah.
Very good. Right, Ollie's working really hard down on the grid, catching interviews. A real Norwegian moment. Just heard from... he was talking to a group of students from the University of Dusseldorf who compete in the Formula Student Challenge, which is phenomenal around the world, how that's taken off, and certainly given a lot of people a chance. They're going, I want to go into engineering. No, let's do motorsport engineering. It is a thing now. It's not just a case of, you look back at Formula 1 teams, 30 years ago, you knew exactly who the designer of each car was and who was the aerodynamicist, but now you've got these enormous offices. There are design offices, so many more jobs in motor racing, and so many universities taking it seriously, schools taking it seriously as well at a lower level, building their own single-seaters, and it just gives a focus, and I think that's what so many of these, what we call STEM subjects, science and technology, E and maths, can't think what the E stands for, but engineering, that's one, well done. Of course it is, what an idiot I am. But anyhow, it just gives a focus, and it's good to see the fruits of those labours, and certainly, I think I'd have very much got into that if we'd had such a thing when I was a lad.
Oh, in the days of black and white, yes. Full colour was invented.
So hearing now from Oscar Sandberg, who was last year's champion in Formula Student. But the thing is, with any concept like this, it's about where people go. Where do your graduates of any scheme, any educational scheme, any sporting scheme go afterwards? And the good thing is they're starting to move up through the sport and coming to play, which is exactly what you need. They can be inspiration for others, and as they move up the ladder, it's something to aim for. And of course, that's the thing about any sport. There's always someone nipping away at your heels, and that's exactly how it should be.
Well, so we often talk about the technology of the cars and how they develop and performance, and whether it be tyres or engines or aerodynamics, whatever it may be, and how these things evolve. But we forget the personnel involved. and how the infrastructure changed. You just said there, Bruce, that back in our time, had there been such a thing, we'd have jumped on it and both signed up for it. Probably good that there wasn't. We had to go and have almost an education. Not sure about that. Draw a blank over that one. But it's bringing on the next generation, and it's not just we again when we talk with drivers all the time. They get the focal point. Well, actually, they're a very very minor part of it. They do the bit of driving the twiddling the steering wheel and pressing the pedals in the right order, but there's all the infrastructure behind of all the engineers, strategists, designing, developing, building these cars. Not to mention the manufacturers who build them as ultimately road cars, because this is what it is. It's the age-old adage of win on Sunday, sell on Monday. That's what all these cars are here for, because they want to sell Porsches, Mercedes, Aston, Ferrari, et al. And there's so much more behind it. It always reminds me of the proverbial sort of swan. You see it looked all serene above the water, and it's pedaling furiously. There's so much going on behind. Go into any of these garages and see what goes on. We see the car and a driver. Who's in the car now? It's driver, and it's done this, and it's a lap time. And we say that. Wonderful. Go in the garage and see what's going on, and the infrastructure, and the amount of kit that is transported just to run a car for a 4-hour race.
Yeah, you think of it as a swan. I think that's a very good analogy, but I also consider motorsport as being an iceberg. I mean, we only see the tip, and the sheer number of people involved. You touched on the kit in the garage. Someone's in charge of that, so the logistics, all the tyre people. But what I particularly love about this, there seems to be at the NLS, you have a lot of people who come in at the back end of this field, running a car in the BMW Cup class or whatever. Sometimes it's a group of mates. But some of them will move into other levels of the sport, and it has to be fed from the bottom. You have to have this sort of, approach to the excellence at the top. But the sheer number of people being involved, and for a lot of people new to motor racing, a lot of them have been drawn in because of the Drive to Survive Netflix series. It's a delight to me when they discover there's other motor racing as well. Good grief, who knew you could race a GT car? And it really is. It's a bit like the scales falling from their eyes, and I really encourage people who are new to this. Just this week, a friend of mine phoned up and said, someone I know is just about to leave university and wants to be a Formula One photographer. And I said, what, without taking any steps in between? I think that might be a little bit difficult. And, I then suggested they did this and that. And since then, I can't get them off the phone because they're just looking at different things. And it's a bit like saying, I said, have you thought about being not so much a photographer, which actually have to be technically excellent, but I'd say the way in, if you want to make a little bit of money, is to be a videographer. I didn't really know that was a word, but anyhow, we've made it.
Tis now.
Tis now. Because I said events like this, every single team up and down here would probably like to have a few little images of what goes on in their garage. You can edit some clips together about, here's the team doing this and that. And I said, that's a more productive way to get in and have a look. But you can be sure that at some point, each and one of the 100X cars here this weekend, someone will be filming it. Someone would, almost all of them, be putting it up on the team's social media, their social media. And so, again, you have another little micro-industry within the overall package. But, of course, the package we're looking for is racing, and we're not racing as yet. So if you're just joining us to watch NLS 7 and listen to the action, there isn't any action apart from people walking up and down the pit lane, because the start has been delayed for half an hour, was the first announcement. So we're waiting to get underway, which will be 12:30 local time. Weather conditions good. Delighted to report a little bit of light cloud in the sky, but it's a fine autumnal day, and I can't think really of a nicer place to be than the Nürburgring Nordschleife. If I was here as a fan, I'd be down among the cars now, but I would be working various points around the circuit. Drive your car around the outside, stop off at Brunchen, stop off wherever you can. And again, a little bit of knowledge goes a long way, and a lot of knowledge goes even further, I guess.
Well, I mentioned it a couple of weekends ago when we had our back-to-back 6-hour races at the Red Bull Formula weekend that Johnny and I covered, because you were at Goodwood.
Yes, indeed.
And we'd mentioned this exactly, walking around the track, and the fact that during the 24-hour, we'd gone out into one of the practice sessions. You, Johnny, and I walked out to Hats and back, and only then do you get an idea of the scale of the gradients, the altitude, the change of levels. The camera always foreshortens these sorts of things, and we were standing there on that bank at Hats and back, and it is literally, I've always described it as a roller coaster, because you quite literally, during the start of the circuit there through Sabine Schmidt's, go of that 180-degree left-hander, which designates from the Grand Prix loop onto the Nordschleife, and it's always a marker. Plus the fact I've said it so many times that it must be boring, but on the right-hand side, there isn't any room. There's a white line and a barrier. So if that doesn't focus you, right, this is the corner, and what a more aptly corner to choose for her name, I can't imagine. But then you go through that and go off down the Hats and back, And it's this literally roller coaster, left, right, and it's exactly that. It's strap in, hold on, and away you go. And we went there and watched it. And walking down, we walked a fair bit of it. Walking back up, I mean, you're a fit young man, it's fine for you, but somebody like me, you had to tow me along, pull me along. It was so steep walking back up.
23 years old, like a greyhound.
I know.
In my mind.
I know. It was a tough paper round.
Oh, God, and we had to apologise to that group of people. You were in their hot tub with them, drinking their beer.
I know. Well, it said free beer, so...
Yes, free beer here. But, I mean, the thing that really strikes you become accustomed to the Nordschleife through the lens of the camera that's in whichever position it's fixed. And a lot of the cameras are going to be in... You can't have a camera on every corner, clearly, with 170-odd corners. But you have other parts that don't normally get full coverage, and you see them with a bit of onboard. But when you walk to them yourself, as you say, you go through Sabine Schmidt's curves, it's tight. It then drops down, arcs to the right, but some of the corners seem to come up at you far faster than you sort of consider from when you've been watching over the years. And you can't walk the whole of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but anybody there on a weekend, it's just much better to get out around the circuit, just really get a feel. But my admiration for people racing here in these long-distance races is huge, and I can fully understand why they do it. And if I was living in Germany, had money, had talent, I would be there as well.
Yeah, just going back to qualifying for a minute there. Just a couple of things. I've got the start groups come through, which I'll go through in a minute of how they operated. We did see a few moments ago on our German production feed TV of an onboard going past some Unimogs on the left-hand side. I couldn't see exactly which part of the circuit it was. It might have been, I think, I was just having a very quick glance, I think it might well have been at Metgersfeld. But as barrier repairs, what I saw was a very quick glance looked like a Mercedes GT3 car.
All I saw was a flash of colour, of white and yellowy green.
Well, that's what I thought. But that would be Schnitzelbaum, but it isn't. The car that I've noticed I can't see in the pit lane, actually, and this is really quite worrying because the car was out at the end of Tiergarten. There's barrier repairs at the end of Tiergarten as well. It's a CP Racing Mercedes, number 45, and I believe that did have an incident in qualifying. Whether it's the one that's causing the big delay or not, I don't know, but I haven't seen the car in the pit lane lined up. Talking of Mercedes, I think I've just seen lime green, I always call it Lamborghini lime green, Kawasaki, the brands are available. GT4 Mercedes go onto the grid, and if the lights aren't ready because there's a delayed start, unbelievably, they may well receive a penalty for going to the grid too early. I know, you couldn't make it up.
You can't make it up. You didn't make it up, alas. But yes.
No, I wish I was. But we'll see.
We will indeed see. So, if you're just joining us, half an hour delay so far. Weather actually clouding over a little bit, but track conditions fine. It's still barrier repairs that are being undertaken. A little nip and a tuck. Gosh, if you go off at Tiergarten, you have done 98% of your job, and in fact, you've only got 2 little twists to go. That would be very frustrating, and obviously less frustrating in qualifying if you've got time to repair the car.
To the pits from there.
Yeah, but you might actually want to walk in the reverse direction to make it longer until you see your teammates and apologise that they're now in the short wheelbase version of the car entered for the weekend. If I may, I'd like to go back to just talking about David Pittard, Nicky Katzberg, what a season he's been having, left, right and centre. But have them back this weekend. But I think you don't often think of GT3 cars, if they're not works cars, being moved into a museum. But that was such an amazing victory for the Fricadelli Ferrari back early summer. That one has been put, you understand the cars that win at Le Mans, you expect them to go into a manufacturer's museum. But, I think it's phenomenal, and I think it's recognition of the importance now of GT3.
Exactly so, and as we said, going back to what we said a few minutes ago, it's all about selling road cars, and that the whole Ferrari Clienti Corsa program of people buying the cars, being involved in them, buying a LaFerrari, going up through a LaFerrari Evo, etc., FXX, FSXK, the ultimate one, etc., and it's all about those drivers being involved in it. It's a clever program, and it works for Porsche and Mercedes and Aston equally. But they get their owners get to come do unique events at certain, those that don't want to race necessarily, but want to be on the racetrack. All the Ferrari engineers or manufacturing, in this case, I'm just talking about Ferrari, they get involved. So that whole crest of a wave thing with winning the 24-hour here, which Fricadelli it was a new car. And I was talking to Pittard about it because we knew it had damper issues, and it was getting tougher in the last few hours of that 24-hour to stay ahead. But what they'd made was, during the night, they'd made hay because the car was so phenomenally quick through the night that they managed to build that buffer, which gave them the chance to win it. The car wins it, and then a few weeks later we go to Le Mans, and Ferrari haven't been here 50 years. It's the Centenary Edition. They haven't been here for half of it. Nothing's going to happen. Don't worry, they'll be quick. That's fine. We expected that. It's a round of WEC. And they go and win it. Just come back and win it.
Didn't they,
and it was just, and what star? So it's on the back of that. We said at the time, didn't we? When we covered it. It's fairy tale stuff.
Oh, entirely.
So then you go to Monza for the Italian Grand Prix, and what do they have? The 24-hour Le Mans winning car, and you can get a GT3 version, by the way, and that did the 24-hour at Nürburgring. Oh, by the way, it won that as well.
From a marketing point of view, it just provides that direct link to
it's
a
not
road
been washed,
car.
by the way, the 296. It's been lacquered. And
I haven't washed since then. It was just the way to go.
That was another matter. We weren't going to mention
It
that.
was, but no, and I think in terms of, I cannot get across. I mean, you cover a lot of GT3 racing. I cover a lot of GT3 racing. We've watched it grow and grow and grow. We've watched GT4 coming through. GT2 is taking its while, but actually, a short while ago, I was talking to Stefan Rattel, the boss of SRO, and he said people are so impatient. They keep saying, why aren't there more cars in GT2? He said, look at GT4. It took a while to get going. But we had an interesting thing last weekend at the Creventic 24 Hours of Barcelona, where it's a bit embarrassing, really. The race-leading car, also a 296 GT3, was taken out at the first corner by a GT2 car that was quicker in a straight line, tapped it up the rear, spun it off the circuit. But to a lot of owner drivers, the GT2 cars, they've got the bragging rights, they've got more power, and it will grow. It's just a matter of time. It's coming, and stateside it's looking quite good, and we've seen them here. But it's this whole element of the rise of GT racing, and a lot of professional drivers owe their career to it now, because when their various careers in sports cars or single-seaters are just hitting a trouble to get to that next stage, they've come into this, found really rock-solid teams. You think of a lot of the teams involved in these championships. They've been going for decades. They get in under the wing. They do a good job. They have to learn to behave as a team player. They've got to learn to work with the engineers. But coming to race at events like this, it gives them so much seat time, so much testing time. And for some of them, if you're in your probably early 30s, you've been the top of GT3, you're sort of made, because, of course, now all the manufacturers entering the World Endurance Championship in hypercar, they've got a seat for you because they want your experience. So, stepping stones. Earlier we saw Oscar Sandberg being interviewed. Of course, he was last year's overall champion with Sindri Setsas, Daniel Zils for Adrenaline Motorsport, still competing here. But again, these are steps that all of them do. This is a shop window, and I would wager, Snowy, across the course of a season, trying to get consistently good results to win a championship means you've got to not just have good luck, you've got to be consistent, because it's so easy to make a little slip here that would just cost you the race, cost you the points, and you've only got 7 more rounds to make up the shortfall. And even worse, it can cost you your career. Yeah. It's this place, because it's the ultimate CV, isn't it? You talk about the speed of those cars. We've seen this throughout NLS this year, and we'll see it demonstrated again today as some of the cars now just start to come out onto out of the pit lane onto the tracks. That's the GT4 number 170 Toyota, the Super GT3 Cup. Very similar to what you're saying about GT2 there. The in a straight line, and we've seen it. The top cars, the SP9 GT3 cars here, we've seen them on Dottingerhoa, the long straight up to Tiergarten. They're flat out, but they've got so much aero, they're actually going slightly slower than a cup car. You see these well-drilled teams. Kramer Racing, where are they on the grid with their cup car? 6th. Yep. Overall. Yep. They've had a fantastic season. Third row of the grid. Where's their other car? Oh, that's P9 as well. GT3 Cup cars right up there amongst it. And you'll see this. We'll see it later on today, I'm sure. Those GT Cup cars, there's a possible... I think last round, actually, at NLS 7, we nearly had one on the podium, I think. Look, I just think it's a matter of time. And all you need is a couple of the GT3 cars to play billiards with each other and knock each other off. And they're there. They're there. But that's why the Cup 2 class, we've got, 14 entrants this weekend. That's rock solid. But to win that class is ultra hard, because the more people in your class, the harder it is to win. The more points you score... And we've only got 9 GT3 cars, SP9 cars. Yeah. So let's hear it for Max Cruz and Max Cruz Racing with Nico Otto and Benjamin Leuchter. They're leading Cup 2, giving chase. K. Kramer Racing, we mentioned them already. It's that one that's qualified so well. Christopher Brook, Tobias Muller, and Moritz Krantz. So such a good class, and who knows where drivers go to from there. But where they're going to from here, and here is the pit lane, is out onto the circuit. So that's good news indeed. The start was put back half an hour for barrier repairs at various points around the circuit, and I think we should be lining up quite soon.
I just wanted that point because obviously licensing, and we have lots of environmental issues now. Environmental, mostly with motorsport, isn't all about tyres and recycling things. That's all part of it. It's actually about noise, obviously, because you've got conurbation nearby and villages, etc. I'm just wondering, with the delayed start, will we get a full 4-hour race still? It depends on what the license is to run to and what's on afterwards or not. So we may, well, I'm still awaiting confirmation, we may have a slightly shorter race. It might be a half an hour later start and become a 3.5-hour race as opposed to a 4-hour race.
Oh,
you never know.
You are a tease. So, but these factors have to be considered, and again, it's about everything being communicated to the teams. It's also in any championship you compete in. It's the experience of dealing with the officials and the comfort you have with that, which again was one of the factors that was causing such disquiet with this concept of having a new endurance championship being run by a different operating club. And certainly there was a lot of resistance from the teams, but right now the teams are here and forming up on the grids in the different groupings. Do you want to explain those again? If someone's watching one of these or waiting to watch one of these events for the first time here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, we have 100 and odd cars in the grid. They don't all line up in one bunch, do they?
They don't. We have 3 start groups, Startgruppes, 1, 2 and 3, and red, yellow and black, as in the German flag colours. And the first group has SP7, 9, 10, 40, 8T and Cup 2 cars. And that group today has 39 cars starting that, 14, as you say, being in the Cup 2s. The second group should go 30 seconds later. The yellow group has the biggest number, just by one. Goes up one more, 40 cars with VT2 front-wheel drive, VT2 rear and four-wheel drive, SP3T, AT, which is alternative fuels, 1 car, TCR and Cup 3, that has 11 cars in it. And then 30 seconds later is our final group, 3, which has 25 cars in it. Some of those, so we have V4, V5, V6, VT3, SP3, H4, and the cunningly named BMW M240i has 10 cars in it, and BMW M2 CS has 1 car in it. And they will go 30 seconds apart. But he can win his class, but unfortunately get a lot less points because it's the only entrant.
Could also lose his class. These things can happen. 4 hours to go out and play.
But he should, if he completes a lap, at least he gets fastest lap. He gets a point for that as well. Or points for it. Is the plan.
There's a plan. Master plan. So I'm glad to report, I think racing is going to be coming relatively soon. The sun is shining properly, and good to see the fans bearing allegiance to the teams they support. Doesn't matter what level is it, a GT3 team, a GT4 team. But of course we run them under different names. SP9 is the equivalent to GT3, and GT4 is SP10. Got an interesting entrance in that. That's a class that's been growing over the years in the NLS. The BMW M4 GT3, the most popular in that category in SP10. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. There are 2 Toyota Supras and 1 Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. That's quite a long name. And Aston Martin, just one of those. That's Pro Sport Racing. And you have 1 Dumoulin, and that's Guido Dumoulin with Yevgen Sokolovsky. But in the faster group, SP9, we've got the other Dumoulin, Maxime Dumoulin and Marek Bachmann, and they're leading the I suppose we should point out there are subclasses. You have SP9, which is GT3, but that's in Pro-Am, which is being led by the aforementioned number 17 Aston Martin of Dumoulin and Bachmann, and Am as well. This weekend we have just the one entry in Am. It's the other 296 GT3 Ferrari. That's the one entered by Racing One for Christian Kohlhaas, Stefan Aust and Jacob Schell, inverted commas. Again, the tradition of competing, particularly on the Nordschleife, is you don't always run with your official name, do you? There have been many a driver in inverted commas over the years, and I was just looking at where I was looking the other day, and I love some of the names that used to pop up, particularly in sports car races. The nom de plume, nom de guerre, call them what you will, but Pal Joe, I always thought that was a great one, and it's an Italian journalist these days. Gianfranco Palazzoli.
It's one of the few organisations that will permit you to run with on a name on the entry list that isn't on your race licence. You can be, Joe Bloggs or whoever you want to be at the weekend.
What would be your nom de course?
Ooh.
I'll give you a little time to think about that. And you, wherever you are listening, Joe Slow. I'd be Bruce Boondocks. He's off in the boondocks. But again, no, I just like that in history, and I just enjoy when you actually notice someone. Oh, that's who that one is. Right, okay, we can finally join the dots on that. But still waiting for the start to take place. 4 hours is the race program time, due to run local time from 12 o'clock, which is coming up very soon indeed, in 10 minutes. Still waiting for any notification about the time by which we will be delayed. But the official start time is coming up very soon. However, still the barrier repairs, hopefully they will be pretty close to completion. Certainly the ones at Tiergarten looked as though they were almost done and dusted. But when you drive around the Nürburgring, if you're lucky enough to do so and pay your money to go and do so, we talked earlier about the 1930s, no barriers whatsoever, just those unyielding things called trees. I mean, barriers can be relatively unyielding. I mean, they've got to do a job, they've got to sort of deform to absorb some of the impact. But I can be sure the first time you raced around the Nürburgring, they were a certain height, and there'd be another layer up since then.
Yeah, the sepia photographs. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Right, yes. I didn't want to say.
Yes,
but
the ones covered in dust on the wall, yes. We mentioned about the infrastructure of motorsport earlier on, and about everything goes on behind the scenes in the garage, etc. And of course, the circuit itself and these barrier repairs. And it can all depend on how the barrier is fixed in the ground. And there are some circuits in the UK where they used to be on large wooden posts, big square posts. And if you have an impact and that shears and does its job, great, driver's okay, car's a little bit second-hand, but the barrier's done its job. The problem for the organisers then is replacing that barrier, because what do you affix it to? So wooden posts are universally set in concrete. So that has to be dug out, etc., redone, and then reset. Well, you can't do that on the day.
No.
So what you need to do then is, think about this, you need to remove all those wooden posts, so take all the barriers off, remove the wooden posts and dig them all out, refill it, and then put a metal post into the ground that you can then bolt that to, or for the sake of expediency to run a meeting, certainly if it's televised, and I know of one circuit in the UK where they've done this, aka Thruxton, because of the schedule of television, that you can't have the delays in between. You can't have that. So they've changed the posts from wood to metal on the basis that if there's an incident, they can literally get an angle grinder out and cut that post off and weld a new one on straight away. That then cools, put a barrier on, and they can do that in half an hour as opposed to days and days off. Things we just don't think about in the background, but it's all down to television, schedules, times. It's all got to happen.
Really, really good point. But also, one thing you'll notice around the Nordschleife, obviously it's a very long circuit, best part of 25 kilometres. You can't just set off with a truck from the back of the paddock with some posts. You have to have the Unimog support vehicles tucked away at various points around the lap, a lot of them. But even if you've got to go several kilometres to the next post, that's a whole lot quicker than driving, 18 kilometres from the back of the paddock. So those logistics, and again, just cutting back to if another organising club tries to have a go on this, they've got a model they can copy, but you can't copy something instantly without errors.
Yeah. And it's not 25 k's, it's 50, because barriers on both sides. So you've got 50 kilometres worth of barriers to replace. Yeah, that's quite a lot. Should you have a team, start the team at opposite ends and cross over halfway? Higher act, before you ask.
So, again, we were talking about how many more people are actually employed with each or work on each of these cars. Think how many marshals and people whose specific job is barrier replacement. And actually, it does seem to be a feature of almost, an awful lot of NLS racing. Hardly surprising. It's a very, very difficult circuit. Luckily, barriers are better than they used to be. They're secured more securely now and in more intelligent ways, but certainly it could be a massive setback, and I think it's a real accolade to the organisers of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. They don't make light of it, they just make it as efficient as possible to effect those repairs.
You say it's all those the sub structure underneath, all the different things we have to do, and they're just the barriers. And then, of course, you've got with television, the circuit's got to present well for television. So you've got to have your green, your grass, all that's all got to be, all the greening's got to be, look appropriate, all the white lines, etc., etc. Everything's got to be neat and tidy and presentable, and we've certainly seen it in the UK of how some circuits. You look at some of the circuits, photographs, footage back from 20, 30 years ago, and it's, to be honest, a little bit shabby, because we focused on, getting in the car, going out to the pit lane, and driving on the track. Everything on the periphery wasn't important, but photographs, social media, everybody involved now. People want better facilities. You look at some of the catering and loos and things at circuits in years gone by. It was appalling. They didn't cater for the public, whereas now they have to draw the crowds to make it viable.
Well, it's a bit like looking at the circuits run by Jonathan Palmer's group in the UK. He decided that discussing lavatory box weren't acceptable anymore. There should be proper catering, and the facilities have all had an uplift. I mean, facilities can only be to the standard of the day, and that fortunately keeps moving forward. And it's a much better day out now for a lot of people, because the teams also think about it. I mean, most teams look inward, not outward. Back when access was an easy thing, they just didn't realise they were just focused on their jobs, and fans could knock around as long as they didn't get in the way. Things have changed since then, but motor racing has to keep on evolving, and you've got to find reasons, particularly in times most economies are having a bit of a struggle at the moment to keep people racing. People want to race, but they've got to be able to have something that they can go and possibly afford to compete in, which is why a series like this is fabulous, because if you can't afford to continue racing at the top level, you could race something further down, and we all know people's lives change as they go through the course of business and family, and you adapt. There's always something you can compete here, and 8 rounds a year is about the right number. You could actually fit that in around family life without too many crises. Well, a lot of people try anyhow, but so it goes. So I think this circuit is such a draw, though.
We really should be on a retainer here for the Nordschleife Tourist Information Board and advertising this, but it's another draw of the place. From a driver's point of view, it is. You've said it. It is the ultimate challenge, unquestionably. Why? 25 kilometres of topography alone. It's just incredible. You couldn't build a circuit like this now. It just wouldn't be possible. So thank goodness it did, and it exists, and long may it continue to do so. But you can get the most basic car. I've just said there about it on one of the cars, a single car in a class, your BMW CS. You can take a pretty basic car, add your safety equipment to it, pass all the appropriate bits and its scrutineering and its technical checks and whatever, and go racing with a bunch of mates on a pretty low budget in reality, even especially by motor racing terms. But at the same time, you'll be up against professional drivers in works cars, the Stiflers of the world at the front, and the Nicky Katzbergs and David Pittard, all those guys in Ferraris and Mercedes and whatever. And on the face of it, if you said that, how's that going to work? How can you go and just buy, let's say, the most basic car, four-door saloon of any brand, and race against these guys? Because the infrastructure permits them to do it with the permit that they have here, unique to this circuit, because the circuit is so unique, it demands it. And what do we have? Cars running with massive speed differentials, but very rarely do the two meet. Very rarely. It does happen, of course. It can do sometimes. But
the driver briefings are incredibly clear. Just talked a short while ago about Max Cruz Racing, and just hearing from Nico Otto and Benjamin Leuchter, their car looking resplendent, white at the back, gold bands around the middle, and black and grey rear end. Again, one of the 14 cars running in the Cup class. 96 cars set times in qualifying. One theoretically didn't qualify, so we don't quite get the 100 cars this weekend. Fact of the matter is, it's almost 11:59 local time. The race is due to start at 12, or Motorsport was due to start at midday, but some while ago, nearly an hour ago, we were told there was a half-hour delay. And so it's fantastic for Otto down on the grid, running around. He's got captive audience there of people to interview, but certainly all smiles around for Nico Otto and Benjamin Leuchter, sitting on a tidy advantage, an 18-point margin in the Cup 2 class. So nothing's nailed on. They could come away with 0 score here and 0 in the 8th and final round, but obviously if they can get a good result here in the 55th Barbarossapreis, then that is one they'll put in the bank, which will just make that final round a little bit easier.
And yet another facet of this series, as you said, the pit straight, the grid, bathed in beautiful autumn sunlight. What have we got on the grid? Cars. What have we got mingling amongst the cars? The public, the spectators, the paying public that are here. Go and look at your cars. Don't nick any bits or whatever, of course, but you can actually go and talk to the teams, the drivers, and you can get in there amongst that. Imagine that in a Formula One world, of being in there amongst you get all the hangers on or whatever. Here, we're just seeing a shot now. Dad walking along with his two daughters, what are they, 3, 4, 5 years old at best. Look at this. You can walk on the grid amongst your heroes.
One thing that just made me laugh a little earlier, they showed a shot of exactly the same concept. It was a family with young children, but the children were lying on the edge of a gravel trap making little mounds of stones. That was just as the track came on. That was by the second group of cars that come.
That's because Dad told them on Saturday we're taking you to the beach. So they think they're on holiday. Yeah. Yes.
2 ticks, but there does have to be an ice cream involved.
Yes.
But obviously at the Nürburgring, you've got the giant building on the outside of the start-finish straight with shops and cafes and, well, dangerous bookshops, as we observed. Snowy, I went in fairly light of hand, and I didn't mean I nicked them. I was light, and I was very heavy when I left.
Dangerous for your wallet.
3 great big more tomes to add to the collection. I tried to cut down how many books I buy, but sometimes you just can't help yourself.
Now, quick shot on the grid. They took the grid. One of the cars being pushed into place. It's the new Frickadelli 296 Ferrari, which is not in any livery at the moment. It's in naked carbon.
Some
and I knew that
find
this
quite
week because Pittard sent me a message of it this week. He goes, have you seen my new nakedness for the weekend? And I was loath what picture was going to come through next. And mercifully, it was of the Ferrari.
Well, thank goodness. So it's running in the carbon black with it looked like a few sort of happy stickers stuck on it, but certainly a lot of
just a requirement, isn't it?
Car livery experts would be sort of squirming, thinking, "Oh, I'd love to get my hands on that." And not to put too fine a point on it, the step up from the 488 GT3, which everyone thought was a fabulous looking Ferrari, as soon as I saw those first fixtures, the 296, I went, "Oh my word!" Because it's such a stunning improvement. It's such a sleek looking car. Doesn't matter how sleek it looks, though, it's got to be a car that can perform, and it most certainly is. I mean, the main problem for a lot of the crews that wanted them, they didn't have a whole armful of them ready for the start of the season. But this is a brand new one, where at the end of the season you can be sure there'll be an awful lot more out on the tracks here in the NLS and all around the world in 2024. But for Nicky Katzberg right now, smile on his face. Well, he's always got a smile on the face. He's definitely one of the most genial drivers around on the world racing circuit. And with his success this year, 2023 has been a phenomenal year. He has no reason ever to let a scowl cross his face.
No, not at all. But also, he was obviously one of the four-strong crew in that Frickadelli car that won the 24-hour back in May. Nicky Katzberg won Earl Bamber, Philippe Fernandez-Laza and David Pittard. Nicky Katzberg hasn't been back to the Nürburgring to drive since winning that race back in May. Pittard has. He's defected, for want of a better word, back to Porsche. He was a Vulcan driver originally at BMW. And he was second in the first race 2 weekends ago. The Falcon didn't take part. They were second and third Falcon with Donald Fetzer. And then they didn't take part in the Sunday race. But one of the big things that we mentioned about Ferrari winning Le Mans in June, just a month later, but no non-German manufacturer won the N24 for 2 decades.
It was a phenomenal record, and there have been times that people have looked close.
Were Porsche. They were always Porsche.
I know.
Klaus Ablin had the vision and the guts and the risk awareness to go and buy a Ferrari, and boy, did it turn out right.
It was one of the largest televised size in those final laps of the Nürburgring 24. Could I just go back to Nicky Katzberg for a second? Because, of course, like a lot of top pro drivers, he's got fingers in many pies. But his other main program is that thing called the FIA World Endurance Championship, in which he's taken 4 class wins, including the Le Mans 24 Hours with Ben Keating and Argentinian racer Nico Varone for Corvette Racing. So he's had a phenomenal time, and he's in huge demand. So again, the fact he's got a free weekend to come and compete here is fabulous indeed. That car not starting at the sharp end of the grid because, again, for a lot of teams, qualifying was a little bit difficult. Not for the crew that... well, he's got his daughter with him. That's rather nice. So we were talking about, Daddy, can we go to the gravel trap? No, I'm not going to the gravel trap this weekend. He hopes. But the Fricadelli Ferrari starting down in 7th place, but depends who starts. But it looks like it's going to be Nicky Katzberg, because otherwise we used to have an absolute favourite when he was racing a BMW. We've just been mentioning David Pittard. Well, go careful. It's a long distance race, and he was used to gain about 4 places before they'd even got to the Sabine Schmitz curve, before it even was the Sabine Schmitz curve a few years ago.
Hence the nickname Pitbull Pittard.
Indeed. You coined it, he loves it.
Yes. One of the things I'd actually forgotten about, of course, that Friday was that Nicky Katzberg had a puncture in the 5th hour of the 24-hour, and we mentioned about where it happens on the lap. It was late in the lap. He was able to dive into the pits, and that's a heart-in-mouth moment. One of the things I'd forgotten to mention, just going back to looking at the results from the 24-hour of Nürburgring in May, was, of course, it was Ferrari's first ever win there. First one for an Italian brand at all in the N24, and it was a distance record. Broke the record by a further 3 laps. 159 laps was the previous record, and they ran 162 laps in that car. So quite rightfully, it's been put alongside the car that won the 24-hour at Le Mans a month later, and they said, these two need to be covered in lacquer, left dirty, and put in a museum. Yeah. Although the 499, the Le Mans car, because they'd only built 2 of them, had to go to Monza and do its work around there. I think the 3rd car might be complete now, but it wasn't for Monza. They had to use that car that had won Le Mans. They couldn't put it in a museum.
Go easy,
exactly.
Easy.
Hang on, this is a piece of history here. Yeah. What's the old line? Bend it, you mend it.
So they say, I've been covered in lacquer with the fly still attached, and I've been put in the museum. As what, I do not know as yet. So Frank Stippler will be starting from pole position. Just spotted him in the number 5 Shearer Sport PHX Audi. And again, one thing that really strikes me is just how busy some of these teams are with the growth of GT3 and GT4 racing around the world. You know, you could plan your season very carefully and take in Creventic rounds to get more long-distance races. There was a 24-hour race last weekend, and quite a few of the crews here were down there, and sometimes running completely different people. But if you've got a professional crew, as you know, Snowy, you've got to keep them busy. You've got to keep them absolutely on their toes.
You've got to keep them match fit.
And you know, you've got all the kit. You need to use it. You've got to amortize it. One thing I'm just noticing right now, I noticed a short while ago, they had some marshals standing up holding yellow flags at the front of the grid, and they were blowing a little bit, not the marshals, but the flags. Now Marek Bachmann, who's going to be on the outside of the front row for Pro Sport Racing in the number 17 Aston Martin, is smiling, but his hairstyle, I shouldn't comment about hairstyles, but his was definitely blowing in the wind down there. So,
autumnal breeze.
It certainly was. It doesn't look cool, it just looks a little, I mean, cool in temperature, but it looked very cool.
That's the shade of his hair dye.
Yeah. Well, we're starting to see the cars. Always get a little more excited. You know, my voice goes up a little bit when I can start to see the cars. The pit lane has got a piece of string across the end of it, so that's to keep the spectators out. And the crew's now walking back to their garages. And just to point out, if you've never watched or listened to one of these races, we have large grids. 104 cars rented for this. A few fell out by the wayside, but 96 went out to qualify. More than enough to be going on with. And we've got a diverse grid at the front. We've got Audi from Mercedes, from Aston Martin, from Ferrari. So it's, sorry, what am I doing? I'm reading down the wrong list. We've actually got, Audi from Aston Martin, from BMW, from Aston Martin, BMW, Porsche, and the Ferrari 296 GT3 from the team that took victory in the Nürburgring 24 hours earlier this year. So half an hour was the delay time for the start of this race, and now the cars starting to be left in all their glory on the grid in bright sunshine. Is it set for the day? Is it going to be with us for all 4 hours? Will the clouds arrive? Will rain arrive? But at the moment, all is set fair. And certainly for crews at the front of the field, they're just trying to nail down another good run, because this is the penultimate round of the championship, and it's a real case of, in the NLS, such a difficult circuit, so many incidents can happen that can catch you out. Someone else's problem quite often can catch you out. And one thing we haven't talked about, Snow, is the fact that many a time on the circuit, we've talked about how the different performances of the different classes, you know, they tend to stay out of each other's way as much as possible. However, when you get a slow zone, because there's a rescue vehicle clearing something up, 3 minutes until the cars will need to pull away from the grid. Quite often, a front runner can be caught by the slow zone, and it's cleared by the time a chasing car or vice versa closes in. So you can never be sure in this race. You've just got to be watching all the vital signs of the cars, but you've just got to be in communication with your pits as much as you possibly can. But you've got to be aware that you could be sitting on what you think is a comfortable lead, and suddenly it'll be taken away from you.
And just for clarity for anybody sort of listening for the first time, we'll just explain what a slow zone is. That we don't, at the Nürburgring, we don't use safety cars. They don't deploy a safety car at all, or even a virtual safety car. They do a kind of format of that. We have what we call these slow zones. So if there's an incident, or let's just say a car breaks down, heaven forbid, that doesn't happen very often these days, but you've got a slow car on track, you'll get a waved yellow flag, double waved yellow flag. We'll then have a code 120 where all the cars passing through that section need to slow down to a maximum of 120 k's. If it's a bit more serious than that, and it's always about the marshal's safety, that's always the point. Obviously the driver's fine after an incident, that's fine, we have to clear it up, but marshals working on track, their safety is paramount. We'll then go to a code 60, so down to 60 k's, and woe betide anybody that crosses that or goes too fast, whatever, and there are penalties. And the authorities, and quite rightly, and I fully back it, take it very seriously, because it's volunteers' lives at risk, standing on track. Their safety is paramount. Drivers are cosseted. We sit in a car and we have this lovely big tub around us and roll cages and safety equipment and hands devices and all sorts, and basically go afterwards. A lot of the time it's your own fault. But going out to attend to that crew that has to come in and help that, they need to be safe. So we'll slow all the cars down, and it'll be for a set period, then it'll go back to a green flag at the end of that zone. So we get these slow zones that Bruce was just talking about. And the problem is that depending on how long it may be, and if a car has collected, let's say at some speed, gone off and bounced off one side of the barriers on the track and crossed the other side, you can have quite a lengthy bit of tarmac of a good few tens of meters that are requiring work. That will then have service vehicles on site if they've got to bring barriers out, literally. We've seen it, the Unimogs with trailers on the back and all the paraphernalia, nuts, bolts, washers, everything that go with it. And we want to slow down that. And it's one of these things, it's absolutely amazing. You'll see some of these top GT3 runners will arrive at that slow zone and they'll suddenly just slow down, and the car behind will literally sit almost hovering on the rear quarter of that car, awaiting that restart, because it's exactly the same as a safety car restart when it goes from code 60, green flag, back up to speed. And that's one of those maximum opportunities. You've got to try and maximise that and try and get by and see where it is. And this is where the specialists of this circuit know the circuit so well. They're thinking all the time in that slow zone, code 60, what can I do? What can we do? Warm-up lap, formation lap, just about to start, Bruce. In fact, it is just moving off the grid now. We say formation lap here, nothing to get too excited about, because it takes about 20 minutes around here to do a formation lap. Bear in mind that lap times are, we've commented, the organising body like to keep a magic number of 8 minutes. That's what they want. They don't really want cars going under 8 minutes. So how do we control that? Balance of performance. We have issues, you can add weight to take a bit of air off. And these top GT3 cars, they are not quite FIA GT3 spec. They're kind of like a Nürburgring specialist car, but not a great deal different. They've got a little bit less aero in one way, but then again the Cup 2 cars, we said, have got even less aero and a bit more power. So don't be at all surprised later on when we see Cup 2 cars. We've said Kramer are in 6th and 9th overall, so 2 of their cars in the top 10 overall, giving these GT3 cars a hard time, because down the faster part of the circuit, dotting a hoe towards the end of the lap, they've got less resistance through the air, and they can sit there and they can do some wonderful side drafting, which I'm sure many of them will demonstrate to us later on during this race, which we'll be able to explain how that works, and get past a GT3 car. And there's not only are these cars in the top 10, there is every possibility of them being on the podium. And also what I'd like to see as well in this, Bruce, is not just the Cup 2 cars, but the rise of the Pro-Am in this. Not just the pros, the Pro-Ams right up there now, mixing it with the pros and keeping them on their toes. Again, I mentioned I was talking to Pithard this week, and he just said some of these guys are getting too quick for our comfort. And I was like, brilliant. And he said, no, love it, bring it on. That's what they want.
Yeah, and also that's part of your role in a Pro-Am driver lineup, to develop the AM, and some can develop, some do develop, and some clearly won't develop, but they've got to find out. And it's how they react to the specialist information, the advice they're being given. And also, you never know until you really push yourself in a racing car where your potential limit is. Everyone has a sort of limit they're going to get to, but it's the job of the pro and the team to make sure their AM is as close to 100% of their capabilities when in the car. But consistency is almost always the issue rather than speed in bringing on an AM. They could drive, an AM driver or a pro driver can drive brilliantly, and one little error, and what circuit is most likely to prompt an error from anybody? This circuit. But for the drivers going around, you talked, Peter, about the length of the formation lap. Most times it's their first chance to check the weather conditions and the track conditions at the far end of the circuit, which is probably about 13 kilometres from the pits, because it's 25 kilometres round, how it's changed in that time. And we know it can change in the space of a few minutes here. But right now, as the second group of cars is just heading down towards the first corner, light cloud, blue skies by and large, and dry circuit. So this is one of those almost rare events through the course of the NLS calendar. We have some baking hot races, we have some freezing races, we have a lot of wet races, but right now at this stage in the season, particularly with drivers trying to get close in their championship battles, this is the ideal playing field for them.
A very vivid personal experience of when I first drove here. My first ever race on the Nürburgring was the 24 hour, so a bit of a baptism of fire, but I can clearly to this day remember being in the car in perfectly dry at night, so pitch dark, wonderful, going through the woods, down the hill towards Bergwerk. As I went through Bergwerk, it was wet.
Started.
It was wet. Well, yes, I'll give up on that part of the lap
already. You didn't start the race, presumably, because you were the newbie in the car.
No, I did actually.
You did?
Yes. 260 something cars in the race. Yeah.
And what were you driving, just for clarification?
Mitsubishi Evo 6, 7, something like that it was. Four-wheel drive, turbo, you name it, all bells and whistles.
So you got to start the race. Obviously, that was in daylight. But then, mysteriously, 24-hour races go through the night.
Oh,
how much of a different different equation is it driving in the dark around the Nordschleife?
Oh, totally, as is any circuit. But it's you have to be more focused. What really catch it is the speed differentials with the other class cars suddenly seem magnified. It's cooler. It's easier for you physically because it's cooler. The car runs quicker. Actually, sometimes you can set better lap times at night because the car's running better because it's cooler. But it's those speed differentials. It seems massive, and you can something that you think is in the daylight. You read it ahead a bit, and you think okay, and you line up and where you're going to go past it. As we said many times, that the Nürburgring experts. They're the ones that they're working out where to go, where to be, what's happening 1, 2, 3 corners ahead sometimes. And the night thing is you suddenly get a car that can be doing easily 50, 70 kilometres slower than you are if you're in a GT3 car, top class car. And that's a massive closing speed. You imagine hitting any kind of obstacle, whether it be moving or not, let alone stationary, at 70k. You wouldn't think about it in your road car. It's catastrophic. Well, actually, it's the same on the racetrack. We saw it earlier this year at the 24 hour, where we had a couple of events, and one of the dynamic Porsche collected the Dacia logo. Closing and just didn't see it.
Okay, one other little factor, but actually a massive factor. While the third group of cars just goes down now, 3 groups in the 96 car field, just going through the first sequence of corners. But the other issue, you start the race, you get accustomed to as well as you can to the car, the track, your rivals, the different class, speed differentials, etc., etc. Headlights. They've come on a bit. In your day, there would have been a couple of candles, but now just gauging how far someone's
we
closing.
never had that upgrade.
You didn't?
No, we didn't get those.
That was the Evo 7, you're quite right.
Yeah.
You were in the 6. But, the headlight factor, again, just becoming accustomed to really how close is that car as it's coming in.
We've mentioned earlier technology and everything that evolves, and that is one of the biggest things. Tyre technology is phenomenal leaps and bounds in the last 10, 20 years. And lighting in particular. It's often referred to now as a daylight switch. What you can see compared to what drivers used to have even just 10, 20 years ago, it's phenomenal. And what that does in turn then, it supplies a huge helping of confidence, because you can actually see what's happening. And some of it, I won't deny, some of the times on the Nordschleife at night with the lights we had when this is a long time ago, it was you'd go for a gap thinking, almost hold your breath of, well, I know where the circuit goes, and it's kind of hang on, here we go, coming ready or not sort of thing. And there's a little bit of jeopardy involved in that, as you can imagine. And it's all very well if it works. If it doesn't, that's not ideal, to say that the very, very least. So our cars are making their way around now. So Bristol, we've got all 3 start groups have now started their formation laps. So we're scheduled for a 12:30 start.
12:30 start, so yeah, the cars should all be round in their various groups. And it's a chance to just
11 minutes.
Get the focus applied. It was quite tricky when you have to stand back from what you thought was the schedule for the day, but the notification got out very early on. Could have squeezed in another cup of coffee, I guess, but again, drivers have to consider those factors. But here we are, autumnal day, Nürburgring Nordschleife, sun is shining, best part of 100 cars coming out to play. It's split across many classes, and they'll be starting in 3 different groups, so the stage is almost fully set. As I said, the Barbarossapreis, the 55th edition of this, is the penultimate round of the 2023 Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, and a lot of those battles are very, very tight in various classes. A good result today would possibly put some of those titles into people's pockets. However, for others, it might just give them a chance to have a shot at the final round, which is in a couple of weekends from now. First weekend in October. But who knows what the weather will bring. But right now, we'll take today's weather here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Because it is just absolutely perfect for racing. The delays, if you've just been joining us, are down to the fact that, of course, we had some, not of course, but we did have some barrier repairs. Of course, we can't go, that's where the of course comes in. We can't go racing until all is clear and correct. So they predicted half an hour. They got it done in just under half an hour. So we will be starting the race 12:30 local time, the penultimate round of the 2023 championship. And let's hope we have a really, really good one. I think we'll take
verleiht Flügel. Faltenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch.
Nürburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
So we are back at the track, ready to go racing, and conditions fair. We've got a number of onboard cameras. Car 102 is one that's going to be carrying us around the circuit, and it's always a way of just actually giving us a really good eye of what's happening. That's the Black Falcon Team Identicar entry in Cup 2, the Porsche Cup, for Ben Bunagel and Noah Nageldisk. Another one that's Nageldisk, and another one that's running is 959, which is in Cup 3. That's for the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 CSs. And it's a class leader, no less. SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, Heiko Eichenberg, Patrick Gruter, Fabio Grosser, car number 959. And one of the glories of the Nürburgring, one of the many glories of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series is occasionally we get treated to, in fact increasingly, to the Rover live helicopter shots, and it shows basically a strip of tarmac curving, rising, falling through magnificent forests in the Eifel forests. Occasionally fields to one side or the other, but the overriding feeling for the drivers as they compete across this amazing topography in the south of Germany is it's corner after corner, and unless you're on the Grand Prix loop, you feel enclosed by forests, and possibly that run back along the Dottinger Höhe, that blast out of the, about 5 corners at the end of that through to the end of that King Straight.
Talking of that on the Dottinger, I'm looking at my GPS tracker, and we have a car way ahead of everything else. Start Group 1 on the Dottinger Höhe, which is the intervention vehicle that's coming back from repairing the barriers, which I gather was at Kesselchen actually, a little bit further around that between Bergwerk and the carousel, and it's one of the fastest parts of the circuit, so you don't want to have him off there, which I think is what happened to CP Racing. I think that's where they were. But the intervention vehicle, either he needs to put his foot down, he or she, or Start Group 1 needs to slow down a little bit, because they don't want to be overtaken by a hot-breathing pack of GT3 cars and others in that Start Group 1. But I think the intervention vehicle's now got to Tiergarten, so it is going to be okay. So it has done exactly that and got his foot down and got out of the way so the track will be clear. So the Start Group 1 have just entered the Dottinger Höhe. So we'll get that famous long shot in a minute back down the Dottinger Höhe with our wonderful Helicam, Rover Oils supported Helicam, which provides magnificent footage of cars through the absolutely glorious autumn golds of the Eifel Mountains. It's just
only just
fantastic.
Starting to turn, but in a couple of weeks, if we have a couple of cold snaps, it could turn more. Just wanted to send best wishes to someone watching out in Spain. Paul Trustwell, long-time Radio Le Mans superstar, had a bit of a prang there at the end of the race, and he's coming home back to the UK, but he's watching from out in Spain, so best wishes to Paul. And Paul won't watch it in the way the rest of you watch it. He will be analysing every bit of tactical procedure from the teams. They try and work out how best to split the 4 hours of this race, and again, we'll come on to that because it's Peter Snowden loves it, the different tactics people can take, whether you make your first pit stop early and therefore your last one early, or you save it till later and have a shorter run to the finish. There are penalties either way on that according to the minimum length of pit time you're allowed. But let's just focus on what is lying ahead. 4 hours of racing, cars coming around to the grid in their 3 groupings, and the standard pit stop format, certainly for the cars in SP9, is effectively, if you can, You'll have your 3 pit stops in the 4 hours. The question is when you choose to go for that first pit stop. But we've got an Audi on pole position, an Aston Martin alongside the second row, the first of the Walkenhorst BMW, the sister car back in 5th, and between them the second of the Aston Martins, and that is shared by Darren Turner and Ben and Phil Durr. So can we have an Aston Martin win in this race today? We will see, but starting second. Oh, and that's got my co-commentator very excited indeed. But conditions absolutely perfect. Last few corners, the rise up the crest into Tiergarten for this, the 55th ADAC Barbarossapreis. We are all set to go racing, and don't forget there's a brand new Ferrari 296 GT3 with 2 of the drivers who in fact who took victory in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring early this year on board. David Pittard and in fact 3 of the drivers, so Felipe Fernandez-Laza, a late addition alongside Nicky Katzberg, David Pittard, all set to go through into the start of this race, through the final sweep of the curves. We're going to be underway and racing. Last couple of corners. The wind is a little bit of an issue, blowing in the trees. I hope it won't blow any other weather. We'll take this weather at the moment. Cool, sunny, bright, waiting for the red lights on the starting gantry to go from red to green. They're flipped early and it looks though into the lead it will be going Frank Stimpler. He's starting the number 5 Audi. Oh, 4 abreast, a brilliant starting. Oh gosh, both of us in the commentary box led backwards there. It was 3 abreast down in the battle for second place, but around the outside, no, but straight on, went in too deep into the first corner. One of the 2 Walkenhorst BMWs. It means the first 2 cars on the grid are first and second. The Audi from the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin tucked behind the Durr Motorsport Aston Martin in 3rd place, but it was a bold move into the first corner. I haven't worked out which of the 2 black and red BMWs it was.
It was 34.
It was 34. That was the car that was starting very well placed indeed. Kuba Gimaziak's car. That's one.
Pittard was doing his usual thing of trying to do exactly what we said. He was so close to that pit wall. I hope that Ferrari's got flush door handles.
Well, I tell you, unfortunately, it looks so. It's been a clash for the second of the Ferrari 296 GT3s coming out. So it's out of turn 4, effectively getting going, get pushed wide by one of the Cup 3 Porsches. That's the Racing 1 Ferrari. But up front,
the 19 car, isn't it? Yeah.
Very good start from Frank Stimpler, but he had to hold his nerve down into the first corner because there was a lot of action. It was effectively a 3 abreast grouping following the first 2, and then 4 abreast behind, and that was the Fricadelli Racing Ferrari, the brand new one. Don't worry, hasn't even got a race livery yet, but don't rub it up the pit wall. But anyhow, they got past that, and the Ferrari's going from 4th into what we now call 3rd, so 7th to 6th to 5th to 4th to 3rd. Oh, what comes next? But anyhow, as they go through the Sabine Smits curve, certainly that brand new Ferrari 296 GT3 entered for this race by Fricadelli Racing has had a very, very good start indeed.
Stefan Aust it was at the wheel of the Racing 1, the other Ferrari 296, the number 19 entry. That's a car that just ran wide. Pittard starting to say in that.
Yeah.
Now remember in the Fricadelli car. Just remember, Jackie Stewart started P5. He was the one that shut the door on Pittard's black. It was black. He couldn't see it there at all, was it?
He knew what was coming. He knew who was coming.
He won the last 2 races of the 2 weekends ago, the 2 6-hour races, and the first race they didn't even qualify for. They started at the back of this group and still won it. Start group 2 is about to have the green light, Bruce.
Yep, absolutely clear up front. This is largely the Cup 2 Porsches, Cup 3 Porsches at the front of that group, a numerically strong class, and in a handful of TCR runners, and then a whole group of others tucked in behind. Group of Renault Meganes down at the back of that grouping. They're looking busy. Oh, sorry, I was going to say it's a much simpler start, and then suddenly they went into starburst formation down in the first corner, 3 abreast for the first 3, but unlike what happened with number 34 Kuba Gimaziak driven BMW getting a bit busy and a bit too ambitious into the first corner for the lead group and heading straight on off the circuit, having to rejoin, letting everybody else get back into the natural positions. This one was much better behaved. I shouldn't say that because something's absolutely about to happen.
Well, funny enough, I did mention, didn't I, before that before I believe the grid officially opened, we had what I thought was a GT4 Mercedes on the grid. It was certainly a lime green car, so not to be a bit more precise than that. And we said there may be a penalty for that. Interestingly, at the end of its formation lap in start group 2, it's pitted straight away. So I wonder if it's serving a drive-through penalty of some form straight away and getting it overloaded. I may be putting 2 and 2 together and getting 5 or 6 or 7. It's not even the first time. Hopefully it'll be the last.
Well, let us wait and see. But what we can tell you, it's been a tidy start from all concerned. And just noticing on some timing screens that Felipe Fernandez Laza is also competing in Cup 2. He's down in the number 125 entry. So you always have to keep on your toes. A lot of horse trading goes on in the NLS as people go, actually, could you come and drive for us? Because someone else got appendicitis or whatever else they may throw their way. But Laza appears to be racing for Huber Motorsport. And again, hired hands, a lot of these drivers, and they've got to have a view to the next season. And certainly Felipe Fernandez Laza, a real specialist in the Nürburgring Nordschleife, therefore very much in demand. Right, the third grouping of cars, this is where you get bunches of BMWs. I'll just wait, and then a handful of the Porsche Caymans will be competing further back down the order. Some of those are in Cup 3, of course. No, the Cup 3 are in the second group, but certainly a mixed bag of cars further back. These are more the production class cars, and they will bring us up to nearly 100 starters. 95, I think, was the eventual number. We'll check on that, but right now we know the race is being led by Frank Stippler in the number 5 Audi from Shearer Sport PHX, and being chased by Pro Sports GT3, or we call SP9 class car, with Marek Bachmann at the wheel. So it's a BMW sorry, I beg your pardon, it's Audi from Aston Martin at the front. And in the BMW grouping, or largely BMW grouping, second order, they're going down towards first corner. Neat, tidy. The sun appears to have gone in a little bit, but still a perfectly good autumnal day. In fact, a sensational start at the head of the class, because instead of 3 abreast in the first corner, we've got about a 5-car length advantage, and thankfully we have an escape road, because one of the BMWs, bright yellow and black, but easy to spot because it came quite close to the camera, went straight on at the first corner, but luckily didn't go as far as the gravel, so recovered that one.
Oh, he certainly stress tested the ABS there, didn't he, on that? Keeping it out of the ground, but nicely circumnavigated all around the outside and rejoined.
Neat, tidy, but importantly still in the race. Doesn't seem to matter where you look on the opening lap in any round of the NLS. Someone somewhere is trying their best to overtake, but fully aware that they've got about 8 corners in which they've got space to do so, and that's before they turn onto the Nordschleife, go through the Sabine Schmitz curves and take it away from there. But neat and tidy, and it's really nice to have them on a dry circuit. Those moments when they just run a little wide on the opening lap, get up on the curbing when it's been wet, and then they suddenly go for a rotation. I think actually the car that went wide was 660. They already had their fun early this morning in qualifying. It is indeed 660, the bright yellow car from Smurlis Racing, and that had clearly a little bit of a wobble down there at the first turn, doing all the stuff that people say don't do, which is trying to do all your overtaking in the first corner of the race, but that is a slight setback for them. And anyhow, they'll recover. They only lost about 5 or 6 seconds, but in that time they lost about 30 places, so that was the flip side of that coin. But the lead battle, I'm just trying to see, we're being shown a replay of what happened, or why one of the Ferraris was off the circuit, coming out of what we used to call the Mercedes arena. It was the Racing 1 car. It turned, where you're turning right at the 4th part of the equation, Snowy, an aerial shot show it looked as though the suspension had broken or something, because the front end of the car was not going where the driver wanted it, and the tail was coming round.
An old-fashioned tank slapper, wasn't it? And just went one way or the other, and then ended up going sideways into the gravel. All credit to the driver behind who saw that happening, and they always say go where it's come from, and basically went left and put his car straight through the gravel at speed to come out the other side. Otherwise, you'd have collected the Ferrari and just taken both cars out. But turning right and staying on the track is the logical thing to do, but actually it wasn't the safe thing to do there. Went left through the gravel and comes out the other side. Of course, then that fills the car up and gets gravel in the calipers and all sorts.
Yeah, good save, because the barriers are coming up fast. 2 groups of cars, 2 trios of cars coming down the Dottinger Höhe, along the Dottinger Höhe. The second group has got the Door Motorsport Aston Martin tucked in behind both of the Walkenhorst BMW M4 GT3s, looking very serious in that fabulous black and red livery they run for Advan. But that's the second grouping. The first grouping across the line to complete one lap is our race leader, Frank Stippler, tucked under his tail. Marek Bachmann in the number 17 Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. And right under his tail is David Pittard, who started 7th and has finished the opening lap in 3rd place. In fact, as they turned onto the Nordschleife, he'd already gone into 3rd place. Going on to the second lap, the number 34 BMW taking a little look. That's Kuba Gamaziak. He ran wide at the first corner. He was looking down the inside. I don't know which of the Durs is in the car, Ben or Phil. But right now, whichever one it is very busy indeed. Through the Mercedes arena, and you know what? Realising a move might be made, he pulled to one side, so Kuba Gamaziak dived up the inside into the tight right, and then ding, not even using a slipstream, just simply spotting the door was open. The second of those BMWs with Dylan Pereira, normally in the Porsche Super Cup, the driver from Luxembourg, tucked through as well. So for Door Motorsport, they were fourth. They're now down in sixth position. Likewise, another Aston Martin being hunted is the one in second position in the race, one with Marek Bachmann on board and David Pittard in the brand new 296 GT3 Ferrari. Yes, I know he won the Nürburgring 24 Hours in One. This is not it. That is now in a museum. This is brand new for this weekend. And flinging it around, that 296 GT3 unliveried. Oh, he's got the pace, definitely. He's moved up from 7th on the grid, past one of the Cup 2 Porsches that was ahead of him on the grid, and is really looking serious. But he's got to depose Marek Bachmann, and Marek's not too keen as they go through the hats and backs to give it all up.
No, and nor should he be. Just looking at Marek Bachmann, it's a pro-am lineup, that car. Of course, it's Maxime Dumoulin that will be in it next. Bachmann being a silver rated driver. He's only 26 years old. It's annoying.
It is.
They can't be doing this seriously at 26. Just 26 years ago doesn't seem fair to me. But there we go. So the Aston there, it's almost as if there was an issue. I'm not defending because it's an Aston, but those two Vulcan horse BMWs, we know they're quick, we know the lineup's strong, the car's amazing. Johnny and I covered this 2 weekends ago that BMW have already announced the Evo version that's going to be available in 2025. So that'll be coming out. So next year, customers will be taking delivery of that and testing throughout the winter this time next year, ready for 2025 debut. So confident are they of that platform that they've done the Evolution version of it. But the Aston, it was almost either it's something had failed or that it just given up. Just let them through.
I think sort of the latter. I think it's
so do I.
I'm
a bit wary of saying, but yes.
Okay, just been looking up and down the order. I just suddenly thought we had the barrier repairs that delayed us the race start by half an hour, and one car that's missing from the fray, and I did fear it was their car. We sort of touched on it. Was it the Schnitzel Arm Racing Mercedes that we saw outside the track? And I'm fairly sure it was, because the number 11 entry is not here. That was a car due to be started by Lucas Andro Treves, Kenneth Heyer, Johannes Stengel, and driver who going incredibly well in SP9 class leader, Marcel Marshevitz. So that is a big loss. And certainly for Mercedes, that has, if we also do not have, and again, I'm just double checking that CP Racing didn't get to start in number 45.
No, it didn't.
So we've lost both of the Mercedes. No, sorry, but yeah, we've lost both of the Mercedes from the top class. So that is really unusual, and it's one of the regular ingredients here. But you know, some days work, some days don't. But the day that's working most beautifully is the day belonging to the car that took pole position, number 5 Shirosport PHX Audi, number 5. And that's got Frank Stipper at the wheel, and he's pulling clear because the battle for second place between the Aston Martin of Bachmann and Dylan and David Pittard is now, clearly going very much the way of holding each other up and just letting our race-leading Audi escape up front. So that is an easy moment at the front of the field for that team that's had so much success, Shirosport PHX, in its various forms over the years here.
In answer to my speculation is, would the race still run to full 4 hours? Yes, it is, according to our official timing clock. Race organ. So we are having a full 4 hour race. I just wondered if there might be some other sort of permit restriction or whatever that we couldn't do that and lose half an hour, but we haven't. So just a half hour delay, so everything just moved on by that. Still 4 hours in total. Shirosport have got some unfinished business here this weekend. So they didn't have the most successful of Red Bull Formula weekend, so the 2 6-hour races 2 weekends ago, incident in one and then problems with the other, and they just didn't have their usual result you'd anticipate in that car. So Frank Stifler and co will be very keen to set that record straight again.
Well, also to put the point, you look over the years, they've just been super consistent, almost always on or near the podium. This year they've had 7 rounds, which is great. They've had 1 pole position. They haven't had a podium yet. 4th position in the 4th round, but more importantly, 4 retirements in 7 rounds. This is not the way it normally goes for them. So you could say they're due a good result. And right now, Frank Stipper is doing the best job of making sure they've got the foundation stone for that.
They've just picked up the wrong script, haven't they? which is not like them at all.
Yeah, they'll look at it and it won't have another 5 at the top, it'll be someone else's. But field breaking up into groups around the circuit. But Frank Stipler at the end of the opening lap, just bear in mind, it's a long lap, 0.86 of a second clear. The closer racing is behind him. Cup 2 at the moment, very close indeed. 1-2-1 was leading that at the end of the opening lap, and that's K. Kramer Racing. Tobias Muller kicking off in that, and he's in 7th overall. Next in line was 112, which is sister car from K. Kramer Racing, started by Michele Di Martino, who for so many years was racing with a Lamborghini in the top class, but he's moved into Cup 2, and tucked in behind that was 3rd in class Peter Turting, car number 123 from Mullner Motorsport. He's showing with Marcel Hopper and Peter Ludwig, but almost nose to tail in that class.
Yeah, tight times at the top of the first 3. Stipler 8:04.8 on that first lap. Do you mind? It's not a standing start, but it's not a full race start, so it's going to be a little bit quicker than that. So we might see just under 8 minutes there. 8:05.7 for Marek Bachmann in the Aston in 2nd place, and the Pittard in the Ferrari Frigidaire 8:06. The 2 BMWs of Valkenhorst with Kugan and the Pereira at the wheel, the M4, they got an 8:12.3 and an 8:12.6. However, Frank Stipler has set the fastest first sector of this lap, but it's the man on the charge in terms of setting quicker sectors at the moment is Luca Maziak, the winner of the last 2 rounds, one from the very back of that first start group, having had a little indiscretion, for want of a better word, in qualifying and putting the car off. Not a great deal of damage done to it, enough to get it back into the race. But in that one, because he didn't actually qualify for the race at all, the first of the 6 hours 2 weekends ago. So you literally have to write and have a written request for a dispensation to the clerk of the course. And what they will do is they will consider your experience and whatever. And I think the Mazda probably got away with that one.
Experience is a fine thing to have, speed is a fine thing too, and David Pittard has just used all that experience as a wonderful head-on shot as the cars came along dotting her. You saw coming up the rise, you could see the number 5 Audi from Frank Stipler. Then I could only see the green Aston Martin of Marek Bachmann. I could not see David Pittard. I could then see the 2 Walkenhorst BMWs in the background, but Pittard was so close to the Pro Sport Aston Martin. He was hidden. He then came out onto the outside line, that moment where the track kinks to the left, braved it out. So the Ferrari up into 2nd place, but the gap to the race leader Frank Stipler 1.5 seconds. But we said, Peter, on the previous lap, the pace is with Pittard. He's just got to get past Marek Bachmann. He's done that job, so this next lap could be very interesting indeed. In the Porsche Cup class, there's a clear lead for the number 121 entry. However, the next 4 cars are covered by a handkerchief. In fact, there's an 8-second lead for Tobias Muller in 121, but in behind, super close, and now it's 1-2-3 into 2nd place. Peter Turting for Mullner Motorsport has gained the position. Oh, and 2 of the other cars in the quartet have run wide at the first corner and about to lose a place, or will they? The second part of the first quarter sequence, the second quarter, I suppose we should call it. Oh yes, thank you very much. Let's take that pack of cards and shuffle them. The car 100 championship leader in class, with Benjamin Leuchter getting very busy, overtaking one here, one there, and punting another off entirely, and he's hit the tail of 112. So Michele Di Martino, I think, has possible cause for not feeling very happy at all. His car is bent, it's broken, it's off the circuit, there is liquid falling from under Leuchter's car. That's car 100, championship leader. Remember that moment that earlier I was saying, of course, it's about consolidating your championship position or perhaps trying to settle it. And I'm afraid 100, Benjamin Leuchter, on the start of the 3rd lap of the race, got greedy, and his car surely is out of the race. Heavy front left corner damage. He's parked it up behind the barriers.
Well, that started a couple of corners before with the other car, and we've got the Racing 1 Ferrari just gone off at the same point. So this is the cutback on the GP circuit where we do the hairpin back through on the Mercedes circuit. We saw a lot of incidents here 2 weekends ago of cars going straight on into these barriers.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what's happened. I mentioned the fact that number 100 was leaking fluid onto the circuit, recovering from its moment off the track on the opening lap of the race. The Racing 1 Ferrari came into shot as the TV director was focusing on the number 100 Cup 2 Porsche being parked, and went straight on at the cut through. Did it touch the barriers or just end up short? It's going nowhere at the moment. I'm sure the unfortunate driver there just caught fluid and went round, and that was Stefan Ost in the Pro-Am category of SP9. Drama early on.
So this started 2 corners back with a little bit of contact there between the two Porsches. They went to have another bit of contact, a third little bit of rub there, and then this bit is just quite extraordinary, where the 100 just picks up speed and then just seems to get the brake and basically just assaults which car number is it? It's the 112, isn't it?
It's 112, which was given a thump, and the person that was Michele Di Martino, and the car that benefited most was Felipe Fernandez Laza in the number 125 entry. As I said, he joined Huber Motorsport to start this race. So one car off at turn 4, which is Michele Di Martino, and then Benjamin Leuchter got going down to the next corner and then pulled off, leaking a lot of fluid. And having taken the cut through, Michele Di Martino in 112 is going the back way into the pits for repair. We need to have a clear shot of the right rear corner from the driver's point of view. There's a bit of body work out, but you know what? I think the car...
broken suspension.
Oh, yeah,
the
the suspension's broken. I was going to say that's got off really lightly, and maybe it was hit at a pivoting point, but it didn't want to pivot just there. But unfortunately, Benjamin Leuchter went up the inside. It was almost, you could always look from above and think, did he have his throttle stick open, or was he just was his dander up? Possibly the latter.
I suspect the latter. It almost, dare I say, it looked almost deliberate, almost a bit of a revenge of, you've done hit me 3 times, I'm coming back. It was never going to work. It's ended exactly the way it is. It's taken 2 cars out. I believe that in both pit boxes and in the officials, conversations will be had about that still.
One feels you are quite possibly right, but you know. What a shame, because it'd been a fabulous battle for the 4 cars running from 2nd through to 5th place in the Cup 2 class, because no one is getting close to Tobias Muller. He was 8 seconds clear. But all the way around the Nordschleife, they're having a brilliant scrap, but you have the respect on the Nordschleife, and this is often something that happens, that drivers get to the Grand Prix bit where there's much more space, there's runoff, there's more space on the track, and they go for it. They're sort of saving up their moment. But I suppose you said it was a move into turn 1, into turn 2 there was a counter move, into turn 3 a bit more, and around the outside trying to get ahead but keeping out of the way was Felipe Fernandez Laza, and he's got through into that position. But certainly one car out of the race, which is Otto Klose's car, in the hands of his teammate Benjamin Leuchter, and the other one is delayed in the
big loser out of all that was, we've said about these Porsches, they've got the radiators right at the front there. You have that kind of impact. We've got another Porsche out as well. That's one of the...
It's one of the Cup 3 class cars.
3 Cayman cars. Just to finish on that, the biggest loser in all that was where that water from the radiator leaked onto the track was Stefan Aust in the Racing 119 Ferrari 296. He did go off on the right. He had to hit the wall on the way, by the way, so that is why that car was out. So the 2 Porsches taking each other out with a little bit of trying to have a bit of a dalliance, trying to share the same piece of track, which never works at the same time. And unfortunately, that's taken out one of our 9 GT3 cars, which is the number 19 Racing 1 Ferrari as well.
Right, another car in trouble off the side of the circuit, W&S Motorsport, and that's in the Cup 3 class. That's one we mentioned. Marius Rauer at the wheel of that, sharing with Moritz Oberheim and Finn Zulauf, but I'm afraid they may not be getting a race. So
we've got our first code 60 of the race, Bruce, which is for that incident down in the end of the Mercedes arena there. Just before that, I mentioned before that we had an 8:04 on the rolling start lap, the first sort of flying lap, and we might well see under 8 minutes. Sorry. So Frank Stifler, just to prove the point, set a 7:56.000. So
he's always been
7:56 dead. Yeah, absolutely, Jim precision for you there. Pittard in the Fricadelli Ferrari just behind, 7:56.3. But the standout time, Kubica Maziak in the number 34 Valkenhorst BMW M4, 7:51.6.
You sounded a bit like Jeremy Clarkson in the old Top Gear days, reading out the lap times around the little circuit they used to use.
Yes. Today on the cool wall.
Yes. But the pace, clearly, as we said, qualifying was a bit of a shake-up with a lot of cars losing their opportunity. The barrier repairs that were going on because of incidents around the circuit. But you just had to sense that Kubica Maziak's car was always going to advance from 5th on the grid. He's doing so in very quick order, but of course his next target will be Merrick when he pulls him around this lap. He was only a second down the start-finish line, but lapped considerably faster. However, all the lap times are going to drop off because of the clear-up operation towards the end of the Mercedes arena, basically between turn 4 and turn 5. Turn 5 being the little cut-through We don't use all the Grand Prix loop, we cut sharp right, and that was where the liquid was laid down by the broken Benjamin Loiter car, the car that was leading Cup 3, not on the road, but the championship standings quite comfortably, but that will not be completing the race. Another car in trouble twice, the Stefano's Ferrari had a little problem going to turn 4 on the opening lap. It was a tank flap, but whatever it was, lost a lot of position. Then, unfortunately, trying to make up ground, comes through it a lap later and gets some greasy stuff was put there by driven Porsche and straight on, but luckily staying clear of the barriers. There's been a bit of slippage on one side.
Well, it did collect the barriers.
But at low speed going
on that, we went around the left-hand side, but it depends what damage it's done to suspension. It's going back to the Porsche. You said it's been on subject to being repeated into the garage. I've got a feeling that car's going to retire and not continue. It'd be great there's always data collection for these teams. Just have a very quick look at sector time. The man on the move at the moment is surprisingly Pittard in second place.
However, as that group of cars, the first 5 cars suddenly get to the slow zone, they came past one of the stricken Porsche Cup 2 class cars. We've got our first 5 cars covered by about 2 seconds to go through turn 5. I'm looking at the flag. The green flag is waiting on the exit of the corner, and Stipler accelerates to try and get clear of David Pittard. There's a car they're going to catch very soon indeed when they get to the Nordschleife, possibly before. The Aston Martin of Eric Bockman is in 3rd place. Fastest driver on the track is tucked in behind. That's Kuba Gamasiak, 4 wins in the championship already this year, and tried to hang on at the back is Dylan Pereira, not as accustomed to the M4 GT3 class car, but if he can, he will stay with them. But the first 4 looking very menacing, lights flashing from Marek Bockman, but he really needs not to be looking ahead, he needs to be looking behind, because Kuba Gamasiak, as they go through the chicane, and they go one side and the other, trying to guess it where 2 back markers are going. David Pittard needs it right. He's now between the first part of the Sabine Schmitz curve and the second. He's having a look to see if he can get up the inside of Frank Stipler, and Frank Stipler has to avoid one of the junior class BMWs, so he needed to be in the middle of the track. But David Pittard has certainly taken those brave and maybe slightly hungry pills today, because he's looking like a man on a mission.
Well, I was convinced at the restart, as it were, when the green flag, as you mentioned, coming out of the heaven there, I was convinced that Pittard would pounce in the prancing horse there, and he didn't get away quite as quick as I would have anticipated. However, once we've gone through Sabine Schmitz curve onto the Hatzenbach, never mind curves, never mind track limits, the man was also crossing. He was virtually on the grass of that Ferrari. If it wasn't the fact the wheels were actually in the air going over the curve, they would have definitely touched the grass, but he was clear of that because he was so far over. It was probably a third of the car width over the curve, ready to try and attack Stipler. Stipler, however, he's a wise old man. He's experienced in terms of racing right here. He's dealt with Pittards before. You've got a Ferrari, still not coming fast.
I'm going to use another word, meanwhile. Meanwhile, the battle for 3rd place was suddenly getting very, very frisky indeed, because we talked before the show that the Hatzenbachs are wonderful corners to watch the cars go through. You don't see a lot of overtaking there, but Kuba Gamasiak hadn't been told. Got to the first right-hander in the Hatzenbachs, and he started having a look, and that would have been very unsettling for Marek Bockman. He's put that seed in his mind that, give me half a chance and I'm going to be going for it. A lot of it is just play acting, if you will, but certainly very, very busy indeed. Let's just look back to Cup 2. It's still being led by nearly 8 seconds by Tobias Buller for K. Kramer Racing. They were well placed on the grid and going very well in the race. Peter Turting up to second in class. Felipe Fernandez Laza about 2 seconds back off Turting in third. Gabriele Piana a little further back, but he's quick and he's going to be gaining ground. That's for car 103, entered in class by Black Falcon Team Techstar. But there are fallers and there are risers in this race. Racing One, it does look as though we're trying looking in their garage to see if any repairs are being made to the Ferrari that went straight on at turn 5.
There's a driver in it installed with a lid on and everything, so they're clearly going to go back into this race. It is a 4-hour race, of which we've got just over 3.5 hours remaining already, Bruce, so you never know what's going to happen. And we're yeah, I can't just go and sing a replay there of the previous car, the 100, the Porsche that caused that incident, as in its fluid dropped on that caused the Ferrari to go off. Didn't take it off deliberately, of course, but it does look like the Ferrari's going to go in. It did collect the barriers, yeah, just at the very end. So
what's really difficult there, in basically straight ahead for the drivers, there's a tarmac escape road, but then there are tyre walls on the outside. They're put there because that part of the circuit is closed. But then there's another tyre wall to drivers' right-hand side, around the back of which Benjamin Leuchter had tucked the number 100 Cup 2 class Porsche, and the very end of that protrusion, the proboscis, if you will, which was what was caught by the Ferrari as it was rotating. Really bad luck. In the lead of the race, Frank Stippler has opened out clear air. A couple of back markers, dispatches them beautifully around the outside, no problem at all. Next car, probably about a second and a bit back, is David Pittard. Is he going to be as fortunate? Amazing helicopter shots. And, he has to slightly breathe in and make his car a bit narrower through a couple of left-hand kinks. He goes up, still in second place, didn't lose too much time. Now it's the turn of Marek Bachmann, who's got not one, but two Walkenhorst BMWs right on his rear. They're all having to negotiate this duo of cars. What am I talking about? Duo of cars up ahead of them, and up the rise they go to the Kleiner Carousel. First two cars clear. Cars in third, fourth and fifth. The Aston Martin and those two BMWs from Walkenhorst trying their best to get through. Now, of course, we had two Aston Martins at the front end of the grid, in second and fourth on the grid. The car that started fourth with one of the Dürr brothers is still in sixth place, but has fallen back by about half a minute. You sense that he sort of was letting the others through. Obviously sense he didn't have the pace of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMWs. Let them through without too much of a squirm and fell from third down the order. But in terms of natural pace, he's lapping whichever Dürr brother is on board about a dozen seconds and more slower per lap. But of course, we've had a couple of slow zones as well, so he might have been caught in that, whereas the front runners were not at all.
So the two Walkenhorst BMWs running line astern, and still unable to clear the Aston for the moment.
I think what we're going to see when they get on the Dottinger Herd, no point taking too many risks around the bulk of the Nordschleife, but when they get there, the car in fifth place, that's Dylan Pereira in car 35, will get a bit of a tow off car number 34 with Kuba Gimasiak on board, who in turn will get one from Marek Bachmann in the number 17 Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. And that double tow, well, Dylan Pereira is going to go, this could possibly come my way, but Henry Walkenhorst in the pits will be going, right, what we want is a podium position, not two cars going off into Tiergarten. So they'll have to bear that in mind. But Kuba Gimasiak, he's got the pace, he's just got to find the place to go with that pace.
Perfect situation where they've got to work as a team here.
Absolutely,
the two BMWs. All for the greater good for the team, and to get one ahead of that Aston and go, then they can afford to race. But they need to work together to get ahead of Marek Bachmann in that Pro Sport number 17 Aston, which is running very nicely up there. Thank you very much.
Well, gosh, sometimes it's just not your day. We had the 960 Porsche from WNS Motorsport off at the side of the track. Marius Rauer getting out of that. And then the sister car, 962, for Nicholas Wiedmann and Philippe Mimois being pushed back into the garage. So, oh, dearie me. Here we are in perfect weather conditions, perfect track conditions, and still there are incidents. But that's the very nature of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It can produce moments for you, but when you get it right, the reward is huge. Clear lead for Frank Stippler coming down the Dottinger Höhe, but I really sense this was a chance for the two BMWs from Walkenhorst Motorsport to get a double tow. Unfortunately, they had four cars from slower classes to get past, and that broke up the battle a little bit. Maybe they're going to have to wait another lap, because Marek Bachmann holding on to that third place, with the BMWs closing a little bit, but not quite close enough to get the proper tow off him.
No, near enough. They're going to close up through the kink, but they're coming up to Tiergarten now, so they're a little bit there, but that's just that eternal piece of elastic. What has surprised there is in the traffic there, that Dylan Pereira in the second of those two Walkenhorst cars, the number 35 car, they're running in program order for us. It makes our life easier as commentators, thank you very much. 34 and 35. Dylan Pereira just dropped back a little bit there now. Gimasiak coming out of Tiergarten's got a slightly better run onto the Aston. He's going to have a little look down the inside. There is a Hyundai in the way, as it were, although he keeps to the left-hand side. And just a note that the number 30 second place car, the
Pittard's car
is in the pits.
Pittard has pitted. I better write that down.
It's not on our not on our timing screen as being in the pits, but it most definitely is.
Okay, I have to keep
So
a
that's
note.
quite early.
That's very early indeed, and we could say more of that later on. But is that?
No, they're working on the front left. So they've got the front left off. They're working on something. It looks like some kind of brake issue or something down inside there, inspecting.
Well, it's a brand new car, and you never know what's going on. But yeah, front left braking.
They are in there with a vernier measuring the thickness of the brake discs. Literally, my eyes do not deceive me.
Well,
I'll send him a message, but he's in the car at the moment. But
he's got no time for you today, Snowy. He's very busy indeed. So
it's not
a bit of a surprise. This was a car
it's for his audience, his fans.
Up into second place on that lap, but unfortunately falling back a little bit. And it's not a good day for the 296 Ferraris because the Racing 1 version went back out onto the circuit and has now come through the shortcut back into the rear of the pit. So thinning out a little bit at the top. Frank Stippler leading by 8.7 seconds. So it was a really good lap. But of course, David Pittard would have been a bit closer had he continued. He'd have been behind him, but coming into the pits, falls back a little bit. Marek Bachmann now into third place. Into second place. Kubik is still. He was second. He went back to third, back to second. But I think he's only looking after that like a Patek Philippe watch. You just keep it for the next generation.
Custodians.
It's only a watch. Honestly, keep going.
Just watching Gamaziak there in the BMW, hustling that over the curbs at the end of the Vidal chicane, isn't there? At the end of the Grand Prix loop, just going up into Sabine, literally touring car style, bouncing it over the curbs. So utterly at one with that car, and such amazing confidence in it. A little spin there, I think, for 5:01.
Yes, it's
one of our three. Is that one of our 330s?
Coming into the Sabine Schmitz curve. It's one from Adrenaline Motorsport, very good. 330i running in the V. This is quite catchy. V2R plus 4WD. So it's a production
rolls off
class
the tank
car, but luckily managed to get it going again. It was a course vehicle quite close there as well. I don't know if he spun because he suddenly saw the course vehicle and was getting a little bit close. Right, just going down through the Cup classes because they're always such competitive groupings. Tobias Muller, oh gosh, he's having a fabulous race. He's 10.5 seconds clear in Cup 2 in 7th overall ahead of Peter Turting, therefore the 121 Porsche ahead of the 123. Third in class is still Felipe Fernandez Lazo, who's very close to the tail of Turting, so that's probably helping Tobias Muller escape in that class. Cup 3, 949, Fabio Grosser leading that class, and that's for STS Team Sorg Rennsport. Second in class, Cup 3, a little further back. It's a name that's had so much success, multiple champion, and it's Christopher Rink sharing with Francesco Merlini and Josh Bednarski for Smurlis Racing. So Smurlis Racing having a good run there in Cup 3 class car, but we saw there one of their BMWs, car number 660, going for a rotation in its class in qualifying and then getting it wrong in the first corner of this race here. However, for Frank Stippler, going very, very well indeed in this race. David Pittard had got up into second place. We thought he might be closing, but then at the end of 4 laps, came into the pits and attention to the front left brakes. So maybe I'm always someone looking for a positive spin on this. Maybe they were hoping to have a really good run here, but maybe they're determined to end with another Ferrari win, and it might have to bring them back to achieve it in the 8th and final round of this 2023 Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. So you can be sure the car will be quick when it's back out on track. We can't be sure what's going to be the pace of the other 296 GT3 entered by Racing 1, because that's been into the pits twice for repairs very, very early in the race. So that's having them falling down the order somewhat.
So I'm intrigued to see what the issue is with this brand new Fricadelli 296. I'd love to know, just as a matter of interest and hypothesising, what is the deal when you purchase, acquire, however you term it, one of those cars and go racing with it, as Klaus Abelin did, had the vision, the foresight to do it, wins the 24-hour. Okay, there's obviously a financial element in having that car, one way or the other. They don't just give it to you. And then it goes, well, we want to use that for marketing purposes now, and it's going to go and be retired and go into a museum. What do you do then? Do you get it back? Do you still own it? Do Ferrari take it back? Do they give you a new car in place of, and you get this brand new one? Whatever, they've got this brand new nude carbon one with David Pittard at the wheel, has been so far at the start of the race, doing his usual stuff. but it does appear it's got some kind of brake issue.
Well,
our official timing scheme still hasn't updated, Bruce, so that car is still actually shown as being out on track. Interesting, it's done Sector 1 and Sector 2, but no more.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
maybe Klaus
it's gone out again.
Maybe Klaus Aben in his deal was thinking, well, it's fine, I'll have the car for the rest of the season because no car that's not German has won this race in the past 20 years. And then they only went and did it. So suddenly it presented him with the delight of winning, but possibly the fact he would have an empty garage thereafter. But the team that had run Porsches for so many years, I mean, what a golden result for them. But again, looking at the pace we saw from David Pittard, started 7th, got up to 2nd place and was then going to try and see what he could do about that margin to Frank Stippler. Doesn't get to do it, sitting in the pits. However, Frank Stippler, Vincent Kolb, his teammate, will be in the garage going, this is good, right, we'll stick to how we were going to run before the race. We've got our plan, we know when we're going to come in. But right now, I think as soon as a slow zone is cleared, we may have a change for 2nd place because Marek Bachmann is sitting in the bright green and white Aston Martin with a car length maximum between him and the driver in 3rd place, which is Kuba Gimasiak, in the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW M4 GT3. 4 wins out of 7 rounds this year. You know, he took a couple of years away from racing, went back to the family packaging business in Poland, but he's been back with a vengeance since 2022 and looking very, very impressive indeed. And for Henry Walkenhorst and his Walkenhorst Motorsport team, it's good to see them back at the front end. They've had a few races where it just hasn't really come their way, but certainly when it's come good, as I said, 4 wins for Kuba Gimasiak. They're right back on the boil this year.
Now, there was a little bit of a slow zone there for that Pro Sport Aston Martin, as you mentioned, with the BMW Kuba Gimasiak number 34 right behind it. And the car that I saw in the background, my eyes deceived me for a minute there. It was exactly the same colour scheme. Well, it would be, because that's the 176 Pro Sport Aston Martin Vantage GT4 entry. And that appears to be parked at the side of the track.
Ah, that's very bad news indeed. I've just been taking a look at GT4. It's being led by number 70.
Vipperman, by the way.
170,
Sorry.
thank you very much for that clarification. Toyo tyres with Ring Racing. That's one of the Toyota Supra GT4s. And driver at the wheel is Andreas Gulden. He's leading what is called in these circles SP10, 2nd in the SP10 class, behind the Toyota. About almost 10 positions further back. In fact, precisely 10 positions further back. It's car 180, which is Teichmann Racing, and it's Hendrik Still at the wheel of that in this opening stint. So he's going well, 2nd in class, 3rd in class, just a whisker behind him. It's car number 176, which is Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin, but that's the one we think might be at the side of the track. And I noticed the driver linked to it has a surname Martin. So, Maxime Martin, is it you? Own up. Just trying to clarify that for you.
But also at Kesselchen, we've got the 140 Black Falcon Mercedes GT4. That's definitely part of the side of the track there, which, oddly enough, is at the very end of a code 60, which is for other reasons. So we've got our code 60 120 down at the GP circuit still.
We've got a pit caller, one of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMWs. High shot, just trying to identify. Is it car 34 at the end of 5 laps?
No, I think it's going to be 35. Because no, it is.
It's 34.
It is the 34 car.
Note it down.
Right.
Note it down, Dano.
So as we were talking about strategy and stuff early, so it's done a 5-lap run. Now we can expect 7 laps around here as a
a typical, occasionally an 8 if there are lots of slow zones,
yes.
And but that's
if you don't have to coast.
Yes, you don't want to be coasting to the end of the lap.
8th lap is a fuel-saving lap, to say the least. It'll give you a good lap time to be extremely light, because most of it will be vapour as opposed to actually fuel.
Powered by your prayers. Mechanics looking under the front splitter of the number 34 BMW, because they've probably been looking at the live footage as well and spotted the snow he did that certainly Kuba Gimasiak was using curbs and air to try and overtake various points on the circuit. So anxious was he to try and make up ground all over again. Very, very strong start. In fact, any replay of the start I think would go rather well on YouTube, because the cars were 3 abreast, 4 abreast, even 5 abreast as the GT3 runners in the top class. SP9 went down towards the first corner of the race, but luckily no contact was achieved in those first few corners. We got away with it. But certainly looking at Kuba Gimasiak's car, looking all neat and tidy, and as we've seen, very, very quick when out on the circuit. But again, mechanics still looking underneath. Had he clattered into one curb too many, might have reported that he wanted to come in and check it. He might not have even been planning to come in after just 5 laps. No, he might have thought, I'll go longer, but I'm starting to hear something. And certainly if you rattle a car, these very solid cars, over the curbs too many times, then it can be a cause of concern. Those mystery noises, and you think, did I cause that? Shall we get the team to check it out?
Yeah, so whilst our timing screen hasn't updated with pit odds, number 30 Fricadella 296 Ferrari in the pits, it is, we can assure you that, and it has his driver stint is recording, having done 4 laps only. So he's definitely in the pits with that car. It is now dropped. It is now dropping down the order. In fact, it's now 14th. Yeah.
Yeah, just waiting for that to come through and complete 5 laps. So should be, yes, he's come through now, classified in 14th. 2.5 minutes down on race leader Frank Stippler. So that is longer than you'd normally expect to lose in a pit stop. Yeah. We saw lots of attention to the front left brakes. So
Gamaziak staying aboard the 34 Valkenhorst M4, which is what they tend to do in this. They do sort of 2 hours, and then that's it, job done. Hand over to your teammate, in this case being Christian Pronis.
Yeah, you always have to see how they do the split. Does one driver, if you've only got 2 drivers in lineup, does one driver do the first 2 hours and the other do the second 2 hours? There's no, the second set of 2 hours, there's no given within that. Often on a really hot day, you'd like to move it around a bit, but certainly I think there's a lot of advantage to having your if you've got 2, you do the first 2, you do the second.
Exactly. As you said,
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de. Red Bull verleiht Flügel.
Falkenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
willkommen bei der NLS.
So all is set fair at the lead of the race. In the lead of the race, Frank Stippler leading for the Shira Sport PHX Audi team. 8 and a bit seconds to good over Marek Bachmann, who's fighting the good fight for Aston Martin Pro Sport Racing. However, there are various incidents around the circuit that are bottling the cars back up. Rather pleasing view. We have David Pittard back in the race after early pit stop, and it is indeed the SP10 Aston Martin at the side of the road. But right on his tail is Kuba Gimasiak. Both have made pit stops. I expected Gimasiak's number 34 BMW to have come out ahead, because certainly it looks a fair bit of investigation was going on to the front left brakes of David Pittard's car. He came in after 4 laps. Kuba Gimasiak came in after 5, but I expected him to be in front. But I think it may well have been the camera crews just caught attention to front brakes, because there is a minimum pit stop time. There is quite a generous pit stop time, and maybe the Fricadelli Racing crew, it wasn't long repairs, it was a case of inspection during that minimum pit stop time, but they've got him going again. So Pittard back in front of Kuba Gimasiak.
But he's a lap down, isn't he?
The payout will be
down.
Yeah. But running on the track. Well, no, because they both had a pit stop. No, I think they're fighting for position out on the circuit. He surely didn't lose a lap. He's listed, Pittard is listed at 14th at the end of the last lap, and Kuba Gimasiak 4th. But Gimasiak was coming into the pits, and Pittard is not taking any prisoners, it must be said, at the moment, because he had.
He's not known for it, is he?
No, he's not. he's not that way minded, frankly. But on the restart, they had a BMW just sitting in front of them, but they're in the fastest cars in the field, the SP9 class cars, and Pittard was off like a scalded cat. Gimasiak's trying to react, but I sense these are the 2 fastest drivers out on the circuit in 2 of the fastest cars, and I expect once they settle down this time around, we'll see what their laps are, but next time around I expect them to be faster still. But we do have a sort of handful of slow zones. Still the second of the Pro Sport Aston Martins, the one in the SP10 class, waiting to be removed. It's side of the track, on the grass, not on the racing line, but quite close towards the end of the lap. I'm trying to work out where exactly it was. I think it was somewhere past Eschbach. I think it was at Eschbach at the side of the circuit. And hopefully they can find a gap in the barriers and remove that, so we'll lose at least one of the slow zones. Race leader with 6 laps on the board. We've had five cars complete 6 laps. Now we've had a few more. Marek Bachmann in second place, 8 seconds down. Actually took a tiny fraction of a second out of race leader Frank Stippler. Dylan Pereira, a similar margin. No, in fact, Dylan Pereira is closed right on the tail. He's just under a second down on Marek Bachmann across the start-finish line. Waiting to see where exactly Pittard and Gimasiak come through in terms of their overall position. They'll be moving up the order, I would think. No, 6 laps on the board. They're 12th and 13th. They're separated by not very much at all. In fact, half a second they go across the start-finish line. So on to laps number 7 they go. So let's just run down that order again. Top of the field, Frank Stippler, the Shira Sport PHX number 5 Audi. Second place, Marek Bachmann. the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. He's 8 seconds down, and now just 3/4 of a second clear of the number 35 BMW from Walkenhorst Motorsport, and that's Dylan Pereira at the wheel of that. And we were talking before about, could we get a Porsche Cup 2 class car onto the podium? Well, why not? We've got one in 4th place overall, 5th and 6th, and let's go on down, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. And 11th for good measure. So basically we've got 3 cars in the top class SP9, and behind them we have 8 cars in Cup 2. But Tobias Muller still with a comfortable lead over Peter Terting. So car number 121 leads Cup 2, and the driver, as I said, is Tobias Muller. He's sharing with Christopher Buch and Moritz Krantz. They're 2nd overall in class. And the car that had a good advantage, the crew that had a good advantage over them, is out of the race. Benjamin Leuchter, Nico Close, they were all smiles. Sorry, Nico Otto, all smiles for Max Cruz Racing on the grid, and unfortunately very, very early fallers. And it did look as though either there was a mechanical problem that led to that, or over-ambition from Benjamin Leuchter, but out of the race, and that will certainly close their advantage from 18 points in class. We've got, I think we had 14 starters, so they could lose 14 points here, and that will certainly make it very, very exciting come the final round.
Well, we've got, is it 8? 8 Cup 2 cars in the top.
Yeah, top 11.
Top 11 now. It's quite ridiculous. We literally have the Shearer Sport by PHS Audi with Frank Stippler started that car. Kolb at the wheel of it now. Dumoulin in the Aston was in 2nd place, but has just left the pits. That car just having been handed over to him from Marek Bachmann. This battle, you're absolutely right, of course, Bruce, that this battle between Pittard and Gamaziak, captivating though it is already, I thought it was a lap out of sync. You're absolutely right, of course, that Gamaziak, whilst he stayed in the car, had pitted, so they are on the same lap, so it is for position. That's 12th and 13th. That natural order will change when that whole gaggle of Porsches, I'm not sure what the collective name for Porsches is. You've said BMWs is a bunch earlier.
I tried not to.
I'm not sure whether it's a phalanx of Porsches. I'm not sure. They obviously that order will set themselves out. But Pittard and Gamaziak absolutely duking it out here. 2 young pros at the top of the game. 2 cars with a more different philosophy you couldn't get. The ultra sleek, as you say, almost sexy looking 296 Ferrari, especially in that black. Looking quite amazing rather than traditional red. It's lovely to see a totally different colour one. But right behind it, breathing down its neck all the time, is that front-engined BMW, almost road tourer type philosophy, as opposed to a complete sports car with a mid-engine Ferrari. But both very, very capable of laps, very significantly fast lap times around this magnificent 25-kilometre circuit.
But that's why people love sports car racing. You get the different shapes, and I mean, there's no championship in the world that gives you more different shapes than the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. Everything from the fastest cars in SP9 class, you know, and again, the variety from manufacturers within that, but you know, right down the field. But when you've got 2 Nürburgring experts, as we do in David Pittard and Kuba Gamaziak, excuse me there, sorry, trying to swallow, you know, going about their form in different cars on the same circuit. That's the only similarity, plus their experience. It's truly exciting, and a lot of the fans who attend the NLS come to a large number of these races, and they appreciate the various scraps within the overall battle. But that's certainly one we'll keep our eye on. So they're both very early pit stoppers. Pittard's car, the number 30 Fricatelli Ferrari, after 4 laps. Kuba Gamaziak, the number 34 BMW, after 35 laps, no, sorry, 5 laps, and then after 6 laps, the Pro Sport Aston Martin out of 2nd place. Guido Dumoulin has taken that over, but the other cars remain with their starting drivers.
But it's often said that variety is the spice of life, and you certainly get enough of that here in NLS. As you say, fabulous, different the shapes, and it's something for the fans of which we are. We're just very lucky, very privileged to be able to talk about it. It's something intriguing. How will the front engine car go against a mid-engine car? Where would it work? We've been watching the set times. You've got 2 drivers there of you know, pretty equal status there, in Gamaziak and Pittard, and they're duking it out, and it's absolutely brilliant. I think these cars, I mean, you cannot rule out Gamaziak getting to the sharp end of this grid, if not the top step of the podium. Therefore, Pittard, who's ahead of him, despite that issue at the moment, is still only in 12th place. Gamaziak is 13th with a routine pit stop. So what is the ultimate pace of that Ferrari? And that begs the question of, if the Ferraris had work in the garage, it was a fair bit of time there, and I'll look at the minute on the analysis to how long it's been in the pit there, and it can still do that. What's it got in reserve? But more to the point, why can't he pull away from Gamaziak at the moment?
I think that's a very, very good point. We talked about things being delivered in different ways, but there are different reasons for this. But you all know, people who've competed in cars, when you've got a brand new car, you want to test every single thing on it, just to be sure that it's all working clearly. And maybe David just felt the brakes needed a bit more attention. Maybe he used them quite heavily on the opening few laps of the race. Certainly going from 7th place up into 2nd, he was pressing on very, very well indeed. Looking down through the classes again, always have to keep looking up and down through the classes. Cup 3, which is for the Porsche Caymans. Second of the Porsche Cup classes. It's still being led quite comfortably by Fabio Grosso, car number 949, 20th position overall. Next in class is about 5 places further back, and it's car 959, one of our camera cars, and that's got Patrick Gruter on board. But it's been a very tidy first few laps for Grosso's car, because he's got very well clear in that. So good job early days, but we've got to go through the cycle of drivers, and we'll see how that works. But right now they're having their own fabulous battles. 944, well, that's a good Porsche number. That's 5th in class. Great race livery on that. It's pale blue with orange, not in the normal sort of Gulf way. It's not a Gulf one, but it's a colour scheme that people have appropriated over the years, alleviated by a couple of white stripes on the nose, but looking very good. And I love that commentator's help, where we have 3 drivers on board. They all have the same surname. You look at the timing screen and it only lists the surname, so I can't tell you which of the Irmas it is at the wheel of that car, but the others will be admiring how well it's going, running 5th overall in class.
So just looking at the Pittard thing, actually it was, whilst we saw that glimpse of it being worked on that front left and measuring the thickness of the brake discs, or rotors as some people call them, I'm guessing actually, just looking at the pit stop durations, Bruce, that was just really routine of a new car. Because
I think it was, and I think again, because as I said, you have a minimum pit stop time that you can have, and of course if you can get everything done, you've got time to check other matters. Notice that Darren Turner has taken over the Door Motorsport Aston Martin, so I do expect a little more progress from that, because he's bringing the Durr brothers along very nicely. But the black Aston Martin Vantage with the white stripes up its nose should be starting to work its way up the order a little bit. He's down in 14th place overall, and he's about a minute and a quarter, minute 20 seconds down on the Pittard-Gamaziak battle.
Yeah, which we're just seeing coming out the end of the dotting up into the Tier Garden. There's a Cup 2 car there right in front, which of course they can't out-drag. So Pittard's had to use all his experience there. He didn't win the 24-hour by accident, or part of the driver line that did. So he tucks in behind it. And what does Gamaziak do? He tucks in behind that. So the Ferrari gets a toe off the Cup 2 car. The BMW gets a toe off the Ferrari. What does Gamaziak do immediately? He hits the flasher button and starts basically annoying David Pittard, trying to distract him. Every little bit of psychological thing you can do, any kind of advantage there, just to put him off, make a mistake, and you can be distracted and do that sort of catch it in the mirror, like yeah, I know you're there. That means you're thinking about them and not concentrating on the bit in front, and that's exactly what the hunter, in this case Gamaziak, wants to happen. It's just for that slight error. Pittard is at the quality where he's not going to put the car off the track. That doesn't happen. But that little bit of a distraction, that minuscule, a thousandth here, a thousandth there, a foot or centimetre wrong way, just gives you that opportunity. And we often say pushing somebody into a mistake. What we really mean is that's not physically, it's pressurising, using every tactic you've got in the driver's toolbox psychologically to put the guy, girl in front off, literally distract them from concentrating on their job, sit behind, and then pounce when they're there. And that's what Gamaziak's doing. He hasn't achieved it yet, but this is fascinating with only 1 hour into the race, Bruce.
Yeah, and we got a Cup 2 car up into 2nd place overall. Tobias Muller has moved up because everybody has made a pit stop, with the exception of Dylan Pereira. The number 35 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW seems to be going for one further lap, or was that time coming as he went into the pits? But certainly our race leader has come in, the number 5 Audi. Vincent Kolb has taken that over and will drop back, but of course they will have a shorter run to the finish from their final pit stop. We'll be doing that later in the race.
Bruce, forgive me, you're just looking at a timing screen there, reading off the times, and the bit of we just saw on the television feed there, the pictures in the background was of Pittard and Gamaziak getting to the end of the GP lap, into that bit I've described, that funnel, if you like, that filter as you go onto the Sabine, onto the Nordschleife. And Pittard just went all the way over to the right to take the correct line. And immediately Gamaziak just pushed the BMW a little bit further in. Just enough, as I said, I've just said about this distraction technique, everything you can in the armoury of, if I place my car there, will he think I'm coming through? Will he therefore hesitate and come out of the throttle? And it's all those things. It's gamesmanship. You're trying to get that error, force that error out of the driver in front. Hasn't achieved it, but he had a look up the inside as if to say, if you think about it, I will have that opportunity.
Yeah.
Now, Pittard unceremoniously took his 296 and shut the door and missed the front of the BMW by centimetres. Gamaziak will have known that. Pittard will have known that. These two, it's absolute top-class racing watching these two in two totally different cars. And this is for outside the top 10 position at the moment.
Yeah, they will fight their way back. But again, as you were describing that so beautifully, Snowy, that just watching the two of them going through the Grand Prix loop, each of them right out at the edge of the circuit on every single corner, knowing exactly where they wanted to put their cars. And it is a case of looking at master craftsmen going about their business. And again, when you see every driver must love racing on the Nordschleife, probably slightly terrifies some of them because it's such a challenge, but when they finally get back to the space, the Grand Prix circuit, you can see them just looking for that line and knowing they can run a little bit over the curbing because there's nothing out beyond to bite them apart from embarrassment, and then just weaving it through, just looking down through the classes a little bit more. I thought we talked about Cup 2, Cup 3, TCR class is being led by car number 801, and that is the Muller-Bill Motorsport crew of Norwegians. Three of them on board, and the driver who gets the early stage is Kenneth Ostfold, sharing with Anders Lindstad and Hakon Scheren, and they're looking very neat and tidy out around the circuit. That's a TCR class car, and looking at SP7, I haven't talked too much about that. And that is, it's about a 15-second, 20-second advantage for car number 67. This is in the special class for cars with engines between 3.5 and 4 litres, so plenty of grunt for them. And 67 is the Teichmann Racing, it's a 911 Cup class car, so different ways of splitting that one.
For the avoidance of doubt, if you're not yet certain or know why you watch this, why we talk about this way, fire up whatever device it is that you watch or listen on and observe this battle for what is now 7th and 8th places. Two young guns in effectively manufacturer cars, totally different dynamics, the most challenging circuit in the world in dry conditions, at it, hammer and tongue, giving each other absolute respect, but millimetres of room between them. This is endurance racing. This is what it's all about.
It is, and totally.
I'm excited, as you can tell.
Yeah, no, but it is. It's about exactly that. It's seeing people who are really on top of their cars, delivering things that only the very best can do, making them tiptoe, make it look as though it's easy to get a flow around the circuit. Of course it isn't easy to get a flow and be quick, but they're both certainly very quick. Just double back to check their times last time around. 8 minutes 31. You might say that's very slow, but even as I take a look down the Dottinger Herd, there's a rescue vehicle going slowly up.
Yeah, we've got slow
long
zones,
straight.
yeah.
So we've got slow zones here, there, and everywhere. But here's the caveat. Their rivals in class, a lot of them have just made pit stops and nowhere near as quick. The front-running car, the cars that are in Cup 2 that are running in, still filling much the top 6, they're another 15 seconds slower. That is the sort of pace, but again, the riding clause on that is where you catch the slow zones around the circuit, but most certainly nobody is getting a clear run around the outside.
Yeah, I mean, the difference between these two, Pittard and Gamaziak, we're talking about in the Ferrari and BMW M4, respectively, 8:31.7, 8:31.6 on that last lap.
No.
And battling it out, as we said, millimetre perfect, just superb, and it's like a concert pianist. It's absolutely just people at the top of the game. It's artistry. They're absolutely superb watching these two. And of course, what we mustn't overlook is that Gamaziak won the last 2 races with Christian Krogs in the 34 car, but the 35 car with Dylan Pereira, the other Valkenhorst car, is currently leading from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I did say that. 5 Cup 2 Porsches in those places. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Then we have our Pittard-Gamaziak battle for 7th and 8th. So it's currently BMW leading 5 Porsches, a Ferrari and then BMW. And then we have 9th, 10th and 11th, also Cup 2 Porsches. So it's a bit of a Porsche Cup 2 Cup day.
Yeah, what I need you to do at the moment is check on your little tracker map over there and just check the location where on the circuit you're thinking you're seeing number 35. We've got a Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Our lights flashing, but that's chasing a Ferrari, so we know the identity of those two. That'll be David Pittard being chased by Kuba Gamaziak along the Dossinger Her. In the background appears to be Darren Turner making great progress. I think that's black and white Aston Martin in the background. Couldn't tell because the headlights are on. So many drivers. The day was very bright. It's going down a bit, but for Pittard and Gamaziak, their lights are on just to get the other cars out of the way, let them know they're coming through. But nose to tail at the start of this lap and nose to tail at the end of this lap. Still the Ferrari ahead of BMW. Both were pitting early, but Ferrari for Pittard came in after 4 laps, and a lap later there was a response from Kuba Gamaziak and the Walkenhorst Motorsport crew, and they come through in what we call 1st and 2nd positions. I'm waiting to see if it's Darren Turner who comes across the line next in 3rd. No, it isn't. No, he should have been some distance further back, but again, it was a long shot. But by dint of pitting early, we have cars that were running before the pit stops in 2nd and 3rd / 4th positions into 1st and 2nd. But then again, those that pitted later will have a benefit later in the race. They'll have a shorter final pit stop, because again, pit stop time is mandated according to when you come in at the end of the first stint. Well, when you choose to end your first stint. If you come in after 4 laps, which is David Pittard, your minimum pit stop time is 283 seconds, so 4 minutes 43 seconds. If you come in after 5, it's another 23 seconds longer. And that is why Pittard, still with the attention to the brakes, came out just in front of Kuba Gamaziak. It's a sliding scale. It's a tricky one always to get your head around. And just waiting to see when Darren Turner's time goes on the board. He's still down there, still waiting for him to complete 8 laps. Sorry, it was another car with a similar livery in the long shot. But 1st and 2nd, we were enjoying it when they were racing over at 14th and 15th positions. But now what we've had is the Porsche Cup battle. That's all dived in. Remember, we had
synchronised pit stopping.
Well, they've been doing synchronised racing, but it should be, one would expect, the Tobias Muller car coming back out in the lead of the race. That's still listed on our timing screens as 3rd place overall. That's fair enough. Kay Kramer Racing is showing with Christopher Brook and Moritz Krantz. But the big question for me, having pitted later, having pitted after 7 laps, Vincent Kolb's taken over. He's coming through in 4th place overall. This is the Audi that led away from pole position in the hands of Frank Stippler, and he'll be playing catch up. But don't forget, he'll be pitting 2, possibly 3 laps later than his rival when he makes his final pit stop, and that will be a massive advantage. A much, much shorter time we'll have to have as his minimum pit stop time.
And I think they'll put Darren Turner in the Aston into, I think, if my calculations are correct, into 7th place.
Well, we'll see if you're right.
Yes.
Oh dear, 102 has suddenly slowed. That's one of our camera cars. As it stopped at the side of the circuit, that was a car very well placed. Christian Boonagel.
That's a Black Falcon Porsche.
Sorry, Ben Boonagel, car 102. It was running right at the sharp end of the field in Cup 2. This on our timing screens is 7th overall. Just served a pit stop and then just going slowly at the side of the circuit, waiting to see if that's got going all over again. Hopefully so, but can't tell you as yet whether that's the case. What I can tell you is the lap times are coming down again. The slow zones gradually being lifted around the circuit, because our race-leading duo of Pittard and Gamaziak last time around, separated by what, 46 thousandths of a second in terms of their pace. 8 minute 14. Nobody else anywhere close to that. In fact, the next best is the driver in 10th place, which is 9th place, which is Vincent Kolb, the number 5 Audi from Shearer Sport PHX.
One thing I can absolutely guarantee, these two gentlemen, Pittard and Gamaziak, they will be loving this. This is what they want to do. This is what it's about, going racing. That's what they want to do.
Couldn't agree more, because it's there's a certain purity to having a real charge. And sad, while we've got one Aston Martin for Pro Sport going very well, the 176 car, we saw this parked at the side of the track. This is the one running in SP10, and Guido Dumoulin, Yevgeny Sokolowski, and someone called Martin. I'm just trying to get to the foot of which Martin that was in that one. I just closed an entry list by mistake. I'll double back and find that, but that has listed as only having done 2 laps, so on the 3rd lap was when that pulled off, but that's now been recovered, not only to a safe place, but being brought back to the back of the paddock to be loaded up for, well, they can put it in the garage, take a look, load it up for repairs. A little bit of a frustration there.
Now, Bruce, you mentioned the 102, the Black Falcon entry, so it was parked at the side of the track.
Well, it slowed.
It was slow. Okay, well, that is. You asked where it was on the track. Even I think, how far on the circuit was it, do you think, when it was at the side after the pit stop?
No idea.
Okay, because it appeared onto my tracker as to being
it was on the Nordschleife itself.
Well, that was my interest, because it appeared to, as soon as I said I looked it up on the GPS tracker, and it's in the pits. It has now left the pits and is just getting to the end of the GP circuit and about to go through Schween-Smith's curve and join the Nordschleife. So slightly conflicting information there. As you say, it was definitely parked at the side of the track quite early on onto the Nordschleife after a pit stop. Now appears to be, certainly according to our tracker, and we do get occasional glitches in the tracker, it will speed up, slow down a bit, but it's pretty consistent pace at the moment on the tracker, which is I need to get eyes on it. But we'll keep an eye on. That's the 102 Black Falcon entry that we're talking about, that appeared to have a slight issue immediately post pit stop, but seems to be back in the mix of it now. As you say, those lap times of those top 2 cars, Pittard and Blanchard, 8:14 each, 1:24 and 1:70, whilst running nose to tail around the Nordschleife.
Gamaziak just he's just copying Pittard, that's what it is.
Amongst another 98 cars, or thereabouts, 90 odd cars. Utter class.
It's good, isn't it? Right, okay, sorry, I've been very slow. Guido Dumoulin is sharing with Celia Martin, who retired, not Maxime. I didn't think Maxime would be in that one, but I better double check. But forgive me, with 104 cars on an entry list, sometimes you can lose one for a second. So Celia was the driver who parked that up, so didn't get to have the fun she was looking for, and had replaced Yevgeny Sokolowski in that car. And again, it's a feature of this championship. A lot of teams put in an entry and then discover one of their drivers has other things to do, like business, family, or simply someone else wants to go, and they said, why not? But so Celia Martin, the driver of that one, or more to the point, not the driver of that one, because it was rescued back to the pits. In fact, I now appreciate that was probably the one I saw being brought back down that long haul down the Döttinger Höhe and retired to the paddock.
The BMW Porsche battle a little bit further down the field. I'm trying to get numbers on these two as they come through Tiergarten, and again, different dynamics of vehicles. Front engine BMW staying ahead. This is the 899 BMW and the 949 Porsche.
Well, the 949 Porsche was the one from STS Team Sorg Rennsport that had been leading its class, leading the Cup 3 class. And 899 was leading its class because it's in its own class, the BMW M2 class, and it's Thomas Leyer, the wheel of that. But once the Cayman got past, it was a very tidy move down the inside into turn 1 in a livery we've had for a long time in the championship. The Sinziger mineral water going through the loop at turn 5, which is on the Grand Prix loop where you sort of double back. That's where we had the trouble early on. But you're quite right, the car's running very similar pace, but certainly going about it in a different way. One much easier to imagine being a road car, but they're both at the production end of the field than the other. But the BMW, you count the number of BMWs who've competed in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series over the year. It's a prodigious number and lots of different model shapes, but certainly very, very popular in the production class.
So battle still continues at the front with David Pittard leading in the Fricadelli 296 Ferrari, brand new for this event, this car. I've had it delivered so late they haven't even been able to paint it, I joke. But it is there. It has got little green bits on the wing end plates just to make it stand out. I'm not sure that's ready for 24 hours. Second place, immediately behind him in 0.5 of a second. Yes, half a second behind is Nürburgring Maziak in the number 34 Vulcan Horse BMW M4, and they were sharing times last time. They've opened it up. There's 3/10 quicker now.
It's a chasm.
It was thousands before. Now it's into tenths, which is making it 8:13.7 and an 8:14 dead.
Going through turn 3 of the Mercedes arena, Nürburgring Maziak's just got bored with the black stuff. He had at least 2/3 of the car on the green stuff as the track went sharply to the left, just possibly so he could have a slightly better entry, a wider entry into turn 4. But they've negotiated round a rather elderly BMW GTR at the back of, but got it before he got out of the Mercedes arena, and so battle recommences. David Pittard into the drop, then the compression, and they'll come up and rise to the chicane. Vidola, and tucked in behind, as ever, his shadow. Nürburgring Maziak, 4 wins already this year. 2 wins in the last meeting a fortnight ago. What a success for them. It's only 2 wins valuable when your rivals trip up, including the 5 Sport PHX Audi, not once but twice, and you come home with sets of both balls of footballs, then you're laughing, aren't you?
Yeah, I know what Pittard will do. Bragging right there. You've won 4 of the rounds this year. Well, 24 hours.
Will he ever let that go?
Of course he will. Every right not to.
Exactly so, but right.
Still quite a lot of code 60, Bruce. We haven't gone to a full course green yet for quite some time now, and I mean, obviously that little bit down at the UV circuit where we had those 2 Porsches and then the one Ferrari, that's cleared. But the main issue now is it's over at Kettleshen still, where I'm not sure what car it was. We had. Did I say it was 140 that was parked over there originally? I think it might have been. Which was, yes, it was the Black Pole Mercedes 140 that you saw that was parked at the side of the track there. So I'm just trying to see where that car is at, but I'm assuming there's some kind of barrier repairs or something going on there, because that's been quite a long delay there down at Marshall's Post 127 through to 9. It's only actually yellow flagged at the beginning of that, but it does become a code 60 at Marshall Post 129, which is just literally that last kind of a double left-handed kink of Kettleshen on that hugely fast run up through Clotical and up to the Caracciolo Carousel. So one of the fastest, most daunting parts of the circuit. But in the right car, in a GT car, GT3 car, it is absolutely awesome. I wish the 2 leading cars, one of them practically good exactly. I'd love to see an onboard camera on that car sitting there, just how much of the rear there Ferrari can he see it sometimes, just so close sometimes. I bet he wants it in tail lights.
Yeah.
He can just keep wing. And Pittard's there, I think there, yeah. The radio camera has it easy. I jet. I exaggerate for that too.
Which is good. But you know, earlier in the race, when I was trying to find David Pittard, he was so close, coming behind the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin, coming along, dotting her at the end of the opening lap when he was trying to get into second place. I couldn't see him, but I didn't want to say I can't see him. I just had to wait until you could suddenly see the edge of a black wing just coming out of the rear wing of that brand new Ferrari 206 GT3, and of course he made the move stick very nicely indeed. But it shows just the art of slipstream and getting in really, really close. And some people then get a bit spooked. They've got almost too close and they've got to pull out and make their move. But
yeah, you don't spook the likes of Pittard easily.
Well, the likes of anybody who's an expert on the Nordschleife, you know, you've got to be absolutely remarkable.
The kind of attitude that if you say to him you're close to the pit wall at the start, which he was, all the way to the right hand side, probably say something like, it's not painted, so it's a bit thinner, isn't it? I can get closer. He's got that kind of philosophy. It's that kind of mentality of every competitive advantage. You know, it's only a matter of millimetres, but it's thinner, therefore a little bit closer. And that's what he did. And Maziak, though, had different ideas of that at the start, and he was nearly right up there, wasn't he, at the start? He is there now, though, and it is, let's say, just half a second between these two, Ferrari and BMW. Still that whole group. Is it? What's the clip? We haven't decided on a collective noun for Porsches yet. Is it a posse of Porsches?
A plethora?
A packet. Harry says it's a packet.
Packet of Porsches?
Packet of Porsches.
A platypus of Porsches.
A parrot to them? That's the Australian version, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's kangaroos, that.
Yeah.
So, dry conditions. people doing things exquisitely well and running different tactics. That's why the cars that were not leading the race, that in the first stint it was the Sport PHX Audi car number 5, started by Frank Stipman, now in the hands of Vincent Kolb. That, pray tell, why has that fallen down the order? Because it pitted late. That's why it's only third. That pitted after 7 laps, but Pittard's Ferrari from Fricadelli Racing, the brand new car from this weekend, pitted after 4. We worried there was a problem, was going with the front left brakes. A lap later, Cooper Gimasiak up from 3rd position came in. He pitted after 5. Those 2 cars have gone back out and lead the race. However, the gap back to 3rd place to Vincent Kolb is 1 minute 27 seconds. Last lap, Gimasiak and Pittard pulled away by 13 seconds from Kolb. So Kolb going to have to get a move on. It may well be the zone. He certainly wouldn't be that much slower around 1 lap of the Nordschleife, but bear in mind the Kolb car, the Sport PHX Audi number 5, that pit much later than rivals, therefore its final pit stop will be shorter than its rivals. If you go short on your first stint, you've got to do full fat, full length subsequent stints in the race, but Sport PHX have got the option of doing it differently.
I was wrong in my assertion that Darren Turner would be up to 7th position. He is in fact up to 6th.
Yes, I just spotted that.
So I'm sure he'll be in the car saying, keep up, Harry.
However, he's not likely to be catching Dylan Pereira. Dylan's 1 place further up the road, but more importantly 14 seconds, more importantly than that, 5 seconds quicker last time around the terminal. So Darren pressing on, but it's a big walk, this walking horse. BMWs this weekend look in tip-top form. One's in 2nd place, one is in 5th, but they're able to lap very, very quickly indeed.
Yeah, it's almost a relatively sedentary lap there, isn't it, for Turner at an 8.25. Interestingly enough, the other slower car, albeit a Pro-Am, is Dumoulin number 17, Pro Sport Aston Martin, which is currently running in 4th position. That's on an 8.26, an 8.26 and an 8.25 for the 2 Astons. That said, the Stippler number 5 Audi, now with Vincent Kolb, is an 8.27. So the 2 Astons and the Audi slightly off the pace compared to the Ferrari and the BMWs at the moment.
Yeah, it's really hard, and it's something that advised us that every single sector of the lap is clear and running at full racing speed. Always quite hard to call it in. Would very much be misled, because also, as we've mentioned many a time in the past, you could end up looking at someone's lap time not knowing that they actually just had to encounter a slow zone that was cleared after them. Talking of clearing, David Pittard is pulling ever further clear at the start of the race. He was just a half of 6/10 of a second clear in the previous lap, but with 10 laps now on the board with 3.1 seconds. He's lapped in an 8 minutes 15.5 for the driver in 2nd place, Kuba Gimasiak.
I think he's pitted. I think Gimasiak dived into the pits.
I thought I saw him in the background of the shot. Let's wait and see.
I thought that was a GT4.
Check on your tracker, it could be. There was a dark car in the background on the right-hand side, or left for drivers view. No, I think he's still there. There's a black and red car just a short distance out of shot, going through the Mercedes arena, down to the Grand Prix link cut through. No, the BMW is still there. 2 other cars in between them. David Pittard trying to work another one. Through the cut through on the loop he goes. The BMW is very nicely out of the way, neatly, tidily. Thank you very much indeed. David Pittard presses on the black unliveried Ferrari. The only livery on it is a green flash on the side plates, the rear wing, and just a little bit upflanks the car.
Yeah, the difference out of the 2 lap times, Pittard was an 8.13 dead, and Gimasiak was an 8.15.5, and that's allowed the gap to go from half a second on the previous lap to 3.1 across the line. So Pittard absolutely stamping his mark on this race, and just reminding us of quite how he managed to win as part of that lineup the 24-hour back in May. It doesn't happen by accident, as we say.
Nope, and more to the point, nor does Kuba Gimasiak winning so many races in the past couple of years. 4 in the bag already this year. Yes, he's fallen back a little bit. Day getting rather grayer at the Nordschleife. It's certainly suddenly starting to look, is it grey enough for a little bit of rain to be coming? We saw quite a busy, brisk wind before the race got underway. We started half an hour late because barrier repairs were still being conducted, but certainly the blue that was in the sky has sort of leached away. We've got a sort of milky white and grey sky, but for now it's still dry, and for now the lap times are going down, which is very, very good news indeed. But bear in mind we had a sensational pole lap of 7 minutes 53 seconds from the number 5 Shearer Sport PHX Audi. Frank Stippler at the wheel of that, and right now that car is in 3rd place, but it will be making its 2nd pit stop, the 2nd of its 3 planned pit stops, so that's several laps later than 2 cars in front. And Vincent Cole, yeah, again, the last couple of laps, he's lost a fair bit of time. He's 1 minute 48 seconds down on the race leader and 1 minute 45 seconds down on the driver in 2nd place. So that's Pittard and Gamaziak consecutively and respectively. But we really need Vincent Cole to pick up the pace. This is rather hemorrhaging the chance for Shearer Sport PHX to take a first win of the season. They've won before, but this season they've never been higher than 4th. It hasn't been a classic season, but they've had 3 non-finishes in a row. So it's hurt their championship chances, but right now getting back on the podium, Peter, is what Frank Stippler and Vincent Cole need to do. However, it's a big however, the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin car number 17 is only a few seconds behind them. Let's count the seconds. We're talking 7 seconds behind. Actually, the moment lapping at a similar pace in the hands of Maxime Dumaret, but as soon as Marek Botman gets back into that car, that will really start flying.
Yeah, and Gamaziak in 2nd place. BMW has he's 6 laps into, 5 laps into this stint. So he's got this and at least 1 more to go. And it's slightly misleading for the leading car at the moment, but that's on 10 laps in total. So I think he's on the same 6 lap there. It must be on the same, yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what these two. What I'd like ideally, and we'd all want from an interest point of view, and captivating as this battle is to have the 2 pit identical times, have the identical pit stop, rejoin and recommence battle at exactly the same distance, or maybe put the BMW a little bit closer, just to go back to full racing again.
Okay, I get out the mighty chart of doom. According to how close to the finish of the race you make your final pit stop, the closer to the finish, the better. Your pit stop would be shorter. And let's say an average lap is, let's call it 8 minutes. It's slightly more than that. At the moment, the best cars are lapping in 8 minutes 13. But if you pitted 48 minutes before the end of the race, bear with me, 302 seconds, so 5 minutes and 2 seconds. If you pitted 40 minutes before the race, end of the race, 281 seconds. So there's a fair saving in there in terms of time. We're talking there 26 seconds. So if you pit a lap later.
Exactly. So 8 minutes, 1 lap later, gains you 26 seconds.
Yeah.
Off your full distance.
Our race leader, he will have to make his final pit stop, 3rd and final pit stop, as many as 3 laps before the Kolb and Stippler came 2 laps. That car came in after... No, I've got it down as pitting after 7. In fact, sorry, I'll go back to as I was before. So it might seem as though it's an absolute disaster for Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler's car to be 1 minute 48 seconds off. But the lack of pace, unfortunately, at the moment, has cost them. This race has come down to a 2-horse battle. If Frank Stippler was in number 5 Audi and knocking out really quick laps, they would still be in the mix, despite being seemingly at the moment so far adrift. We're not even at the halfway point in this race, and he's fallen back. But the important thing is, as we said, 26 seconds was the difference if you pitted 1 lap earlier before the end of the race. The gap between first and second was only 3 seconds. It's not enough at the moment for David Pittard. He's got to press on, because that final pit stop for his car ought to be a lap ahead of Kuba Gamaziak's car. It sounds like you have to sit here with the slide rule, but it's quite simple. If you make your pit stop very early in the race, it means you're really going to have to go like crazy to try and suck up the advantage that you've gained.
Yeah, it's all part of that strategy and tactics, isn't it? Of what's the best, and it's tempting to do that, but almost you're playing a joker early, and that's the danger. That by doing that, you do have to have that pace in the middle.
Yeah, once you've done it, you've done it.
You've done exactly. It's out. It's there. The danger of that is, of course, if there's any incidents, if you get full course yellow a lot of the time, that's fine because you have the opportunity to have that pace. If you don't and get lots of code 60, we've only got one at the moment. We haven't had a full course green for quite some time now. It's only one small area. But if you get a few code 60s, somebody has an incident, there's a long barrier pair or recovery of a car on track on the back of an intervention vehicle, that can scupper your opportunity to then do that quick stint to catch up. You've played your joker already. That's the danger.
Yeah, options. What options?
Yeah.
This is the
exactly.
problem.
They're taken away from you.
I also am beginning just wonder. We did see attention at the front left-hand corner to the brakes on the brand new 296 GT3 Ferrari. So they slightly hampered themselves by coming in a lap ahead of Kuba Gimazia, hitting after only 4 laps, which is unusually early. But I just wonder if David Pittard was going, I'm just not happy with the brakes on this brand new car. Can you please check for me? So that rather could have forced in his hand if that was the case. So 10 laps on the board, 3.1 seconds between our race leader David Pittard in the Fricatelli Racing Ferrari and Kuba Gimazia in a better place than the Walken Horse Motorsport BMWs. Early leader, pole sitter Frank Stippler's car now in the hands of Vincent Kolb. That's the number 5 Sport P8 PX Audi. That's the best part of it, getting towards 2 minutes behind them. But in turn, about 7 seconds ahead of the lead Aston Martin. We've got Aston Martin's in 4th and 6th position, but it's Guido Dumoulin who is in better place. This number 17 from Pro Sport Racing in second of the Pro Sport BMW. He's very, very close to him. This lap, that's Dylan Carrera, who started the race in the number 35, and Darren Turner now 6th overall in Dortmund at the moment. I think that's for Motorsport BMW. That car started, it was first keen enough, and went out and went down to his place, and maybe slightly more circumspect of a race about the last pretty early. Faster than Vincent Kolb last time around. That is why we've got Walken Horse Motorsport BMWs not only in second but now in 3rd place, and quite clearly the driver from Luxembourg, Dylan Pereira, will now pull clear and pull ever further away from Vincent Kolb. However, at the end of this lap, it'll be 12 laps on the board, and it will be time for David Pittard to come into the pits, one would presume, if he did his first pit stop after lap number 4.
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you? But you never know. You never know. Will he go for an 8th lap? I doubt it.
Well, by my reckoning, he's on the 8th lap at the moment. He pitted after 4 laps, unless my eyes deceive me. Could you check on your little tracker map? He should be around somewhere, one would suggest, early part of the Nordschleife, so possibly around Flugplatz, maybe a little bit further on, maybe Arenberg, Fuchsruhe.
Are you settling for X-Müller?
Gosh, he's quicker than I thought.
Yes. said many a team manager about Pittard. Yes.
He's on the move.
Yeah, he'll like that. That's the best accolade he's had all day.
Right,
he's quicker than I thought. And he thought he was quick.
Oh gosh, put the handles on his cage.
Yes.
Right now, Cup 2, it's been a cakewalk so far. Masterclass from Tobias Muller. Car number 121 from the K. Kramer Racing stable in their red and black racing. Red on the flanks, black on the bonnet and the roof and the tail. Bottom half of the car, but he is very well clear. He's let's do the maths on that one. He's best part of half a minute clear of 103, which is from the Black Falcon team Techstar rather than team. As sizable as it is in Cup 2. In fact, 12 seconds is his margin of advantage over a car from a sister car number 949, which at the moment is in 26th overall and being piloted in his second stint by Stefan Bayer, who is doing the second stint. So here we go. So neat, tidy in Cup 3.
So we're expecting our race leader, as we've just said, David Pittard in the Fricadelli 296 Ferrari to make its way into the pits at the end of this lap. It's had one pit stop in it, which slightly caught us off guard because they started doing some inspecting work on the front left in particular. I assume they were doing the same on the front right. They wouldn't just do one side, but they were literally out with verniers measuring the thickness of brake discs, and initially we suspected that was a problem, but it wasn't. I think it's just routine for data collection for Ferrari, I'm sure, to all their engineers who were supporting that car, to have the cars working and settling in, or use of its brake materials. So that it slightly caught us off guard. We thought it was an issue, but it wasn't. And so Pittard is currently just going through Flansgarden. My apologies, he's slightly ahead of Schwalbenschwanz now. It's Gamaziak that was at Flansgarden, so a little gap between them. That gap had moved out to 4.7 seconds.
Yeah, in the previous gap he gained a second and a half, but we know he's got to keep pressing on because as hard as Gamaziak is chasing, it's limiting his option and providing and presuming that David Pittard, by dint of that car having made its first pit stop a lap before Gamaziak's car did, has got to find about 26 seconds, so he's got to keep pressing on. And of course he's got a very, very handy backup in Nicky Katzberg, who's going to do the second half of the race. We did initially have Felipe Fernandez-Laza joining him in the car, but he was competing also in the Cup 2 Porsche Cup class, so may well be it's just Katzberg and Pittard who get to drive the number 30 Ferrari for Fricadelli Racing, a brand new car for this weekend. Of course, they won the Nürburgring 24 hours early this year. You might think, why aren't they using that car? Because it's been put into a museum and they had to have a brand new one for this weekend. Great to have them back, and also for the sake of the Ferrari 296, it's great to have them still in the race, because the racing one, number 19 in SP9 AM, was in the wars early on, had 2 early pit stops, and absolutely on cue. As 12 laps are completed, a 4-lap stint is followed by an 8-lap stint, and in from the lead comes David Pittard. That means he should be able to sit down with a coffee and a biscuit, and Nicky Katzberg walking out to take over that Fricadelli Racing Ferrari. Dolly Jack's out. That's, I don't think, anything to worry about. They just want to pivot the car around through 90 degrees, so it's standing waiting to go back out at 45 degrees to the pit angle, which is exactly what it says in the notebook.
I'm not sure whether our intrepid pit lane reporter will be able to get an interview with David Pittard, who is, of course, English, but speaks fluent German, because he lives out there and has his delightful girlfriend, I think fiance actually, Natalie, who is German, so he speaks fluent German. So according to that last time, Johnny and I went to listen to that, and he was fluent in German, and I thought, the man there's no end to the man's talents. He can drive racing cars very quickly and multilingual.
Did you not hear him doing the interviews after 24 hours?
I was asleep by then.
Oh, well, fair enough. Fair enough. Right, interesting. Kuba Gamasiak ought to be a next time around. Of course, these will be these are not ones that this middle pit stop is not one that's controlled by any particular time. There is a bare minimum, but it's not controlled according to where, how close to the start or the end of the race. This is a standard pit stop time, so there should be no advantage gained now. But Gamasiak has picked up his pace. We know he needs to get a move on, but most importantly, the Pittard crew of Pittard and now Nicky Katzberg have got to be absolutely on their toes. But they rolled the dice early. They pitted firstly after 4 laps and then after 12. So a 4-lap stint, an 8-lap stint, it means their final stint is going to be longer than their rivals, or more to the point, final pit stop will be longer than their rivals by dint of it being made probably 1 lap earlier than the Walk and Horse Motorsport number 34. Just double-checking lap times. Just got to keep refreshing the screens because it's such a big gap between the first pair. Walk and Horse now in the lead. Kuba Gamasiak, David Pittard in the pits, handing over to Nicky Katzberg. Then you have to wait. And Dylan Pereira, we saw, move up into 3rd place last time round. Made it very easy for himself, but unusual manoeuvre round the outside of turn 5, which is the cutback on the Grand Prix loop. Very tight corner, but Vincent Cole doesn't have the pace to stay with him, and in fact lost 10 seconds to the second of the Walk and Horse Motorsport BMW just last time around.
verleiht Flügel. Falkenreifen.
world's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook,
Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
willkommen bei der NLS.
Out. Sun is shining on the wicked. No, it's the other way around, isn't it? But an amazing shot. The run along the Dottinger Her. It goes on and on and on. Not on and on so much in a high-speed car, an SP9 class car, because you're travelling at enormous velocity. But a rare shot in this race. We had 96 starters. There were only 2 cars on the length of the Dottinger Her. I know the rest were scattered around the circuit, but it just goes to show. And yet, other times you look and there are fabulous slipstreaming battles, multi-class cars, and people trying to gain an advantage, trying to thread the eye of the needle. But it just happens on long circuits, and 25 kilometres of glory, of course you'll get those moments.
I mean, on the Dottinger Her, I mean, none of the cars are slow down there, and they're all doing what they can, maxing out for their particular class. But those SP9 GT3 cars, they're pulling 270 kilometres an hour down there, so 170 miles an hour. Down there and having to drive to somebody and flashing the lights and checking all the instruments, because it's relatively easy at that point. They don't have instruments these days, they have dash panels and things, and engineers to talk to you. I know.
No Vaglia chronos and stuff like that?
No Smith's instruments with chrome bezels anymore.
Right.
No.
Deeply shocked.
I know. Yeah, they have screens they can scroll through and buttons to press and
Okay, I can't tell you exactly how many years ago this was.
You can, but you probably don't want to.
No, but I can tell you, it was when Ralph Schumacher was at Williams. So that's a fair few moons ago. And it was when I went up to Silverstone and they were experimenting with dropping driver information onto their visor. Like fighter pilot style.
Head-up display. Yeah,
and I
exactly.
just thought the difference is someone in a jet fighter has got quite a lot of space up around them. I know they're travelling at huge speed. Someone who has been travelling at huge speed, a huge smile on his face, is David Pittard, and he's being interviewed down in German in the pits, and luckily Snowy's fluent in it, so he's saying, I'm very happy indeed, and it went rather well. What a fabulous battle we had.
Yeah, he's just thanking Bruce and Snowy for giving him the mojo to be able to go and lead the race from where he was, despite the little bit of brake issue. He's very, very happy with that, and it's basically all credit down to us, and he's looking forward to paying our agent's fee.
I can't believe he reckons it's 5 seconds a lap. If you're happy with that, Pitbull will be happy too. But what he will have enjoyed principally in that was the fact not only was it a great start to go from 7th and by the end of the opening lap be up into 3rd, but all drivers want a proper scrap, don't they? And that's precisely what he got. He's talking about code 60s now. All the drivers will be talking about those because they come and they go and they help you, and equally they can hinder you. But the smile is there, the satisfaction that the team have got coffee, biscuits, and he's got a very, very good backup in Nicky Katzberg, who's out on the circuit. The Tall Dutch driver will be going about his business. Wait to see what his lap time is next time around and his relative to positions to Kuba Gimasiak. But Gimasiak should be joining David Pittard in having time off in the second half of the race, because his car, the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, should be in the pits next time around. That will be 13 laps on the board. In fact, Kuba Gimasiak, double check, has just completed 13 laps. His time was an 8 minutes 17. Just trying to see if he's come into the pits. I think he's probably just come in the background.
You often mention race drivers' body language. You can learn so much from that when they just got out of a car and had a pit interview, as we've just said there. But it's a well-known fact that racing drivers' smiles are proportionate to race position. and David Pittard there grinning from ear to ear because his car's at the front and he's just put it there and he's very happy. Nicky Katzberg got in the car with exactly the same demeanour of like, all we've got to do now is just bring it home and don't mess it up.
What colour do you like your Aston Martin? I can give you a choice of two that are running nose to tail. The one that's green of nose and white of tail, that's Pro Sport Racing, that's Guido Dumouriez. The car right under his tail, black with the two broad white stripes up over the snout, the roof and the rear, is Darren Turner right in the slipstream. And it's amazing, the Pro Sport car looks so much larger, but Darren Turner's had enough. He's eschewing the fame and fortune and he's diving into the pit, so buys a little bit of space for Guido Dumouriez, but certainly that was a very, very good lap from Darren Turner. Yeah, he took it again at 6 and a bit when I was waiting for his time to come on the screen. Well, he slowed to go in the pits, but he still was quicker than Guido Dumouriez. Dumouriez will carry on for another lap or so, but Turner into the pits.
So you can't really go into battle with no fuel in your tank, can you?
Some have tried. Some have tried. So could you look at your little tracker map again, because I can't do more than one screen at a time. I just want to check the placement of car number 34. Did he come into the pits or not? Hold on, I can double check myself. In fact, yes, he has. He's changed to Christian Cronje. So he did precisely that, but I looked one way and I managed to obscure what I was looking at, which is a little unfortunate. But yeah, running to plan. So that was a 5-lap stint and then an 8-lap stint. That adds up to 13, which is where we're at.
Self-sabotaging.
Sometimes it hurts. Right, we'd had a smiling David Pittard, and now we've got a smiling, beaming Klaus Abelen. Of course, still probably on a high from taking that emotional win in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Back this weekend with a second Ferrari, a brand new one, and clearly pleased at the moment with the progress that's achieved starting half of the race from David Pittard, and now waiting to see what Nicky Katzberg can do. The lap pace will be coming down, I am sure, and certainly for all the drivers right now. They might just think back to the start of the season or the end of the seasons in the NLS when you can race in fog and rain and snow, but today conditions are perfect and things going well. But the best thing of all is we've got this classic dogfight between Walkenhorst Motorsport, looking for its 5th win this year for Kuba Gamaziak, and of course the Fricadelli Ferrari that Fricadelli for so many years, Peter, fan favourite, running all the Porsches, running the Porsche Cup class as well. It seemed weird to have them in a Ferrari, but I'm starting to get accustomed to it, and certainly Klaus Abelen, really enjoying life up and down the pits, as he has done here for decades.
Well, they were just one of those traditional, sort of Porsche teams, weren't they? It's what you associated with them. It was always a Porsche, and then they news broke that they were going to get a 296 Ferrari, and it was just like, really? And then of course they made good with that very, very quickly by winning the 24-hour. And it's you say, you kind of get accustomed to it now. It's almost, oh yes, because they do still run their Porsches. Well, in fact, the last 2 rounds they were running that Porsche. So when John and I had the 12-hour event just 2 weeks ago, so they do still run that. As long with Falcon, and a shame not to see Falcon out here this weekend. They did the first of the 2 6-hour races a fortnight ago. In fact, they were second and third. Second in one of those cars was David Pittard. So he kept himself match fit and kept his eye in at the Nürburgring, to say the least. Nicky Katzberg, who's in that leading car at the moment, hasn't driven one of these around here since the last race he did, the 24-hour, which he won. It's part of that lineup. So we mentioned about being match fit. I think some of the level of Nicky Katzberg, it doesn't fade a bit. Most of us will get tarnished and get out of practice. He may have a minuscule layer of dust on his Nürburgring knowledge, and he'll just blow that away and get on with it.
Nice image. It's like people who've had their marriage vows for a long time before they get to use them.
Yes.
However,
I've had these for a while, I think was the quote.
However, what you think about where Nicky Katzberg has been doing the majority of his racing this year, he's been competing against the hypercars in the Le Mans 24 Hours. The World Endurance Championship, not competing against them, competing with them. So it's a totally different mix of cars here, totally different circuit, but this is where the drivers earn their corn. And if you could be seen to be competitive in GT3, in LMP2, in GTD Pro, GTD AM, that's what the people want. And you think for many years, Nicky had raced on the European scene, increasingly in demand in the States as well. It's great to be the person of the moment because, your phone rings. and you can be busy. You've got to pick and choose. But then, of course, even in that lofty caliber in which the very best drivers are competing, they've still got to try and get their championships to meld. You don't want to, you know, it's one team chief might be offering you a drive, but you go, oh, I can only do 4 of your rounds. You'd like me to do 6, but I can't, you know. It's give and take. It's a bit like trying to fit a commentary schedule together. It's always so difficult trying to get those dates to meld and do the events you want to do, as well as the ones that sort of pay the money.
But as you've just said, what you've got to remember, a lot of these drivers, it is their job. We always think of racing drivers being glamorous, high profile, like airline pilots. It's a job to them, and that's what they get paid to do and do it well, and that they are subject to all the things that we all are in regular jobs of, you know, measurements of this. Are you performing well? All the different levels, and we saw it last year with the BMW Junior team with Dan Harper, Max Hesse, and Neil Verhagen. You know, one of the rounds here, BMW put them into a GT4 car, I think it was, because they are BMW paid drivers, and they wanted to develop that car and have data that. Because they're such a good set of drivers and work together so well, they put them in a different category car, and you're doing the NLS in a different category car because we want your feedback on developing this product, and that's what it is. It's not a car; it's a product to them. What was interesting was I remember talking to Dan Harper about that at the 24 Hour and just saying, yeah, how do you feel going into what might be a lesser category? And he said, no, he said, actually, he said, it's brilliant because what it does is it opens your eyes to how it is to be in a different speed category of what those GT3 cars are like. So you understand when you come behind them even more, how to treat them, where they go. And he said, and I just thought, yes, it's just more intel, it's more knowledge in that knowledge base. Of you'd have thought logically it would have been, oh, it's a downgrade. Not at all to him. It was just a sideways step. That's who I work for. That's what we're doing. What's he doing now, Dan Harper in particular? British GT in an M4, 4 Century, but it's BMW again.
Yeah.
Go there. You're doing great at the Nürburgring. Go and do it in Britain as well. And he's won some fabulous races this year in that M4 on our British GT program. And it's a job. Yeah.
It is, and it might be slightly frustrating if you're well placed in the SP9 class battle here and you wanted to go for a title, but you are paid for.
You're an employee.
By that, and of course BMW off the back of that, you know, gaining great benefit further down. Now, I was slightly earlier in the race, in the background of a shot was an E46 GTR BMW, and it's been racing here forever and a day, and Hofer Racing have brought that out, and for Michael Kroll, Chantal Prince and Alexander Prince, so keeping in the Kroll family, but with Alexander being the son-in-law. But they were racing last weekend. Again, we talk about people moving around. They were competing in the 24 hours of Barcelona, or Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, as we have to call it, until they changed the name again. So driving different machinery, different circuits, different countries. Again, it's a rich time for people who just want to sort of pick and choose what races they do, what class of car they want to race. You know, you wind the clock back, if you go back to the sort of 1960s and 70s, there was lots of variety. Then it all narrowed down to sort of one-make formulae, and GT racing fell away, but it's back with a vengeance. And this is just great to see. But if you're a BMW fan, you could stand at the side of the track with your I Spy book of BMWs and tick them off. We have pretty much every body shape from the mark from Bavaria. Manheller Racing running a BMW E90. So again, it's a production wagon class, production car class, V4 in that class. You've got 3 BMW 325s and the rather earlier E90. Looks neat and tidy still, but actually that's had a few candles on its cake.
Not as many as me, though.
I don't get a cake these days. I have an inferno.
Exactly. Yes.
Could you blow the house out, please?
Yes. Call the fire brigade. It's his birthday again. So we must be having. I'm just looking at the 35 entry, the other Valkenhorst car, as it were, that's currently at the top of the field, as it were, with Dylan Pereira at the wheel. Dumoulin in the Aston Martin, the 17 car. That's just into the pits as we speak, and Dylan Pereira must be bringing the other. 14 laps completed at the top of the field here. The Cup 2 Porsches, the GT3s, have dropped a little bit down the order, but they are now, admittedly, 7th, all the way through to 16th is Porsche 911 GT3 Cup 2 cars.
They're
All
good.
of them, in a line.
They're good, aren't they?
They are.
They go the distance. They
All on
last
the same lap, yep. As I always say, the Porsche does what it says on the tin.
Dear me. Christian Cronier's got very, very close indeed to going round the Grand Prix loop of the circuit, and his closing speed was rather more than he thought. So he'd already jinked one way. He had to sort of do a double lift. That was just coming out of the cut through on the Grand Prix loop. Got that under control again. Now he's into the dip and then up the rise into the S's, but pressing on very hard indeed. His last lap was his first lap out of the pits, just waiting for that to come up. So Dylan Pereira, the sister car, number 35, Morgan Horsburgh Sport BMW, that was the last of the front runners from the SP9 class to make its first pit stop. We thought it was running on air, but maybe they've found that's a way to go. Keeps the car light.
As long as it doesn't run out, it's fine. Yes. So I'm just waiting for our time to be able to settle down. The fastest lap of the race to date is still the currently third place car, the number 34, Christian Krognes driven Vulcan Horseman BMW that had Kuba Gamaziak at the wheel of that at the start of the race, and what a start it was he made, even into literally the start into that first corner, defending from a very hard charging David Pittard in the 296 Ferrari, getting as close as he possibly could get a Ferrari to the pit wall. With even Klaus Abelin was going mind the paint, but it wasn't painted.
Yeah,
but a 7:51.6 is what stands as the fastest lap of the race so far from Kuba Gamaziak quite early on.
Well, that's not speed to spare. They'd used all the speed that they might have had to spare, but I
hope they as competitors of theirs, I hope all the competitors are thinking, I hope they haven't got anything spare.
Yeah.
Any more in reserve, please.
Well, I'd very much like to see a replay of the start, because I'd like to digest, because it looks like it was going to come to blows. And when I thought someone was going to break late, I didn't necessarily think it was going to be Kuba Gamaziak who got it wrong, but he did get into the lead of the race from fifth. But alas, then the corner came upon him and he wasn't ready for it, and round the outside he went. Didn't spin, but had to drop back down to sort of roughly where he started, back into fifth place. But for Frank Stippler, he's been through that first corner more than a few times, and he saw the black and red BMW coming up the inside and thought, okay, you have the inside, I'll turn in, thank you very much, and tucked it back into the lead of the race. And at that point, alongside was the number 17 Aston Martin, Marek Bachmann. So they started first and second. They were demoted before the first corner, but came out of the first corner in first and second. But behind, the real story was David Pittard on the move as he worked his way ever further forward. Seventh on the grid, and third at the end of the opening lap, and shortly thereafter up into second place. But then we were confused. We were thinking this is surely too early for a standard pit stop. In he came with that Fricadelli Racing Ferrari after only 4 laps, which is going to make the end of the race very interesting indeed. But all we can expect from Nicky Kattenberg, all the team is asking of him, is drive incredibly fast and don't fall off. Well, that's the sort of thing he does. So not fall off.
Yes, double negative. Yes.
Yeah, it is. It
So we've got, we're almost approaching a full course green. Finally, we do have everything at Castelchen has now been cleared, and Klostotol. We just have yellow flags and a 120 a little bit further around on the exit from Caracciolo the Carousel on the run up to Hoat, the highest part of the circuit, funnily enough. But if we go back to full course green shortly, that'll be the first time since 18 minutes into the race, would you believe? It's been that long, and we are at 1 hour 53 to go.
Commenting that a lot of the BMWs look fabulous out on the circuit, one that looks slightly less special than it might have left the pits is Adrenaline Motorsports number 652. Why? It's slightly shorter than normal, missing a little bit of the rear valance, if you will. And unfortunately, that happened very early in the lap, because he's not even got to the S's, and he's been through about 5 corners with the tail end of that car hanging off, dragging weed along the circuit. And that's going to be... Is he going to tuck in the back way to the pits?
No, he's going on to the Nordschleife.
He's trying to get rid of that damn thing that's chasing him.
He's probably unaware of it.
Quite possibly, but making a bit of noise, but anyhow, hanging on by 1 if not 2 threads. But that's we don't want that coming off and someone else hitting that. That would be
well, that, of course, that's always the issue.
The big worry.
And, I would be surprised if that completes the lap with that on there still. Therefore, on that basis, where does it come off and where does it go? So,
yeah.
Which car was that, Bruce?
652.
652. Thank you.
Adrenaline Motorsport Team Motec. American driver Mike Skeen Yannick Hills and Michel Albers.
Right, now that car had an issue, yes. Now that was quite a while ago, because that had a collision. This is the 652 car, yes?
652, you're driven by Michel Albers at the moment.
Okay, yeah. That had a collision with the 67 Nitro and Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. Both did continue, clear, as in we've seen the BMWs, but the Porsche did as well. But that was quite some while ago.
Well, you never know. Some of these things can just come a little bit loose a little later on.
Well, exactly, gets dislodged, hasn't necessarily been the result of it immediately, but these things can evolve. But as you said, the concern there is not from a performance point of view, but it's from a safety point of view of, does that stay on? Do you leave it on? From a drive point of view, you may not even be aware of it. And I was just looking at the footage of it there. It's dragging along on the ground on the driver's side, on the near side of the car, as it were, the left. But the driver's mirror won't have that view down to the track. It'll be an aft view of the rear quarter panel for cars there. So you won't necessarily, if you can't hear it and it's not metal dragging, it's just a bit of plastic. Yeah. If it's not making a great deal of noise, and racing cars are pretty noisy, but you're also quite insulated because you've got a crash helmet on that's padded and etc. and foam. So, and you may well have earbuds in for radio to talk to the crew. So he may not even know it's there. So he's driving blissfully unaware. And that can be so frustrating, because if you do receive the flag of you've got to come in and tend to it, you're just like, why? And all the marshals will, I'm sure, reporting that this debris is dragging along, because you don't want it coming off and going through the front of the car immediately behind.
You absolutely don't. Right, here's a little quiz for you, a little quiz question.
Quiz time.
Walkenhorst Motorsport. Give me a manufacturer.
BMW.
Very good. I'll give you another one. Hyundai. Because they're running an i30N, multicoloured, and unfortunately for Tatsuo Otis and Nico Hanke, that's just taken the shortcut through the back way from the Grand Prix loop back into the pit. So it sort of loses the progress it made around that point of the circuit, the sort of 9 or 10 corners, and is reporting for repairs, one presumes. Or maybe it just went past and the team have pointed out it needs a bit more go juice on board. I rather doubt that, though, the team of that calibre.
So the code 120 I mentioned, halfway between Carousel and Hoacht on the right-hand side, that has now been escalated to a full code 60 again, sadly, as in we've gone backwards in that sense. And I think that is for barrier repairs to do with the 176 car going off, which is the Pro Sport GT4 Aston Martin that went off, not the GT3 version. They got one of each. So you mentioned these teams often running different cars. You just mentioned Valkenhorst there with the BMW right at the front and a Hyundai as well.
Two at the front, and Sami Matti Trogan listed
two at the back.
At the top. Yes, indeed. Listed at the top as the top runner at the moment, but that's because it's just coming to make its second pit stop, and the Finnish driver who started in iRacing and has competed in car racing and rallying ever since. The last couple of years, he's just taken over from Christian Cronjes. So no, he hasn't. Cronjes has taken over Gamazio. Sorry, I've gone slightly loopy there.
Different car.
Dylan Pereira, of course, but they have done longer first and second stints, and they will have a bit of payback later on. Looking for lap pace, Christian Cronjes, I said his name because I couldn't read two lines consecutively. He in the number 34, just going through the S's at the moment. Getting back to quick times. We've had that long period without much in the way of all green. 8 minutes 9 second lap. That's the fastest lap for quite some while we've seen in the race, but not far behind and really looking very, very handy indeed. Nicky Katzberg's getting a move on. He was an 8 minute 12 last time around, but I must say that 296 Ferrari, when you touch a curb in it, it bounces around, very dynamic, and its change of direction is immensely fast.
Bruce, looking at my entry list here, which of course is old-fashioned printed with lots of writing on it, because I understand those things. Squiggled hieroglyphics, it looks like. On the 35 car, I have it down as Dylan Pereira and Niklas Krutten.
You would.
However, on our timing screen it says Trogan, which would be Sami Matti Trogan.
Yes, exactly. Just mentioned he'd taken over. We saw Sami Matti being interviewed on the grid before race. I forgot to point that out to you because I knew he was sharing with Dylan Pereira. Didn't see Niklas Krutten, and then when the name came up on the screen, but having seen him on the grid, we quite like to see people and go, okay. But again, it shows that a lot of these teams, Walkenhorst Motorsport included, have a sort of gaggle of drivers, a phalanx, a stable, call it what you will, and they employ them in almost like a rotating basis. Number 5 Audi.
I think it's just a list.
Frank Stippler, but it could be, you try and simplify things, keep it stupid, or is it keep it simple, dummy, or one of those, I can't remember. Right, Frank Stippler back on board the number 5 Phoenix Sport PHX Audi. This is the car that qualified on pole by a tidy margin, but it was an interrupted qualifying session, but brilliant lap, 7 minutes 53, come what may. We've seen faster in this race, a 7 minute 51 from Kuba Gimasiak, but in race trim, thus far, the number 5 Audi moving up the order. But now, I'm afraid Vincent Kolb didn't have his best run today and lost a fair bit of ground. And just run through the fact that we have 15 laps on the board, Stippler on board as well. So he took it over after 14 laps. They did a 7-lap opening stint, a 7-lap second stint. This could have some factor in the race. But again, the element of the 2 cars it's most clearly competing against is the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, the number 30 Fricadelli Racing Ferrari, and they came in earlier, one after 4 laps, one after 5. They've now made their second pit stops as well. But by dint of doing a longer first stint and a similar length second stint means the final stint will be a shorter one for the Phoenix Audi. But I think they've just lost too much ground in the second of the 3 stints, and they're just into the 3rd stint now. Just double checking, waiting for the run of Cup 2 Porsches to dive into the pits to make their second pit stop. The highest place is still 121 for K. Kramer Racing, still Tobias Muller. And he's sitting very well placed in 4th place overall as the GT3 runners from the SP9 class start to make them and finish making those second pit stops. But he's got a tidy margin of, get this, 45 seconds over the next car in class, which is still 107, or more to the point, 107 rising into that 3rd place. It was from 3rd, it's moved up to 2nd now. Good starting stint by Reinhard Koffler. Arnie Hofmeister going really well, so he's moved ahead of 120, which has got Tim Scheerbart at the wheel. That's WNS Motorsport, and they deserve a good run because 2 of their cars in the junior classes of in Cup 2 and Cup 3 have had their problems. It's incredible. You can run many cars and they could have a really long race, and you could have 2 completely separate incidents that take out a couple of your cars in 1 lap. And we had that earlier for the Cup 3 Porsches for WNS Motorsport, but at least they've got one running well in Cup 2.
So that BMW is still continuing past the pits with its bodywork hanging off. This was the car we talked about a few minutes ago, which has had the incident, which was the 652, wasn't it?
Yes, correct.
BMW. With Albers at the wheel of that when whatever incident caused that. So with the mixing with the 67 Porsche GT3 Cup car. So both to continue, and I'm not sure how second-hand the Porsche's looking, but the BMW's not faring well. That bodywork. I didn't think it would manage a lap, but it did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It cost you a lot in gambling there.
Well, that's why I never do. never gamble with my own money. Logically, I haven't got any.
It's all gone.
It's an easy philosophy, yes.
All gone away. Right, looking at lap pace, I'm just trying to see whether... Oh, I tell you, he was doing very quick laps. I was just waiting for that time to come on the board and 15 laps to be completed. Yeah, Frank Stippler, 8 minutes 9.7. Almost matching the pace of Christian Cronjes, who's taken over from Kuba Gimasiak in that 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. It's running second to the sister car, but one senses its better place. We'll see as the stagger unwinds through the final couple of hours of this race. And we've passed the midway point in the race about 17 minutes ago, in fact precisely 17 minutes ago. The race started not at the top of the hour, but today, after barrier repairs delayed the start by half an hour, it started at 12:30 local time, and we're through to 2:47. So we're progressing through the race, and I think the pattern is being set, but I'm just interested in lap pace at the time and what Nicky Katzberg can manage in the Ferrari relative to Christian Cronjes. Last time around, Christian Cronjes was 2.5 seconds quicker, so Katzberg needs to settle down and get up to the pace in the Ferrari. And now, bear in mind that I think the Katzberg car, by dint of having made its first pit stop a lap after the Fricadelli Ferrari is in the driving seat. We had the wonderful second stint of the race with Gimasiak and Pittard nose to tail. They came out in, I think, 14th and 15th positions, but Pittard's car, as I pointed out, has to gain more time per lap. It has to start building a bigger advantage over the Ferrari, over the 34 Walker North Motorsport BMW, but alas, is actually behind it on the track. It needs to be ahead and pulling away to build time in for that longer final pit stop. It's not happening at the moment. I expected Katzberg to get in and get on with it. He's lapping very well, but certainly Cronjes is really flying. 8 minutes and 9. We'll see what they manage next time around. The gap between them, 7 seconds on the track. It needs to be 7 seconds and more in the favour of the Ferrari, and I think we worked out it needs to gain about 25 seconds before that final pit stop.
Yeah, 25, 26 seconds we thought, didn't we? Yes. Yeah. We're not quite at what I call full course green. We might be in a minute, but we only got 2 yellow flags now at Marshall's Posts 178, 177, which is the Stefan Beloff S. So yellow flag means proceed with caution, so it shouldn't affect the actually lap time, but just be aware.
Yeah, be aware.
Be prepared to slow down.
Be afraid.
It often leads into a 120, then a 60, so you have to be mindful of it. But so we're effectively on a full chat course now, as it were.
To maybe come here one day, race with 24 hours at Nürburgring. And
one of the things you always have to do in the NLS is look up and down the entry list, because you may find faces in places you didn't expect to find them. And last weekend, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, coming second in a Porsche 1-2 was Felipe Nasr. And he's here this weekend. He had a free weekend, and Porsche said, would you like to come and play at the Nürburgring? And he didn't look as though he argued too much. So here he is. A really intense battle last weekend at the Nürburgring. A great result for Penske Porsche Motorsport.
Resplendent in his, you say, Porsche Penske Motorsport team gear.
Did I say it the wrong way around? Yes, I did. I'm sorry.
Right. No, not I hadn't even noticed. Sorry, I was just admiring the cap, the jacket. It's one brand fits all.
Well, it does, and great days in racing when a manufacturer is spreading themselves across many classes. But you look over the history of the last 50 years in particular, and Porsche's done that year in, year out. They've been such a backbone of sports car and GT racing.
Which has so much history, has so much success.
But it's great, because a lot of drivers they would love to race on the Nordschleife, but often if you're not competing in a car or a championship that comes here. So I love it when a driver who's done what Felipe's done, he's competed in Formula One, is now a linchpin in sports car racing, still wants to come here and play. You think sometimes people become a bit lofty and they just have been narrowed down to what they do, but it's great to have that essence. And the Nasr family, that's almost the backbone of Brazilian motorsport as well. So still running teams down there, and again multi-generational.
Yeah, and I like my details, and I was just noticing that talking about his team gear there and the logos. If he's got on the brim of his baseball cap, he's got the number 7. Obviously, the car he runs in WEC. But of course, surname Nasr, N-A-S-R. Yeah, what's he got embroidered on the side of his baseball cap? It's Nasr, written in the same font as NASA. So it looks like it's an American space agency. There's got to. They need to get paid, pardon, doesn't it? Yeah. So from ground-borne rockets to real stuff. He might be an astronaut as well.
I was going to say you haven't asked what he's doing next weekend.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Houston.
Meanwhile, back on the track, Nicky Katzberg now going faster than Christian Cronjes. So as things settle down, it's getting quite grey over the circuit, and I'm just starting to sense, are we getting slight drops of what we call drizzle? I do believe we are. Car number 102, one of our camera cars, Black Falcon car, turning through turn 1, and the windscreen wiper is on. He didn't want to put it on to start with. But looking ahead, you can see there's some very dark clouds, but bright sky beyond. It's only going to be one of those Nürburgring partial, we told you it was raining. It's not, is it? It is, it isn't, it isn't, etc., etc.
We'll look at the quick look at the radar, the map, and see what we're doing. Weather-wise, what's predicted for today? Well,
while you're looking at that, Just want to point out a little bit of a good lap last time round from a Mr. F. Stippler. 7 minutes 57. There's no rain on his part of the circuit, that's for sure. And that's going down towards one of the fastest laps of the race, but the fastest we've seen for a long time, with lots of slow zones. We've got out of those, but then as we get out of those, we get that slight sprinkling of rain. We've got a car coming in diagonally into the pit lane, so clearly one has had a clatter. Hazard lamps on. And typically, of course, when you have a car with a problem, of course your pit garage is the one very close to the end of the pit lane, so you have to go the whole way down sideways, uncomfortable. So it's treble 5. It's a very, very bright livery on that BMW. Just double checking which car it is.
That amount of issue on it, I think it's kind of academic where your pit box is in the pit lane.
Yeah, but it's all about maximising
Exactly.
every single second. Right, further on round the lap, we're now going through Hats and Back, and it's looking through the windscreen of one of our camera cars, the 102, the one on which we first picked up the little bit of drizzle. He went past the pits.
Yeah, that's
a little bit more, but it's not
really
rain
increasing,
yet.
is it? No.
But driver on board nearly ran too deep in the corner. So as he exits just beyond Hats and Back, suddenly it's is it raining? Is it not? Yes, it is. The windscreen wiper is on full time. Big moment of the car.
Yes, so now
Hot icon didn't turn in.
Red and yellow flags out all the way around the circuit, which it's slippery surface or change of surface flag. So exactly that very large, literally the last two turns of the Hats and Back. Suddenly, what we were saying, is it, isn't it? Yes, it was. All of a sudden, the wipers on the screen were just covered. And I was just looking at the weather forecast, and it is literally predicting 10% chance of rain. When? Now. That's when.
And yet, as we continue to ride on board with the 102 Porsche from the Cup 2 class, suddenly the really dark grey clouds that were up ahead as he went through Flugpats have gone behind him. It's still raining, but not as heavily. It was one of those, spring or autumn sprinkles that suddenly turned into really intense rain. We had them a couple of days ago back home. I got back from Spain, and you're halfway out with the dog, and suddenly, it's not really raining. Oh, it's raining absolutely fully. But as diving further around the lap through the Adenauer Forest on towards Kallenhart, it's brighter in the distance, but the distance isn't where the cars are. They're where they are at this particular point, and it's still drizzle. But the heavy rain that came at Hocheichen has disappeared, at least for the driver of this car. Next time around, will it be the same? Of course it won't. It's the Nürburgring.
Well, it can change the whole face of the race quite literally. Now our 102 Porsche just getting caught up behind a Clio and a Cayman, and just having to discretion, better part of Valor there, just sitting behind and waiting for a minute. I wouldn't say it's a wet track or a wet on the tyres yet, but now interestingly enough, where is 102 on the circuit now? Let me just get it onto my tracker now. It is at Kallenhart. Yeah, going up to Nordschleife, and it's starting to pick up again. As I say, the wipers go back on again. So the next part of the circuit there, it is wet again. So it was again at the end of the Hats and Back. Then it faded, you said. Now it's actually really quite heavy rain as our 102 onboard car, the Black Falcon Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, is coming out of Nordschleife, coming up to Exmüller. And it is definitely wet there, and even under the braking there, seeing it understeering on, having a bit of a moment there, a bit of a code brown for our driver in there, just having a little bit of understeering and lock-up. ABS working as hard as it possibly could there, as it now just drops down. Yeah, flags out there for change of surface, tippy-toeing around, having to caress the pedal on the throttle there, and probably the brake as well for that matter. Just all of a sudden, this is what we're saying, you've got to adapt so quickly, because if you don't, and just this great onboard footage here, there is a bit of grass at the side of the track at that part of the circuit. It is a ribbon of grass. It is not even the width of a car, so you can't afford to make any mistakes. Track now shiny wet as you approach the big right-hander of Bergwerk, and then you drop down the hill here, and then super fast. And you can see there that the wipers are going to stop in a second, almost guarantee it. It's gone into daylight again. Nice and sunny, well, not daylight, sorry, nice and sunny again. Sure enough, as we say, the wipers go off. I bet there are auto wipers on a Porsche, it's all posh, isn't it? They have rain sensors and things, even on the race car. They're back on again for a quick flick through the left-hander there, and going up onto Kesselchen, what is normally an extremely fast part of the circuit. And this is again another problem for drivers when you're in this situation. It's a fast part of the circuit. It's normally where you get the hammer down, get on with it, because it's fast and flowing. It's a clear track, but it's wet and you're on dry tyres. So how hard you put the throttle down? Do you have a twitch? Do you have a moment? Equally, if you're going into pace, you can't lift that much because it puts another dynamic in the vehicle, and it's really tricky. And you can't go too slow because you're just literally just hemorrhaging time, and you can't do that.
As I say, rain doesn't matter in a straight line. It's when you get to the fiddly bits beyond. But certainly we've seen a couple of stabs from both of our camera cars when quite clearly the front end doesn't want to play massive understeer into the corners, and then it gets to the yellow and red flags being waved and held up by the marshals all around. But right now, for the past 3 minutes or so, I think every driver on this circuit, wherever they are around the course of the lap, will now know there is either rain about to hit where they're going or they've already gone through it. But on the positive side, there are still patches of much brighter lights and the breaks in the cloud. But at the moment, for much of the lap, it's just a case of a bit of drizzle. But they know everybody should have been through a patch of fairly heavy rain in the past handful of minutes. So, but as ever, it's a bit here, a bit there. It's not uniform, and it's about not hemorrhaging time, as Peter, not backing off too much, not having too much caution. You've got to keep on pressing. And I think this rain may pass through. I don't know what your weather map says, Snowy, in terms of the longevity of the rain. As you said, let's check the weather map. It's saying it's 10%, but now, and you were absolutely spot on, quite a big 10%, mine.
Well, it's only actually 10% of the circuit. Well, it's proper wet, but it is only 10% of the circuit. Let's just say that. So now it's looking a little bit overcast coming on the Dotting Hoa. Now, we've got the Pro Sport Aston there with the Porsche behind it. That's got its wipers on. That's possibly because it's behind the Aston, therefore a little bit of spray. So yes, the Pro Sport Aston wiper on. There's even, as you come up the hill there, going to Tiergarten, a little bit of spray there coming off the Aston. So it is starting to get wetter.
Now, of course, what you have is a limited scope through corners because every car's going to understeer a little bit in the rain. But the last thing the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin wanted as it came through the final sequence of corners was a little Schnitzelarm BMW from one of the junior classes tiptoeing around. That's just reported into the pits, but it suddenly put the number 17 Aston Martin on a line it didn't want to be on. And the Marek Bachmann going towards the outside of the circuit where you have limited return. More to the point, maximum scope for just running a little bit wide and going off. But he's taken over from Guido Dumoulin and he's pushing on very nicely indeed and lapping as pretty much as fast as anybody else out there. Marek Bachmann's had a brilliant couple of years, getting faster and faster and running with the Dumoulins, having a good old time. But a top result here would be a podium for them. We'll see what will be manifest. But right now he is pressing on very nicely indeed. Just double checking. All the front runners have done 2 stops, waiting for the last of the Cup 2 cars to come in to make their second pit stop. They tend to run longer stints than the cars in the SP9 class.
Now, I was going to say about a long camera shot there of the Pro Sport Aston coming through the GP circuit, and it looks initially dry as a bone. However, the wiper on the Aston, which sits vertically most of the time, is just it does look like it's on auto wipe almost, because it's just intermittently doing 3-4 wipes. That's it in that section. So now 102 Porsche, the car that was the Black Falcon engine that we just had the great onboard footage of where that rain was coming in through Hatzenbach and etc. Now that's coming in to almost ram its sister car.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there. It was going straight at the side. Actually, the W&S Motorsport car,
sorry,
which is the team that's had all the problems.
Car, we've seen 2 Porsches do that together. What I'm intrigued to see is, I was hoping the camera would stay on there now, it would see what tyres they put onto that 102 Black Falcon car. Now, we've got footage of BMWs and Porsches. One BMW going quite slow. It is most definitely wet on the Dotting Hoa all the way along now. We're not just talking wipers on whatever. There's spray, there's lines on the track now. So this is going to change the entire face of this race. How is that going to affect everybody at the top? Where are we on driver stints at the top of this? We've got
okay, well, let's take the Pittard-Katzberg car. That came in after, we know, 4 laps and then did an 8-lap stint. So 4 and 12. We're on lap 17, so it could go on at least until, well, lap 19 or lap 20. But yes, who is closest to their pit stop? The darkest clouds we've seen, maybe just simply by dint of the camera angle, have been above the Grand Prix loop. And obviously some has passed over the Dotting Hoa. So maybe it's travelled down that long straight, clearing the end of the lap now. Hopefully it'll keep on travelling and head over to Spa. Keep going to the west. But we know full well from that heavy, heavy rain we caught on board Noah Nageldisk's Cup 2 Porsche that certainly it was strafing the track just sort of between Hatzenbach, Flugplatz and that run out in the early part of the Nordschleife. But what we can see is quite a few of the drivers are running at very, very much abated pace, certainly at the end of the lap.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've had any incidents because of that, Bruce. We've got a yellow flag at Hocheichen and 2 slow zones at Quiddelbacher and code 60s, 2 of those at Flugplatz and Quiddelbacher Hohe. So it's kind of evolving again. So we had a few minutes of effectively full course green, and then we've gone back again.
Okay, if you're looking at a circuit map and you've got the start-finish straight at the bottom of the circuit, if you will, it seems the top half of the track is a little drier than the bottom half in terms of your track diagram. And again, if your track diagram's at a jaunty angle, you won't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, indeed. Or if it's upside down, you've got no chance of understanding it at all. Your assertion that it's proven with the weather of going across the GP circuit, because as you're saying now that it's wet over at Flugplatz. So if it's going across in that trajectory, that would mean it's going to go out of the circuit, as it were, and disappear off, because at Arenberg it conveniently turns right as well, keeping away from the rain there. So hopefully it's just gone across that corner there. But it's just spiced things up a little bit for that bit. So it's the end of. So yeah, it was quite literally, wasn't it? Tiergarten, Grand Prix circuit, Flugplatz and across.
Ideal for ruining the end of one lap and starting the start of another. Cup 2 Porsches still diving in. Just to point out, it's been a really good run in that class for 107. It's worked its way up the order, and this is giving some cheer to Team Mattol Racing, Reinhard Koffler, Arnie Hoffman. They weren't the front-running car. The front-running car for an age was K. Kramer Racing. Moritz Krantz has taken over from Tobias Muller. Christopher Brook will finish the race, but order chopping and changing. But I think next time round that would have settled down. They would have all made their second pit stops in class. Back in Cup 3. Still a very, very helpful caption on the screen, naming 3 drivers, all with the same surname, but without a Christian name between them. That's the Irma car, running 5th in class.
It's Irma and Irma.
Yeah, or as I call them, Leonard, Moritz and Niklas. Car number 944, that's the pale blue and orange one.
It's LMP then.
I see what we're doing. Yes. Gap between first and second, gap between Christian Cronjes in the 34 Walkenhorst BMW and the Pittard/Katzberg Ferrari. It was not very much at the end of last lap, 1.16 of a second, but the Ferrari is now in front. It needed to get in front. It needs to pull clear. Going through Tiergarten, the final couple of sweepers onto the start finish straight. The black Ferrari from Fricadelli Racing is, 2 car lengths ahead of the Walkenhorst car. 1 car length, half a car length down, just there over the start finish line. Gap listed between them, quarter of a second. And the BMW is shaping up to make a move down the inside, trying to take revenge because, of course, lost the lead last time around. It's windscreen wiper on, but if you own a Ferrari here, a new one, you don't have rain on your car because the windscreen not being used, the windscreen wiper not being used at all by Nicky Katzberg, but tiptoeing a little bit around the outside of turn 2 in the Mercedes arena, going past. Only just past one of the Toyota Supras, and
180
through to turn 3. So that's not the car that was leading its class early on. That was number 170, which is still leading the SP10 class.
180 is the Teichmann Racing Toyota Supra GT4, with only got listed for it is Stefan Brodmerkel driving that car.
It'd be one of the Schurl brothers. Is it Constantine? I'll have a look at that for you and just clarify that, but kept out of the way nicely. But particularly on a track that's a little bit wet, a little bit greasy, trying to stay off the racing line. You don't want to go too far off. You could end up sliding off the track by simply being too polite, but didn't manage to do that, which is good. But the Ferrari's got clear. That's Nicky Katzberg turning into Sabine Smith's curve, and unfortunately for Christian Cronjes, as he tried to turn into the first left-hander, there was a BMW up the inside, minding his own business, but with nowhere else to go. That pushed him a little bit wide on the exit of that.
To be fair, though, what he did was they came up there. They were both flashing lights to get the way through. And I was just about to say that this is how the ring permit works, of how you're taught how to behave on the track and keep out of the way of leaders. You've got as much right to be on the track as anybody else, but it is the etiquette of motor racing worldwide, whatever series it is, it's always a faster car's responsibility to get past the slower car. What they did there, though, was that BMW didn't catch the number a bit quickly. The little blue, I think it was
two-tone blue.
Yeah, 240i, I think.
Yeah.
What he did was, he's got to go somewhere. It's not he's got nowhere to go. He's got to go somewhere. He's got to stay on the track. The worst thing you can have, actually, is a car being dithering in these lights in front of you. Best they get to the racing line and you get around them if you're in that car. In that case, Nicky Catsburg and Ben, exactly that's what they were. But what the slowing car, the car being lapped was, he took to the inside to go onto the Nordschleife, but conveniently, and it's proving an urban myth here on a BMW, put an indicator on. He's left an indicator and say, I'm staying to the left and you guys can go around on the right side of me.
I had them removed from mine.
Yeah, factory option.
Yeah, makes the car a lot better, apparently.
Oh, you're all going to love that.
Right, just taking a look at the gaps. As we said at the start of this lap, Nicky Catsburg had just moved ahead of Christian Cronus towards the end of the last lap, was a quarter of a second clear, and has got to keep pulling clear because the clock is counting down towards that final pit stops. And just to refresh your memories, it was a 4-lap stint, short 4-lap stint, or short stint, 4 laps of the first part of the race for Fricatelli when David Pittard made that early pit stop. Then he did one after 12, handed it over to Nicky Catsburg, and continues to press on, but he's got to press on by that first stop being earlier than the rival car from Walkenhorst. He's got to gain more of an advantage to pull clear.
Bruce, bad news if you're an Aston Martin fan, which is that the code 60 between just after Metzgersfeld and before Calnard is for the number 17 Pro Sport Aston Martin, driven by Marek Bockman at the moment, parked on the right hand side of the track.
Right, one thing drivers have to do is if they don't run away when they need to be interviewed. We all say that as members of the media. But Benjamin Leuchter, right at the start of the race, was involved in a clash that we felt he might have produced pretty good excuses to get out of when he rammed a rival. It's Max Cruz racing car. He's now been found and he's facing up. He's being shown the replay. This was in turns 2 and 3 of the Mercedes arena. It was a 4-car battle that became a 3-car cluster. He had a bit of side-by-side with a rival. The rival got ahead in through turn 3 and then into turn 4. He seemed to keep accelerating and rammed up the rear of it, spun it round, and out of the race. And this was a race that he starts in the championship lead with Nico Otto for Max Cruz Racing. And when you're just on an 18-point lead in the championship with 2 rounds to go, you just might as well just be careful and say after you, Cedric, if you will, to make sure you don't get involved in an incident. But he's walking through it. Might have been the first time you see it, but he's really looking bashful, I believe.
Wir müssen einfach abwarten, was da analysiert wird, und ja, dann am Ende des Tages muss es akzeptieren.
So what he's got to do is come back and make sure he gets it right at the final round in 2 weeks' time. But it's a learning curve for young drivers, and he started in German Formula BMW. Actually, he's been racing for a long time. This is his 18th racing season. Started in Formula BMW, did German Formula 3, and then he came across to the dark side, the Nürburgring 24 hours back in 2008. But racing in the very, very competitive Porsche class, Cup 2. He's had a good season, but that's a little blemish there. But, you know, well done to him for coming in and being interviewed. A lot of drivers try and put their tail between their legs and run away. He knows he's got a final round, even if the rival car in class, which is the number 121 that's been going so well in Cup 2 today. It's actually fallen down to 4th place, Moritz Krantz. That needs to gather a few more points, but points advantage certainly would have dwindled. Really, with a competitive car and 2 rounds to go and an 18-point lead, finishing in 5th or 6th would have just done enough to make it quite easy for the final round. But nothing is easy in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, because we know accidents can befall you, incidents can befall you. But today it does seem he was the author of his own decline. Hey, keeps it interesting for the final round though, doesn't it?
That's one way of putting it. So our number 17 Pro Sport Aston that has stopped, I'm not sure if it was an incident or just stopped, but that caused a code 60. That's now being cleared, so we've actually gone back to full green again. not sure whether full course green is the correct phrase, but I know what it means.
I know what it means.
There's no flags. Wipers still on 516 330 BMW coming through the Mercedes arena, and fully on, and not just the occasional a swipe.
Tell you what, intermediate weather, as we can say at the moment.
So very, very quickly, just a quick update on the interview there with Benjamin Luchter. He's just said that during the contact, the three little taps, weren't there, with the other car, that actually it had broken its suspension, which is why I ended up harpooning that car. We said, didn't it, something wasn't right. It either looked, hopefully not deliberate, but it looked like it either accelerated or couldn't brake or couldn't turn. It was a very strange incident it literally just rammed that other Porsche in front of him, and that's why he couldn't hit with that. And he said he's very sorry, crashed to the other cars that crashed in the oil, i.e. the Racing One Fry, number 19 car, and he's got a penalty, and that he'll accept the penalty, whatever it is, by the end of the day. So thank you very much to Michael and our German production team for translating that for us, that interview that we couldn't really hear anyway, but that at least nice to have a bit of closure on that, understand what it was all about. It just seemed a little bit odd, and drivers, we can all get, as I think you used the phrase, get your dander up. It can happen, but it's very rare that people deliberately take somebody else out. It doesn't really happen in motorsport.
There's a bit of debris on the track.
I guess I've thought back that BMW that finally fell off.
Yeah. It could well be, but he's not the sort of driver. His record isn't do that. I heard him say sorry as I managed to get the volume up, but he was actually saying sorry to those who went off on the fluid he put down. But otherwise it looked to us like a sort of Days of Thunder moment where someone goes back on the track. Remember that movie about NASCAR with Tom Cruise in it and takes someone else? It was just extraordinary that the closing speed, as you said at the time. Well, I think I said, did the throttle stick open? But actually, if you've got broken front suspension, there's no way you can turn into a corner. Exactly. So use the other car.
Well, that was the whole point. He didn't attempt the corner, which looked odd. Now we've got the answer to it. So and he's taken it, put his hand up to it, and accepted it, and all's good.
But again,
all is good.
In incidents, you need to be able to see.
Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Red Bull verleiht Flügel. Falkenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
willkommen bei der NLS.
We've had a flurry of rain. We had sunshine. We had windscreen wipers on. We have windscreen wipers off, and it's still moments where drivers can make little errors on this circuit. It's neither fully wet nor fully dry, and that's where, particularly when you've got a driver just taking over. It's fine if you've been through your stint. It's hard enough, but your mojo's right. You're in tune with the car, so it says on the packet. However, at a time of driver changing coming up, we're expecting the leading car, Nicky Katzberg, if my maths is right, to come in at the end of this lap. That would be another 8-lap stint. 4 laps for the opening stint, which was short. 8 laps for the second stint, and surely this time around. The margin was only just over 4 seconds at the start of the lap. He needs more than that because Christian Cronjes in the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport car, like Katzberg, will come in for a pit stop, but he'll be a lap later, and we think that buys him about 26 seconds in the sliding scale of final pit stop times. They're denoted according to the number of minutes before the end of the race, and if you come in 8.5 minutes after arrival, you will gain around 26 seconds. It's a huge margin of difference, but we will see. It may work down as being slightly less than that, but the ways you can do this race, sometimes we think the natural pace for a car, if you want to really cane it, is 7 lap sectors. If the weather conditions are good, 8, but sometimes it's marginal. But certainly today it seems 8 has been really where a lot of the teams are aiming. But if you did a short first stint, as the Fricadelli Racing Ferrari did, then you give yourself no choice. You've got to run those longer stints to get to the end of the race.
So we've got some, I say we've been following, as in our camera has been following the 420 4 Motors Porsche, which is the Bio concept car. So running on alternative fuels.
Yes.
And that's got some chap called Nazar was at the wheel of that at some point.
Oh, it's the same name as that chap who was being interviewed earlier.
On the smart baseball cap, yeah, that was the one. Yeah, same fella. Yeah, amazing. There's obviously more than one of them.
As I said, big family in racing in Brazil, so yeah, why not have loads? But again, it's one of the beauties he's sharing with the Fritz Pointner's 2 twin daughters. You normally get 2 for twins, I suppose. Alessia and Jacqueline, who've been racing in recent years, driving a Porsche Cayman, as you pointed out, car number 420 in the alternative fuels class. And I can only feel we'll have
heavy rain at Tiergarten. It's gone across. It's come back again. There's been not a flurry this time, as you put it, Bruce. This is proper I'm going to say it, wet rain.
And still a little bit of bodywork lying. When you've turned into the final sequence of corners, the tight right and the tight left, particularly in the wet, you're going to slide out a little bit to the curbing on between the corners, and right there is a little bit of bodywork, a little bit. It looks like the underside of a splitter lying there on the track. They don't seem to be able to be removing it, but the rain was entirely over the Tiergarten section. By the time they get down to turn 1, there is no rain. A couple of the cars have got their screw wipers on, a couple have not when they got there.
It's very, very shiny, the
flurry.
track. It's very, very, very slippy. Now, for our race leader, Nicky Katzberg in the Fricadelli 296 Ferrari, he is at Brunchen now. The relevance of that being he's got Flansgarten to go, Schwalbenschwanz, and then it's onto the Dottinger Hohe into that rain. Even if the rain has stopped by the time he gets there, the track is going to be soaking. He's going to arrive at 270 k's approximately in a slick-shod Ferrari.
Right, just think about this.
No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure, but that should be the lap. This should be the lap that he's about to finish, where he comes into the pits. If I was his team, I'd be thinking, well, why didn't we make that first pit stop a lap later? Because by my maths, he can't go round for another lap. You want to wait and see, is this rain going to be persistent? Is it going to be heavy? Is it going to move away? Because if you suddenly think that wet weather tyres are what's required, he's got very little time for the weather to settle down. And it's at the moment his margin at the start of the lap was 4 seconds. I guess in the previous 2 laps he's gained about 5 seconds. He might have stretched it a little bit more, but it's going to be the timing of the rain, the timing of this final pit stop, and the team doesn't really have the luxury of giving him another lap, so they can wait and see which way the rain settles, which way it travels.
We often try before a race to make informed opinions or guesses to who might be at the front of the field, who might win. But as you've said many a time in the past, there's always one winner here. The Nordschleife. It will always throw something different at you. When you're predicting this, that or the other, it'll stay dry. When it's dry, it'll snow. When it's rain, it'll do something.
And multiply that by the fact the circuit is so long at nearly 25 kilometres, stuff can be happening on the far side of the track. So you're making your decision as well as you can in the pits, but get your tyre choice wrong, stick wet weather tyres on, and then find it's only raining on the Grand Prix loop, and you are going to be coming in next time around. You'll have hemorrhaged way too much time.
So race leaders are with us at the end of the Dottinger, coming up to the Tiergarten, wipers on both cars. Nicky Katzberg in the Ferrari and Christian Krockness in the BMW. Who's going to dive into the pits first? Are they going to change tyres? Tippy-toeing through the Ferrari, going ever so slowly, and the BMW through the lot of the Tiergarten. The BMW trying to get traction down and twitching all over the place. Now the Ferrari is diving into the pits. The BMW is not.
No, but the BMW, of course, made its first pit stop a lap later. That's now on its final sort of lap before it has to make its final pit stop. There was no choice for the Fricadelli crew. It had to come in after 20 laps. It's done precisely that. But the important thing to me, we knew it had to build up an advantage, and at the start of that lap, Nicky Katzberg had stretched the lead to 4 seconds. At the end of the lap, it was down to about half a second. So a brilliant end to the final lap of this stint the penultimate lap of this stint for Christian Krockness, a Norwegian driver now chasing on to see if he can use that ability and find a little bit more time. And then, of course, his final pit stop will be a big margin less than his rivals. So 1 minute and 5 seconds were on the clock when Nicky Katzberg came in. That means his pit stop has to be 347 seconds. Lap time at the moment, they're getting close to 10-minute laps. It's so much wetter. Now there's bodywork.
Like I said, the front clip was off the bonnet area of the Ferrari. Obviously, the engine isn't under that part, but there's obviously something under there. Now we mentioned about these brakes being measured earlier. Both front discs are off, so there's some kind of issue with the rate at which it's consuming the brake disc in that Ferrari. That is going to be a slow pit stop.
No, there's something else now. Nicky Katzberg has got out of the car, walking away from the car. Are we looking at a retirement? But why has he got out? I would have expected him to do a double stint. Did David Pittard nip out and climb in to go back to do basically the final leg of the race? But certainly looks like Katzberg was walking away. Long shot down into the pit lane. The Ferrari sitting there. That's number 30 from Fricadelli Racing. The hazard lamps are flashing, but it's not because it's on the move and it wants people to know. It's sitting there. So I fear this could be new car problems, new car issues.
Look, think about it. What it will be if they're changing the discs, which they are. They're putting the calipers back. They'll have to take the bonnet off to be able to bleed the brakes and literally top up the reservoir. So it should be as simple as that. Nothing else. It is just a brake change, but it's obviously using those discs a little bit more than expected. I will see if I can get some intel from Mr. Pittard.
Klaus Abelin in among the
hands-on, quite literally.
Yeah,
yes.
you know, it's better to be involved than not involved, and frustrating for the team, but they will get it right. But I honestly don't know if their initial tactic was to come in after just 4 laps, or did they come in because Pittard in that opening sequence just felt that the brakes were not where they wanted to be. Maybe that was just the experience of the car, of the circuit, or maybe it was a predetermined tactic, but certainly braking an issue at the moment. So into the lead of the race goes Christian Cronjes. He'd got the gap down to next to nothing on that lap. He'd lost about 4 seconds. He gained it all back again. So suddenly the pendulum, it already had swung into the court of Walkenhorst Motorsport, and now it's truly in their camp.
Well, they have topped up the reservoirs, and the driver, which we think is Pittard in this car, back into it now.
Trying to see. It's very hard to see through the window, but
yes, it is.
Yeah, it's David Pittard.
So he was just being told that the age-old signal, so basically apply the brake bolt, being sent out on a fresh set of slicks. Oh no, they're coming off again.
Best to have the same type of tyres front and back, I find.
Well, it depends if it's front or rear wheel drive.
That's true. But stuff is not. The wheels are not going on with the alacrity.
No, exactly.
As though
the left rear is certainly not mounting easily.
Now there's you have to use your minimum number of mechanics or maximum number of mechanics quite carefully there, and don't want you just have to orchestrate. But this is as the left rear wheel, which was the problematic one, is now in place. Mechanics being flagged to get back behind the white line, and the car will wait to be signalled away. But I think when we get to the end of this next lap and see how much time was spent in the pit stop plus the lap, it's going to be a sort of number that's rather larger than Fricadelli Motorsport would have wanted.
Well, we're just over 30 seconds off into the final hour. Our one-time race leader, Fricadelli's, I think he said Porsche, Ferrari. So you said that. Think of a name, think of a team. It's synonymous with. So number 30 car is back out again. Now that had come in, and I think I definitely saw wets around that car. Whether it had been out on a set of wets, which I don't think it had rained long enough for that pit stop. So they'd obviously brought wets out and thought about it, and then changed around and gone back to slick. So the track does look like it's drying out. It's quite a brave move, I've got to say.
It's not so brave because there is sunshine around most of the Nürburgring. It's that classic,
it's the right call.
Classic case when you think all is fine, you haven't been checking your weather conditions, which you clearly have to do at the Nürburgring. Then you walk out to the back of the pit garage or look over the grandstand and go, oh, because it's coming in fast. But just now a Rover live helicopter shot shows there is shadow over the circuit, but that is only fine weather shadow, if you will. It's just from light clouds. The rain appears to have blown through, but the track is treacherous at the moment. It's not fully wet, certainly not fully dry, but at certain points it will be rather greasier than the other, and almost the most difficult corner on the circuit, particularly if you're in a tight battle, is as you go into Tiergarten at the end of the Dottingher, and then into the Bremskurve, the tight right-left combination, just as we saw Nicky Katzberg coming in. He could hardly keep the race-leading Ferrari on the track. He dived into the pits. Next time around, the car that was giving chase, the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, will have to come into the pits as well. But really, the ball is in their camp now. We knew they had to stay as close as they could to the Ferrari. We didn't think they'd gain the time they lost, but that they did. Their pit stop will be shorter by 26 seconds. I'll check the maths again in this countdown through to the end of this race into the final hour, but certainly Walkenhorst Motorsport, they won last time out. There were 2 races in one weekend, they won both of them, and their mojo is still looking very good indeed for another. And just to toy with the drivers, bright sunshine in the final couple of corners, the Bremskurve, and then onto the start-finish straight with a couple of the Cup 2 Porsches getting very sideways indeed. Conditions conducive to failure.
No, it's not Pittard in the car, it's Lazar. Is in the car now.
Okay, he started another car, and that was Lazar we saw through the window.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, actually that does make sense, because I couldn't understand why Nicky Katzberg would have been getting out. He'd have been just as sharp a tool as David Pittard to finish the race, but so again, that's the diversity of competing in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. We have Felipe Fernandez Lazar, who starts the race in Cup 2 in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, sharing with Hans Wehrmann for Huber Motorsport, and then he finishes it in something a little sleeker.
And that is quite a thing in itself, is to drive two different cars in the same race, but two totally different categories and styles of cars. Now that's plying a trade, and of course Felipe Fernandez-Laza was also one of those lineup of the 24-hour winners. So we've only got who's the fourth one we can't think of that was. That's very unfair. We can't think of the fourth driver was.
I can't. No, I will have a think. There is an element when you cover many championships. You sort of close the door on one and then open the door again later to see what's still in the box. But and again, great news for the Nürburgring 24 Hours for next year, because it should get yet more international coverage, because the ADAC are joining forces with the Stefan Rattel organisation. That'll be part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge.
Earl Bamber.
Of course, it was Earl Bamber. Porsche driver Earl Bamber.
Apologies. Porsche driver in a Ferrari, N24 winner in May this year. Your credibility is restored. Our apologies, humble apologies.
To keep it topical, to keep us on our toes or somewhere near our toes, apparently Earl is looking for Earl Bamber Motorsport to run a Corvette next year. Just means there's less chance of not being caught out, which is very mean of them. But anyhow, what a lineup of drivers and what a result it was. And certainly when it becomes part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, expect even more global interest in the race in terms of teams and drivers in 2024, which is all very good news for the great race in the middle of the summer here. Yeah, but of course, so many teams that compete in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series compete in Nürburgring 24 Hours, but many other teams aside come in and play as well. Not part of the same series, but certainly the early rounds, the championship in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, chock full of teams getting a bit of sneaky race practice ahead of the 24 Hours. Lap times are way up. They should improve again relatively quickly. For a lot of the crews, of course, they won't improve for a while because they're actually coming in to make their final pit stop. The Porsche Cup 2 runners that at the moment are sitting from 6th place down to, well, pretty much infinity, down to 16th. They will be coming in for their third pit stop, but a little while yet. But they are much more uniform, the Porsche Cup 2 teams, in terms of when they make their pit stops, take their pit stops, if you will, than they are in the top class, SP9, where there's a bit more diversity. But today, the diversity, it made it very difficult for Fricadelli Racing by having that first pit stop so early after only 4 laps. But Walkenhorst Motorsport covered it off. They came in a lap later after 5. They've matched them for stint lengths in between. Short first run, then 8 laps, and they'll be coming in this time around, surely, for Christian Cronjes. 21 laps on the board, and I would suggest he's just diving into the pits right now. Yes, 8-minute 58 second lap. Quite hard to know because, of course, lap pace has really fallen away with the greasy circuit, the flurry of rain. But I don't believe he can go any further, but he should come out well in advance. But the lap time I want to see is for Felipe Laza, 9 minutes. I'll wait to see when that crosses the line to complete lap 21 to see how long that final pit stop was.
Now, is our race leader into the pit? I believe he is.
Well, yes, I'm sure he is, because he's completed lap 21.
Yeah.
However, good word, isn't it? But we will have others who are going to be diving in this time around, and some will be coming a little bit later. And don't forget that the car that's now running in third place is the car that started from pole. It's the car from Shearer Sport PHX, number 5. No wins to its name, no podiums to its name this season, but they can come in on lap 23 if they fancy. No, 22 if they fancy. So that gives them a little bit more scope. They can do this lap and one more, and let's see. But certainly Frank Stippler has been flying in that, in the Audi. Vincent Kolb had a slightly troubled second, did the second stint in the race and really fell away a little bit, and then some of the lap times also got interrupted a lot by slow zones, not just for Vincent Kolb, for every driver in the race. But here and now, those on wet weather tyres, very few. I think I sponsored a Cup 3 car going out, but let's wait. We're going to find out fairly shortly from Klaus Abelen, who's got half a smile on his face. He's a very jovial man, but he's being questioned about what was going on with all the brake changes for the car started by Pittard and then Katzberg and now Felipe Fernandez-Laza. We'll just wait for him to run through the interview, but Klaus Abelen wearing his inimitable, he's always wearing this cap that's a bit like some of my shirts have seen better days, but we all have sort of lucky items, and for Klaus Abelin, clearly that worked rather well in the Nürburgring 24 hours. So keep it going. And looking for lap pace, looking for the speed that Felipe Fernandez-Laza can achieve. Of course, none of the times are going to be notable because he's gone out onto a greasy circuit, but it's really how it is relative to anybody else. But certainly the ball is in the court of Christian Cronjes, who should complete the race that was started by Kuba Gimasiak. Started fifth, first into the first corner, fifth out of the first corner on the opening lap, and been up and down the order, but we've seen some fabulous pace from that. And certainly the speed achieved when trying to work his way up through the traffic by Kuba Gimasiak was mighty. And we'll see what Cronjes can do to close out this race. Into the final hour, we've got 52 minutes remaining until the checkered flag can be unfurled. But as we've seen many a time, sometimes it's a case of where exactly is your race leader relative to the end of the top of the hour, as we call it. But it won't be the top of the hour. We started at the bottom of the hour. But, do you squeak onto an extra lap? Do you want to squeak onto an extra lap? That's often the question. But teams and drivers don't want to go any further if they're leading this race than they possibly have to. So that you can be sure Walk and Horse Motorsport will be backing out, telling Christian Cronjes to back out of it. He should have a fairly tidy margin. After 21 laps, it was 2 minutes 24 seconds. But bear in mind that Felipe Fernandez-Laza, oh, here we go. Lap time, including pit stop, for Laza, 13 minutes 13 seconds. That is monstrous. That has cost them about, I would suggest, 2.5 minutes. So there they were trying to build up a 20-second advantage, a 26-second advantage, so they could come out of the final pit stop in the lead of the race, and it's gone completely the other way.
Well, as you say, trials and tribulations of a new car. It's not just running the new car, and we mentioned this back at the 24-hour when they were Fricadelli, synonymous with Porsche for years. They have all that intel and that knowledge base you gain over the years, and then you switch manufacturer and go to in this case to Ferrari, and you've got to learn everything all over again, and how the engineers of the work, the manufacturers. You've got a whole different culture with an Italian team as opposed to a German team that you know of that country yourself. So there's all sorts of dynamics going on there that just changes. None of it's right or wrong. It's just different. And then they go and win it, and then they get a brand new car. And it's not that they don't know it. I am sure that car has evolved a little bit. It's not an Evo version of it yet, but I'm sure this new car in black carbon has got a few things on it that the 24-hour winning car didn't have, only back in May, because race cars evolve like that. But it's a brand new car, and it's we clocked earlier, didn't we, that we thought was a long pit stop. It wasn't. It was just measuring the thickness of the brake disc. But they obviously knew there was something coming down the line that was. Why would you, in a pit stop, get a physical vernier, which is a caliper, and measure the thickness of a brake disc if you weren't aware? Now, is that a Ferrari bit of, look, we're not sure how it uses these, are they trying a new material? What is it? Because it went through the 24-hour and won. And as far as I was aware, they didn't have any brake issues. I'll find out. But that was obviously, there was trouble down the line, wasn't there? And that manifested itself.
I just still also think that's why
I think it probably cost them the podium as well.
Oh yeah, no, I'd say so. I also think that's why they made their first pit stop so early, because as we said, you make your first pit stop early, and it really hampers your ability to be light on your feet and choose your tactics later in the race. And thereafter, effectively, you're going to have to do 8-lap stints, which they did. 4 laps, 8 laps, 8 laps. But that long second pit stop. So just keep that figure in your mind. 3 minutes 13 seconds was pit stop plus out lap for the Fricadelli Racing Ferrari. I'm going to write that down on a piece of paper and then wonder where I put it. But when we get Christian Cronjes coming through, he's made the third pit stop for the 34 Walk and Horse Motorsport BMW car number 34, leading the race. I can guarantee his will not be 13 minutes 13 seconds. Again, just to reiterate, the time I'm talking about seems a ridiculously long period of time. It's a pit stop, but unfortunately for Fricadelli Racing, a pit stop with a lot of brake issues needing to be sorted. The discs were changed and going back out, but it's certainly, I'm waiting to see the elapsed time for Christian Cronjes leading the race comfortably. Did I mention that We've got an Aston Martin in second place. Not so long ago, we mentioned the fact we had a problem for the number 17 Pro Sport racing car, and Marek Bachmann, we think, parked it up at the side of the circuit. But now, Ben or Phil Dorr, can't tell you which one. One started and one went third in the sequence behind Darren Turner. 2 minutes 24 seconds in a rear, but only a second clear of Frank Stippler, so you can be fairly sure the number 5 Audi has moved ahead. But we could have a podium for an Aston Martin. So ifs, buts and maybes, but sitting well.
It really is fair to say that Darren Turner was jammed between the doors.
It's true. Or jammed between the doors. You never know. But then, actually, the first 3 cars are looking, the first one is nearly 2.5 minutes clear. The second 2 are covered by a second, but I think Frank Stippler should have pulled through, because certainly his lap times have been very competitive. Double checking, everybody has made their pit stops, but there's been an extra pit stop for the 35 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. So Sami Matti Trogan, that car has sneaked in for an extra time, a 4th time. I have to keep a little look on the record of that, because to my eye, I suddenly looked down and didn't notice on which lap they'd made their first pit stop. Maybe they'd come in and then, because I thought they'd gone on for an 8th lap, and that's unusual. It's almost impossible on your opening stint, because you've already done the formation lap, so you wouldn't do 8 racing laps. So I think it must have come in early without us noticing and fallen back, because that was right in the mix. It wasn't quite on the pace in the opening stint. Dylan Pereira trying to keep up with Cooper Gamasiak, but it was there or thereabouts. And I think it had an earlier first pit stop than we realised, and then a subsequent one, which is why they've done 4. In a 4-hour race, ideal. In fact, you're not going to do anything unless you've only done 3.
Just looking at the bright blue skies and beautiful autumn sunshine, it's hard to believe that less than 15 minutes ago we had rain traversing the Grand Prix end of the circuit here, and the sort of turns 1 and 2 of that bit over across, and even the edge of the Nordschleife itself, Hatzenbach, and it just literally went through across, then had a break, came back again with a vengeance. And I was about to say, and stop myself, because you never know what's going to happen in this part of the world, weather-wise, that looks to me like it's going to be heavy rain now for the rest of the race. But of course, it wasn't. But it was dark enough and heavy enough at that point. It was stair rods.
Yeah.
Literally vertical rain in front of the camera there. And to look at it now, it's bright and beautiful. However, just looking at the track at Tiergarten now, you can see that it's still sort of greasy, and it's not the usual light grey of tarmac. It's not fully dried out yet. So again, that still presents difficulties and varying services to our drivers. And of course, you've got different bits of track there. So you've got your Nordschleife that comes out of Tiergarten. It looks straight, but of course you've then got your bit of the Grand Prix circuit joining in, which is different tarmac laid at a different time. So you've got a different traction, albeit in a straight line.
It's so true. And then you've got that element where you're trying to go around a back marker and you got on the bit you didn't want. But anyhow, certainly no hanging back from Christian Cronjes. I reckon that maybe their pit stops would be 2 minutes 30 seconds quicker than it was that 13-minute 13. You know what? It's precisely 2 minutes 30 seconds gained in that pit stop, or more to the point, lost by Fricadelli Racing with their Ferrari. They were 13 minutes 13 seconds pit stop plus outlap, and then just 10 minutes 43 seconds for Christian Cronjes. So home and hosed? Not yet, but that number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW sitting pretty, being fast all race, and it's gradually lost its rivals and sweeping around. So that is looking comfortable, quick. Lap times will improve. The track is drying out. Full sunshine on the Grand Prix loop. And of course, it's a weekend at the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. You always expect someone dressed in a white suit. Not a race suit, but a suit for a wedding. And in the racing one, pit garage, bride, smiling groom, thumbs up. It's 3 fingers. Does that mean, or a finger and a thumb and 2 fingers? Is that wife number 3?
I was going to say a third wife, or
he's got his hat trick. But again, it's a family show, and people all love the racing. So you got a beautiful bride, you got a beautiful Ferrari. Celebrate. Again, just a short while ago, we were talking about the greasiness of the circuit. It's now full sunshine. Felipe Fernandez-Lazar, just going to see what sort of pace he can manage. He's about to finish his first flying lap out of the pits. He did his outlap from the pits that gave us that 13-minute, 13-second marker. Track drying, going faster and faster. Let's see what sort of pace he's going to manage as the track dries out. And more to the point, how much further down the order he is. 22 laps completed. He's up into second place. 8:26 was his lap time. but he's 2 minutes and a bit of small change behind the race leader. There's no way that Christian Cronjes is going to be slowing down. I didn't think the Fricadelli Ferrari would get back into second place. I really fancied the number 5 Audi to make its third and final pit stop and come out in front, but it's coming through in third place.
Well, I did say a few minutes ago that I thought it would cost that brake change, the front discs at that pit stop would require or will lose its podium position, but here it is straight away back into its second place. It's there's 42 minutes of the race left. It's not impossible. It's not impossible.
It's not impossible. Alas, I agreed with you there, because at that stage I hadn't noticed that the Sami Matti Trojan 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW had made that fourth, therefore extra pit stop. That's cost them. They're further back down the track, waiting to see who's going to come over the line. The Door Motorsport Aston Martin's come across in fourth place. So it goes Cronjes, Lazar, Stippler, Door, or more to the point, BMW, Ferrari, Audi, Aston Martin in the top 4 positions. And only now is Sami Matti Trojan coming through the final sequence of corners, nearly catching the back of a VW Sirocco that's diving into the pits.
Yeah, but the Aston Martin there had its last lap was an 11-minute 16.
Yeah.
Christian Cronjes' BMW was a 10:43. So actually that brake change on the Fricadelli Ferrari hasn't cost it that much, because it's absorbed it into one of its pit stops.
Yeah, it has, because there is slack time.
But yeah, exactly, because there's slack time. They've actually used that time. So I'd say it's not game over yet.
I can't quite do the maths to work that one out, because I don't think it's game over. I do think it's game over, because our race leaders, those first 2 cars, the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW and the number 30 Fricadelli Racing Ferrari, we've seen they matched each other. One lap, it was down to 14 thousandths of a second difference between their lap times. So how, when the cars are that equal? I know they're in the hands of different drivers now, because Kuba Gimaziak has given way to Christian Cronjes, and Felipe Fernandez Lazar is just doing the final stint for Ferrari, but he's got to gain 2 minutes and 3 seconds in. What are we looking on the clock? He's
40 minutes.
Yeah, we've got 41 minutes, so it ain't happening unless I'm just failing to read the situation. But it lost 2 minutes 30 seconds in that pit stop to the race leading BMW, so that is over and out. It needed to gain more time anyhow, needed to get a 26-second advantage or thereabouts, we thought, before the final round of pit stops. It didn't, and then on top of that it had the long pit stop. Not as disastrous as we thought, because as you said, if it was a case of just coming in and stopping for a disc change, that would have cost them more than 2 minutes 30 seconds, but they knitted it into their final pit stop, got the job done. I'm amazed they're out in second place, but seem to be quite comfortable there, because I don't think Frank Stippler will have the answers to depose the Ferrari. But it does mean Stippler and Kolb will be on the podium for the first time, which seems extraordinary for a duo as competitive as they've been over the years.
And we were talking about that earlier, that setup, Shearer Sport with Phoenix, PHX as they call it now, it's always been up there, it's always been at the front, usually a race winner, and it's kind of like, it's almost a bit like sort of, Red Bull. What's happened to Red Bull? What's happened to Phoenix, Shearer Sport? My gut feeling is that it's nothing to do with the drivers or the way the team prep or run the car. I just wonder if that Audi is just at the end of its time in that specification. It's just lost that little bit of competitive edge it had, and basically everybody else has just developed this natural evolution in motorsport that happens all the time. The Ferrari 296 and the BMW M4, they're just that little bit sharper, edgier, slightly quicker, and I think it's nothing more than that. Those 2 guys in that car and that Audi will be doing it and driving it to the best of their ability, as they always have. But if there's no more performance there, they can't do it.
It's true, and in fact I just had a quick look when they last won a round. It was the final round, 9th of October 2021.
2 years ago.
2 years ago. So yeah, I mean, certainly the Audi R8 LMS has been through Evo stage, but again, it keeps moving, and it sometimes takes a good couple of seasons for a car when it comes into the top class, into SP9 here or GT3 on a global basis, to find the form they need to win races. But the Audi R8 has, in its pre-Evo form, its final form, has certainly won race after race, championship after championship. But you're quite right, it is towards the end, or maybe right at the end of its evolution. It will still continue to race all around the world, because GT3 racing is a global category now, and of course, GT3 will be the GT class of the World Endurance Championship next year as well, so that makes a big change for them. And for some of the drivers, it's the chance to step up into a World Championship, and for a lot of them, very, very well deserved indeed. Right, let's have a little look at the Cup classes. Just waiting for the third and final pit stops for Cup 2, but the best place is, it's been a car that has just been going so well for K. Kramer Racing. Car number 121, Moritz Krantz should be handing that over to Christopher Brook for the final stint, but Tobias Muller did a double stint, did the first half of the race and gave them a sizable lead. And right now their advantage over Tim Scheerbart, actually it's no longer a sizable lead because it's come down to about 4 seconds. So Moritz Krantz gained a bit of ground, lost a bit of ground, but let's see what the final drivers can do in the last stint. But in fact, you could watch an entire race with just Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars in the Cup 2 class. They're always competitive, they're always run, you know, supreme. It's so rare to see A, any contact, B, any mechanical problems, but today we had contact that gave mechanical problems, but because of mechanical problems, because suspension breakage, was it not? Yes, it was. For
it was, yeah.
Benjamin Leuchter, contact on the opening very early stages in the race, so his teammate Nico Otto didn't get to compete at all today. They came here with an 18-point advantage in Cup 2, just needed to keep it neat and tidy, and unfortunately didn't get the chance to do so. That means their rivals can play catch-up, but the car that needs to do the most catching up is 121. That is the car that is leading the race today. Will they take the maximum point haul? Well, let's see how the cars come out in the Porsche Cup 2 category after the final round of pit stops. But if you're just joining us, blue sky over the Nürburgring, but we've had rain. Oh yes, we've had rain, but only in certain points on the circuit. Going up on the curbs at the moment, not advisable at all. Will carry a bit of greasiness, but certainly the end of the circuit nearer the pits is where the rain came through. It didn't last long, but it certainly made the track a little bit tricky, and it was right at the point at which a lot of the drivers were about to do their final pit stop, so the driver getting on board wouldn't have a clue what to expect. Because also, Peter, you don't just look at the screen, wander and get in the car. It takes a while getting your helmet on, getting your mind in the right place, and as we saw here, the weather can change within a couple of minutes, let alone the 5 minutes you've lost between doing up your boot laces, getting your helmet on, walking out to the front of the garage. So the team has a big role, and also the incoming driver's got a big role in just informing them of the situation.
Absolutely, and it's why you always have a little bit of a chat. It's not, you know, hey, how are you, mate? It's informing them of the track conditions, etc. But I'm sure every driver's got their different sort of rituals and whatever. I always wanted to be ready as much time as possible and get your kit on and take your time to do it ready. I would hate it if a couple of times in it, I think it was Spa 24 Hour once, we had a driver who just didn't want to drive at night and didn't enjoy it at all, and it was like all of a sudden halfway around the lap it was like you're in the car, and it's like and it was sort of, you know, an hour and a half ahead of schedule for me. And yes, you've got your overalls on because you're ready because you're the next time, but as you said, you haven't got your earplugs in, your radio, your mic, your bits, your balaclava, your gloves, and it's not that you take 10 minutes to do that, but you just don't want to be rushed because it's frenetic enough out in the car as it is. So I always wanted to get in the car calmly with that mindset to go out and disciplined and press the right buttons and do the right thing, and being rushed. And that's when you make mistakes, and you run somebody over or you do something wrong and daft, and it can have, you know, consequences.
It can. It's about making sure you're as calm as you possibly can be when you get in the car. Right, there was a little debate. You were debating one thing, and I'm afraid it's going the other way. Christian Cronjes is actually pulling away from Felipe Fernández-Nasa. Gained best part of 8.5 seconds on that lap. Track conditions still a little bit greasy, but it can't be too bad because Christian Cronjes just put in a lap under 8 minutes, and any lap under 8 minutes in any weather conditions is very, very good indeed around here. 7 minutes 58.0 seconds for Cronjes, so he is pulling clear. It's going to be win number 5. Surely what's left on the clock, 33.5 minutes, so things looking very good indeed.
It hasn't it?
Yeah. I like the challenge. Right, gap between second and third between the Fricadelli Racing Ferrari with Felipe Fernández-Nasa and Frank Slipler in the Shearer Sport PHX Audi. I knew it was going to come down, so it's gone out. Never mind, gone the wrong way by about 2 seconds on that lap. Nasa actually dropping Frank Slipler. So the Ferrari, it's BMW, Ferrari, Audi, but all stretching in all directions. First to second is growing, and the gap between second and third is also going out. Next car in line, another 25 seconds further back, is one of the Durr brothers. I'm still trying to work out which is on board at the moment. So that's in the remaining Aston Martin in the top group. That's 4th overall for the family team. And Sammy Matty Trogan in the BMW from Walkenhorst that did an extra pit stop is now ahead of the lead car in Cup 2. And those Cup 2 Porsches, Moritz Krantz, unless I haven't refreshed my screen. No, absolutely. He's obviously doing one further lap before the final pit stop. So that will be a shorter final pit stop than it will for some of his rivals in Cup 2 who've come in to make pit stop number 3.
They say time is a cruel bedfellow, and I can't believe it. Seems like 5 minutes ago we were at the halfway mark, 2 hours of this race, and all of a sudden there's just coming up to, we're 2 minutes short of 30 minutes to go. I know that means 32 minutes to go, I know, but 30 minutes sounds neater.
Yes, it helps you look ahead, I feel, in many ways. But yeah, track conditions absolutely lovely now, and it is the run to the finish. There is still that for the Porsche Cup 2 crews, still that final pit stop, but you know, these aren't pit stops that really, well, by dint of the fact there is a minimum pit stop time, they're made so you've got time to do the jobs in hand, to get the driver in, driver out, change the tyres. So you don't really have any fumbles in the pit stop, and expect all to be good, especially for the 1-2-1 crew. And that is very good news for Kay Kramer Racing. They're second on points to Max Cruz Racing's Nico Otto and Benjamin Leuchter, but we heard from Benjamin why his car went clattering into a rival very, very early in the race. Broken suspension, we're told, and just simply couldn't turn into the last corner. Being contacting the left-hander in the Mercedes arena, his suspension broke, couldn't steer anymore, and absolutely went into the back of a rival. Apologised to everyone, and also those who got caught on the fluids that came out of his car once the radiator had been shattered, and certainly we saw cars later having problems in that just before they were trying to turn very sharp right to go on the little cut through on the Grand Prix loop.
Yeah, most notably, of course, the number 19 Racing 1 296 Ferrari, the other Ferrari in this race.
Yeah, and that picked up not only side-on contact damage there, but it had already had a little problem there. Ironically, the same corner on the opening lap when it ran wide and lost lots of positions. Now, who else can lap below 8 minutes because the track is drying out? Certainly the part that was wettest, which is the area just before the pits and the run down to turn 1. The drivers turn sharp right into the Mercedes arena, or the AMG arena as it's now known. I will move on with the times.
Wohl verleiht Flügel.
Faltenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
Auf Facebook,
Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
willkommen bei der NLS.
Well, it just goes to prove certain circuits suit certain cars, but also to bear in mind, if you're competing at Sepang, you've got heat, you've got humidity as well, much as it's a lovely autumnal day here. But the Audis still seem very competitive, actually, out in the Asian Series. And one of the real stars over there is a driver called James Yu Kwai, and he's just gets about his business, young Chinese driver. But when you hear him being interviewed, it sounds like he was born in Yorkshire. Quite phenomenal accent.
So why did you use that accent?
Because I didn't get as far as the letter Y in my lexicon of silly voices.
Yes.
But yeah, very, very impressive he has been over there, and others included. But again, I love it when you get different championships, different teams running the cars, and just the way they go about their business. But that's why, with getting a global formula like GT3, it just gives you many, many more points of comparison, which is what we always crave in motor racing, particularly if we feel we've got enough knowledge to go, oh, well, it might have been 2 seconds a lap faster around the Nordschleife, but X, Y, Z. But thank you again for Ian McCarthy, who probably watches more GT3 racing even than I do. Certainly aficionado around the world, and a very good friend of Radio Show Limited.
And it thus proves yet again the uniqueness of the Nordschleife. It is so totally different, and it can change so much during an event. We're seeing some of this fabulous shots from our Rover live helicopter once again of some of the cup cars. There's a gaggle of 4 of them there, all in nice different colours. That makes it a lot easier for us to spot them. Going through the hairpin back onto the halfway through the GP circuit to go to the second part of it and back up to the Nordschleife. But beautiful bright sunshine. And then it goes slightly darker, but the track has certainly dried out. But that little rain shower across the bottom of the circuit this morning, what, an hour ago? About an hour ago? It was 45 minutes ago, something like that. With about an hour to go, was quite extraordinary. And I did think it was going to be more than that, but it hasn't been the case. This battle though, these Porsche Cup 2 cars, quite extraordinary. 6th through to 16th, 10 of them all line astern effectively. They've done 28, and it's a lead lap still. They might be a little way down and not battling for the top step of the podium, but 6th overall, and there's 10 of them there, and they're still on the lead lap.
It's quite something. We had 14 cars started. We had the 2 eliminated in that shunt we talked about early on with Benjamin Leuchter. Start of lap 3, hitting Michele Di Martino. One car's a little bit further back, the car that's running 12th in class. That's car number 106, which is running down in 26th position. Car 106 entered by Bonk Motorsport, and that's Ralph Peter Bonk. But the other 11, as you say, 6th through 16. Not quite nose to tail, because the race leader is still 1-2-1 from K Kramer Racing. Its advantage is 18 seconds at the moment, but 107 is a car that sort of came up through the order in that class, and that was from Team Matol Racing, and Hendrik Still's been putting in a very, very good stint in that one, and should take it through to the end of the race. And he's got a tidy advantage. In fact, the last stint and a half has really stretched it out. But remember, early on we had the race leading the class leading 1-2-1, and then everybody else fighting over that second place. This is where it came unstuck in that clash between Di Martino, who was caught by Benjamin Leuchter. It was very competitive. It strung out a bit, but it's such a brilliant class.
Change for position there for the 102. This is the Black Falcon GT3 Cup car we just been talking about. Granaglia at the wheel of that. I think it's just nipped across the line of ahead of the 120 Holkema entry. I'm not sure that actually triggered it across the line. I think it might have done.
Well, just taking a look, I'm not... No, it's just gone ahead of 119, which is running a lap down. That's at the
my
bottom.
apologies. My apologies.
I just did that. It looked similar colours.
Yes, yeah. My apologies. Yes. So they are for position, but it's a lap down, or not position, but on track together. So, yeah. Thank you.
But again, enjoying a good scrap and enjoying the fact that the rain that skirted the track, sprinkled over some of it, has moved on. So at least they know that it's consistent through to the end. Because I was concerned when that rain came. Not so much for the Cup 2 cars, because their final pit stop was some way after it came through. But for those who are making a pit stop early and therefore had to make their final pit stop early, they might be the wrong side of the arrival of rain. And what if it turns hard and you haven't put rain tyres onto your car, and you've got to go around on your tiptoes, on your slicks, and then come back in and bite the bullet and put your rain tyres on? Didn't happen, didn't need to happen, but by pitting very late in the race, certainly the Cup 2 Porsches had a little more chance to look at the weather conditions, stick their fingers out of the window on the straights and feel if the rain is coming, but they got the better side of the equation. But for Fricadelli Racing, I thought they were going to get caught out. As it was a braking problem that cost them time. Both the race leader Christian Cronjes in the Walkenhorst number 34 BMW and Felipe Fernandez-Laza, who's completing the lineup for Fricadelli Racing after David Pittard and Nicky Katzberg. Both of them lapping below 8 minutes, as is the car in third place. Frank Stippler bringing the number 5 Sport PHX Audi through to third place. A first podium finish of the year, but just absolutely seeking confirmation. The race we heard Ian McCarthy talking about, or he reported in, was the Fanatec GT World Challenge Asia event, and it was James Yu Kwai and Andrew Harrianto who took victory in the first race. So Audi winning somewhere anyhow, but it would be great news at least for Frank Stippler and Vincent Kolb to get a first podium this year. It's not what they expected, but clearly they've looked at the pace of rivals and they just try and deliver the best they can. Be interesting to see what the team uses chassis-wise next year. Well, they've moved on to a different manufacturer. There's always a cycle, Peter, in GT racing, according to when a car gets given the go-ahead to go racing. And of course, we get to see a lot of them here running in the SPX class before they've got their full homologation. So it's always a good chance to see the cars in advance and then see how quickly they develop from there.
Yeah, and that Audi, despite my protestations or assertions that maybe it's just lost its edge around here, it's tight. It is third at the moment with Frank Stippler at the wheel. But its last lap was a 7:58. Put that into comparison of Lazar's Ferrari in front of 7:59. Okay, Krogner's in the BMW at 7:56. Its best lap of the race is still a 7:56. And just put the BMWs from that into perspective there. The fastest lap of the race so far, which will probably remain being that one, I can't see it being beaten. It's 5 seconds off it. So it's 7:51.619 for the number 34. BMW, I think that was Gamaziak at the wheel when he sat at the early part of the race.
Definitely was.
The sister car, the 35 car, Sami Matitroni at the wheel of that now, that's on a 7:54.7. They're going to do it. Nobody else has done anything below that. Yeah. But that Audi, it's still got the pace. So what is it that suddenly made it a car? It hasn't won around the Nordschleife for 2 years, effectively, which is unheard of. And it just doesn't seem to have it at the moment anymore.
We have seen across the years in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series and before it the VLN how certain weather conditions, it always used to be, if the weather seemed to be hotter when they were running the BMW M6 GT3s, they went better. And other days when you didn't get full hot, they fell back a bit, and so on and so forth. You will get those differences between the manufacturers and their pertinent cars for that particular year. And they do manifest themselves, but I think the Audi, frankly, is being kept right up here because the pace of Frank Stittler he's still such a tidy driver, neat, tidy, and always quick. And he's lapping, last lap he was a second slower than the brand new Ferrari, the 296 GT3. You could say, is there a question mark? Have they sorted the braking problems they had early on? But actually, when you've been given a set of brand new discs, you may be able to find an advantage. But right now, the message will be to Felipe Fernandez, Laza, bring it home. Recover second place. We had the problem, but we're here to be winners if we can, on the podium most certainly. And for Klaus Aberlin, how many podiums has he cheered up at here, or cheered down from when he was racing himself? But Ferrari, they're very, very keen because Germany's a big market, and the success in the 24 hours was a massive fillip for them. The fact it was then magnified by getting caught up with the promotion of Ferrari going back to Le Mans after 50 years, coming away from victory and then going down the World Endurance Championship round and putting the car on display down there, is putting it in front of other people. And that is very, very big for the mark of the prancing horse.
And it was only sort of 3 weeks apart, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
That was the point. It was
fresh flies.
Yes, unprecedented to have that.
Looking for late changes. 25 laps completed by 5 cars down to Sami Matti Trogan. So the two Walkenhorst Motorsport cars, first and fifth of the 5 cars on lap 26. 2 minutes 14 is the gap back to Felipe Fernandez Laza, because actually Christian Cronjes was the best lap for quite some while. 7 minutes 56.1 last time around. That's why he's stretching his advantage. Beautiful sunny late September day. Did I say there was rain earlier? There most certainly was. In fact, any high shots are still showing slight damp patches away from the racing line. But for the drivers right now, the lap pace should come down. Hopefully no slow zones between now and the end of the race. Hopefully track conditions, even the curbs will be drying out a little bit, because temperatures are quite decent here today at the Nürburgring. But neat, tidy. Let's have a look down through the classes. Cup 2, it's still 1-2-1 from K. Kramer Racing. Moritz Krantz is taking it through the end of the race. His margin is 13 seconds. In fact, he's being caught. Hendrick still. I said it was a really good day for Team Mattol Racing. They worked their way up into third position in Cup 2, then up into second, and now they're catching the race leader. Can Moritz Krantz hang on? Because Hendrick still is absolutely flying. They are 6th and 7th overall in their battle for Cup 2 honours. I think the clock, what's left, 15 minutes precisely. Don't think it's going to be enough, however hard Hendrick still pushes. But 13 seconds, just a little slip up here or there, you never know. But certainly for Team Mattol Racing, that's been a really good charge. Cup 3, well, it almost seems from the outset that's been led by number 959 for SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. They get a reward, you see, for carrying one of the onboard cameras today. And their margin over the second car in class, which is car number 950, which has got a Schmickler on board. Not 960, 950, I beg your pardon, looked the wrong way. That's Stefan Schmickler. And the margin between those for the Porsche Caymans is, it's sizable. It's a minute and 20 seconds or thereabouts. So I think you'd have to say, sorry, what am I talking about? I've just looked at the wrong place on the queue. It's rather more than that. It's actually a minute and a half. So that's, you'd think 959 is going on to win that class. SP10, let's scroll down to the leader in that class, and it's car number 187 in the SP10 class. That's the one for GT4 cars. And it's Nick Wustenhagen, the FK Performance Motorsport BMW M4 GT4. So here we are into the final few minutes, final quarter of an hour here of the race. It's been up and down.
Oh, we've got yellow flags. That's quite early in the lap. 96 and 98 miles. We'll come back to that in a second. I'm just watching on the tracker where our race leader is, the 34 Valkenhorst M4, and that's just coming towards the kink and therefore the end of the Dottinger with some 13 minutes left on the clock. So it's going to be this and one more lap.
Yep. Okay, good. Many a time we've wondered if they've got across the start-finish line just too fast or too slowly, according to whether they wanted an extra lap or not at all. But this one's quite simple. It should be this lap coming up and one further. So we'll end up with 28 laps on the board at the end of the race, all being equal. It's a good number. Right, start-finish line is crossed. Pace, 7 minutes 58 second lap. That's another decent lap for Christian Cronjes. It's a bright enough afternoon for the sun to glint off the wings of that black, white and red, or largely black and red BMW M4 GT3 with the Yokohama and Advan, very Japanesey, sponsors on that M4 GT3.
And that's one of the other things that we say quite often, but I love about this series is that it's a free tyre series. You can use, I don't mean they're free, you've got to buy them. What I mean is it's a free choice. So there's different makes. You've got Falcon, you've got Yokohama, etc. The manufacturers, they can maximise what they want out of that. You're not stuck to a control tyre, which is great in some places, but you'd think that would, the danger of that is you think that somebody would get everything absolutely right and therefore have such a massive advantage. And I always say it's an absolute credit to the organisers of this series that you can have totally different cars, totally different tyres, totally different philosophies and setups, and they all still have close racing of, look at this now, we're ruining that the Frickadelli Ferrari hasn't won this race, yeah? Or probably won't. After 4 hours, it's still only 2 minutes down. That's all it is.
So we talked about how different manufacturers, their cars go rather better in different weather conditions, but also we didn't mention the different tyres until now. So that is another twist. And, one tyre that's brilliant in hot weather might not be so good in others. One of the 325i's running the V4 class. That's number 702. Wonderful, lurid sort of orange through yellow through lime green livery. Looks good, but unfortunately we're looking at it looking good standing still at the side of the circuit. So that presents a slow zone.
Yeah, just look at the tyre marks there where it always has hit the barriers.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of debris. Track turned to the right, the driver not so much. So that means any quick laps between now and possibly the end of the race may be given a little bit of extra time added to them, because we've got waved yellow flags and we've got that number 702 BMW at the edge of the circuit for a QTQ race performance. So frustrating to get so close to the end of the race and possibly just running a little wide maybe and just catching a little bit of moisture still in the curbing, or maybe, alas, running just a little bit further wide and getting on the grass, and then grass on a corner. Wet grass on a corner means you're going to be clattering into the barriers unless someone is looking very favourably on you.
Yeah, it's ADAC Force, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where it's part there, yes. And that's the problem. We've had that. We've had what was a largely dry race and lots of bright sunshine. It is again now. Not only does the track dry out, but the grass doesn't. It holds it, and this is the problem. And unfortunately, it's a well-known thing in motorsport that motor cars and wet grass, they pick up speed and they go very quiet, and it's definitely, and it's horrible because you just run out a little bit wide. You say it can be something as simple as that. I'm guessing what might have happened there is you might have just run a little bit wide, as you say. Painted curb that's maybe got a bit of water, or is a little bit holding a bit of water on it, and that's ever so slight lack of concentration of the information. I'm not saying that what has happened, but if you do and you just run a little bit wide, all of a sudden you're over the curb, you're on wet grass, and then you've got to go dead man's hand. You've got to lift off and let it all sort itself out, and it picks up, and you can't steer it, you can't brake it, you can't do anything, and it's sickening, and it just goes off. And I think that looks like a fairly oblique angle, but it's enough. The suspensions components aren't meant to work in the direction of having external forces put on them. They work from the track, and that's it. You pop a steering arm, and all of a sudden, it's a relatively simple job to fix, but not at the side of the track.
No, and it is that sort of
10 minutes of the race to go.
It's the sort of multiplication fact, just that little slip onto the white curb. Oh no, the curbing's even greasier, so that doesn't even offer you any friction. So across you go onto the green stuff. Frank Stipler pressing on, still in third place, and with just under 9 minutes left on the clock. So it's this lap and the following one. We should get up to the race leader coming across the line after 28 laps to be greeted by the checkered flag. But there is very little change. Frank Stipler actually fell back slightly in third place from the Frickadelli Ferrari of Felipe Fernandez-Laza in second. But home, but not quite home, not quite hosed, is Christian Cronjes. Walk and Horse Motorsport have really got stuff together this season with their BMW M4 GT3, and for the Norwegian and his Polish teammate Kuba Gimasiak, it has been a phenomenal run. And just taking the last few races, there have been 3 wins for Christian Cronjes, showing with Gimasiak, and Gimasiak has 4, the lion's share. So the driver who returned to racing a handful of years ago after about 4 years off, and has just latched onto the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series and made it his own. Just rumbles on to another win.
Yeah, we regard them as pro drivers, but he had to go back and run the family business. Quite literally, that's what he had to go and do.
And in case you're wondering, Jesse Crone was the other driver who took victory with Kuba Gamazia. I think, in fact, Jesse, I think, was competing. Yes, he definitely was driving an M4 GT3 in that Fanatec race out at Sepang today. So, you know, again, talking about BMW moving their drivers around earlier, we're then talking about it again with Jesse, one of the hired hands who pop him in wherever he's needed around the world. So good for getting your air miles up. Just trying to look up and down the timing screens to see if there are any really close battles that may flip around. The one I want to have a look is, and it's just happened. Double checking. Have we? I was looking to see if there'd be a change to the lead in Cup 2 and
950 and 952.
Right, let's just flick. Let's update. Right, let's update. Double check. Right, 107. Hendrik still not only caught Christopher Brook, but has gone through into the lead of the race. Now, Christopher Brook was not listed in that car for quite a while. It seemed that in the 1-2-1, it seems there'd been an eternal stint from Moritz Krantz, I beg your pardon. Tobias Muller did the start of the race, then Krantz has taken over. So that has been a change, but the writing was on a wall for a while because Hendrik still was appreciably faster. And I tell you what, I think that was an extra pit stop or very late. Yeah, it was 1-2-1. 3 pit stops. They fell down to about 4th place earlier in the race, but then resumed the lead. But now Christopher Brook will take it through to the end of the race and may actually lose 2nd place, even 3rd place in the Porsche Cup 2 class. So very frustrating, but really hats off for Team Mattol Racing. They've worked their way forward. Reinhard Koffler, Arnie Hofmeister, and a driver doing a supreme job at the end of the race is Hendrik Still.
So our race leader is into Schwalbenschwanz for the penultimate time. We have just coming up to 5 minutes left on the clock, so he's going to complete this lap. He'll be coming through the double left of the Schwalbenschwanz, so Swallows Curve, and then in the long right-hander, which is actually a key one to carry the speed out of this corner onto the bright sunshine of the Dottinger Höhe for the penultimate time. And should be crossing the line with around about just under 5 minutes to go. Of course, you then got to complete that lap, and then of course the rest of the field has got to complete the race as well. So it takes a little while to wind down. As we talked about our formation lap being best part of 20 minutes. So around normally when the car crosses the line, takes the checkered flag, it's all very quick fire done. Here it carries on, then we've got another class and another start group. Effectively, they're all spread out over it. So our race leader, as literally as the clock ticks into 5 minutes to go, comes through Tiergarten. I said it would just be under. So it crosses the line for the penultimate time. 1 more lap to go. It has been an absolute textbook race for them. 2 minutes 17 is the gap they've got. It's not massive after 4 hours of racing, and let's face it, if the Ferrari hadn't had that brake change, that wouldn't have that 2 minute gap. So they might not have had this position.
Yeah, no, you're entirely right. But we knew by dint of simply making their first pit stop a lap earlier than the Walkenhorst Motorsport number 34 BMW, they were going to have to find about 26 seconds, and they haven't not only able to do that, but with the braking problems that delayed them by about 2.5 minutes in their pit stop. You know, the pace is absolutely there for the Ferrari 296 GT3. And if you watch the Nürburgring 24 Hours or listen to the Nürburgring 24 Hours, you go, yeah, it was really good. It won that. It was fantastic in winning that. However, this is a brand new car having its first race, the number 30 Fricadelli car, because the one that won the 24 Hours got stuck into a museum, pride of place, as Ferrari really hit sports car racing back big time, along with their successes at Le Mans with the 499P and in the World Endurance Championship. But a good run, but sometimes a case of what might have been. But Walkenhorst Motorsport, they've got their tactics absolutely spot on, and just a most amazing shot. We were talking about a bit of moisture being in the curbs, and our race leader going on to the final lap, Christian Cronjes, certainly not sparing himself of taking the shortest line around a corner, and just before we went into the first part of the S's, hit one of the curbs. There's a huge plume of spray showing stay off those. What you don't want to do is risk your lead going around this race, but sometimes, Snowy, it's also a case of driver needs to just stay as close to sort of natural racing speed rather than backing off and thinking and worrying and listening to noises from the car. But certainly Christian Cronjes could have been left sitting trackside there.
We mentioned earlier about the old adage of win on Sunday and sell on Monday, and what it does for a brand, a manufacturer, when they have that level of success. In this case, we're talking Ferrari, as it's been an absolute golden summer for them. Those two races, those two big 24-hour events, 3 weeks apart, back to back, quite incredible. Their GT3 car and the hypercar. But I've been talking to a few people at Ferrari recently, sort of on the marketing side and the dealers, and they were saying that it's unbelievably noticeable how pre the 24-hour race, Nürburgring, never mind Le Mans, that really just ramped up completely. Test drives for 296s and Romas and that were all, the same sort of numbers. All of a sudden, nobody wants to buy a Roma, everybody wants to order a 296. And the test drives, apparently, it's just gone through the roof. And if ever there were proof of that adage, that's what it is. They can't make them quick enough, effectively.
Well, isn't that a magnificent accolade?
Absolutely so.
We've said it for years or decades, but with some marques it means a lot more than others. But you can see there are various manufacturers who sort of largely stayed away from the sport in recent years, but they're all looking at it and going, let's get back involved. I think at the moment the world motorsport is a very, very buoyant place to be. Very hard to raise the budgets, but the level, the professionalism, even just looking up and down the pit garages at the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. If we brought the cars from 5 years ago when it was the VLN, they'd be prepared in a very different way. I'm not just talking about the top teams, I'm talking the whole way down. Each year, teams look at each other, they look at the way they set up their garages, they look at the team uniforms, they look at every single element, and it's always upwards. That's why motorsport is such a dynamic business. That's why many other businesses in all walks of life take a look at how stuff is done in motor racing in terms of opinion making, decision making, and just the way things happen so in such precise and intensely ordered manner, and also just the ability to have the guts to try something new. So we just enjoy it as a sport, but sometimes you have to stand back and realize that there is so much expertise here that we sometimes take it for granted. Right, now one thing that race drivers do, they want to make sure that the track is clear ahead and no risk being taken on the final lap from Christian Cronjes. 2 minutes 20 seconds was his advantage at the start of the lap, and so he could be a little bit cautious as he came up on back markers. Did I see a yellow flag? Back off. Wait,
yes,
to make sure you did.
You're about to come to talk about the pain of that. He's about to come into a code 60. He's into the yellow flags and the 120s now. He's slowing down appropriately into the code 60 for, would you believe, the 477 entry, which is from the wittily named VT2 front-wheel drive category, yes, which is the Kempernick ADAC Asbest Racing VW Scirocco, which is parked at the side of the track. I'm hoping that is just a mechanical issue. With Mike Knappmeyer at driving that. There must be more than one, but with literally minutes to go, and it's you've got a long walk back as well.
Well, you really hope if someone's retiring at this late stage in the race, it's just something mechanical. It's not something that leaves them with the big car rebuild, and at that stage in the race, and it's a class that has 11 starters. So, again, you score more points for victory if you're racing against a large number of cars than you do a small one. So it could have been some points that were vital in the championship. But coming here, that class was being led by Zero Hochvoll by Mertens Motorsport with their Hyundai i30N. I'm sitting on actually quite a tidy points advantage, so that's not the one that's pulled off. But the one who's about to be pulling off into the pit lane and into Parc Fermé beneath the podium will be Christian Cronjes, surely. 2 minutes 20 seconds to the good. We are on the final lap of the race. The 4 hours have elapsed. We started half an hour late because of barrier repairs, but in glorious sunshine after a flurry of rain with about an hour ago in this race. But it really had turned into a two-horse race with the Fricadelli Racing Ferrari, but it looked as though it was already going to be won because they pitted later with their first pit stop, would have had therefore that time buffer towards the end of the race, but with braking problems surfacing on that brand new Fricadelli 296 GT3 Ferrari, that cost them an extra 2 minutes plus in the pits. And Walk on Horse Motorsport, they've been here before, they've seen it, they've done it, they've won it, and this could be win number 5 this year for Kuba Gamaziak. All but one of those have been shared with his teammate Christian Cronjes, who wasn't there for the first of their wins when Jesse Krohn was on board, but it looks like they've worked this one, Peter, absolutely perfectly.
Yes, but interesting. So we talked about the 24-hour race and how different it is. And the M4s, we covered that race for a radio show, and we expected big things with the BMW in that race. And their challenge just seemed to fade away in the 24-hour race. And it's almost, what's the difference? It's the same circuit, the race is just infinitely longer, okay? But it's, why the difference? And yet these short, it makes me laugh, these short 4-hour races, these sprint races, they seem to have just absolutely nailed these, as we said, literally on course now for 5th win this season. And yet the 24-hour, they couldn't quite get it together. The Ferrari seems to be quick across everything, and it's had a little bit of bad luck today with that brake issue. It would have been a slightly different thing. I still don't think it would have beaten because it needed that 26 seconds, but it wouldn't have been that 2-minute deficit that it is now. It's nearly 2 minutes 20, or 2 minutes 20 on the last lap. So it's lost those 2 minutes in the pit lane because of that brake change. So that was a great shame. But it's so confident our BMW in this car that's only really been hit the front this year. This is its year. Already they've announced the Evo version of it that will be available to customers in 2025.
Hold on to your hats, coming very soon indeed, as is the checkered flag. 4 hours we have got through, but 4 hours and waiting for the winner to come round. The winner is coming round now. Straight line, full acceleration for Christian Cronjes, and it will win number 5 for his teammate Kuba Gimasiak, win number 4 for the Norwegian. Lights are flashing. The 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW crossed the finish line, and we think somewhere around 2 minutes further back will be the car from Fricadelli Racing that is the brand new 296 GT3. Not brand new for the series, brand new for this race, because the one with which the team famously won the Nürburgring 24 hours early this year is in a museum. But that will come through in second place for Felipe Fernandez-Laza. But it matters not for Walkenhorst Motorsport, because they have nailed this one for the 5th win of the campaign for Kuba Gimasiak, and supported ably, in fact very ably indeed, by Christian Cronjes. And for the last 3 outings, that's 3 wins on the bounce for Walkenhorst Motorsport and the pairing of Cronjes and Gimasiak. They had the challenge today from Ferrari. The brake problems affected and cost a couple of minutes for the Fricadelli Racing crew, but they should be coming through any moment now into second place. But it was a fabulous battle in the early stages between Gimasiak and Pittard.
Now, last lap drama for the Cup 2 category. Our class leader, which was the 107 car, is now had a little bit of an off at the Stefan Belloff S, is now driving slowly, and 121 and 120 have got past it.
Oh, Hendrick still.
Yeah.
Hendrick still. What happened? He got into the lead of the class. He was pulling away. And a driver who, 10 years ago was competing in GT4, back racing all sorts of various cars, but certainly really settling in beautifully in the Cup 2 class, looked like the story of the race. And suddenly, for 1-2-1, victory back in their grasp any moment now. It had been, they dominated the early stages of the race. For Kay Kramer Racing, it's coming back to them, and importantly, with their class rivals from Max Cruz Racing coming away with no points whatsoever, having had a clash just at the start of lap 3, this is their chance to really close the gaps. It was 18 points between them when they came here, 92 points playing 74, and now it should be, with 14 cars starting this race, the gap closed to just 4 points. With 1 round to go. Final sequence of corners through Tiergarten into the Bremps curve goes the black unliveried number 30 Fricadelli Racing Ferrari. Doesn't matter if it's north of 2 minutes or south of 2 minutes, the margin to the race leading Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. But job done. If it hadn't been for the brake problems, it's a case of what might have been for David Pittard, Nicky Katzberg and Felipe Fernandez-Laza. 2 minutes 24 was the gap at the end, but you could afford to back off. Safe in second place, but what might have been, but the pace was there in that early battle, the first half of the race. Fantastic to watch.
Why are we sounding disappointed just for that third place car? Frank Stippler in the Audi R8 LMS Shearer Sport by PHS takes their first podium of the year, I think it is.
Extraordinary. It is their first.
I can't believe I'm saying that. That's why I hesitate. I'm not sure I'm right, but it is their first podium of the year. Frank Stippler only just getting onto the podium with penultimate race of the year. Unbelievable.
Wind the clock back 3 or 4 years ago. this car was up there, if not winning.
Who
but
could beat it?
It was always there. There might have been something untowards, but the pace was always there. It's harder to come by, but that is a case of extracting the maximum from that car here today. In the end, 33 seconds down on the Ferrari from Fricadelli Racing, but already having done the little loop around the back through the S's and then taking the cut through into the back of the pits, the Walkenhorst race winner, number 34, parks up underneath the podium. Kuba Gamaziak comes up and says, "What kept you?" It's not very grateful at all, is it, to Christian Cronjes?
We are celebrating officially.
Already filming, but another good job. And it's a short walk to the podium, but it's one they could do with their eyes closed.
I've just seen what Gamaziak's done. He had his phone there and he was showing it to Christian Cronjes. What he'd done, he's taking video footage of it, taking the checkered flag. He's just showing it to his teammates. There you go.
It's obviously Christian Cronjes is going, which round was that? We've done that several times. But Christian out of the car, helmet off, looking cool, calm and collected. Not as cool, calm and collected as, of course, Kuba Gamaziak, who's had a little longer to settle down. But we're going to go to the interviews as soon as we possibly can. But
victory in a row, but once again, it was not a present from the other one. It was a really strong fight, especially at the beginning. We had a strong fight against David Pittard in the Ferrari of Fricadelli. Following him for 4 or 5 laps, I think you can imagine the Ferrari background right very well now.
Yeah, I have to say, you know, it was a really hard fight. We were a bit lucky with the first pit stop with the code 60, so we gained a bit of time. And then I had a mega lap with perfect slipstream, so I was able to catch up. But then I was following him very closely, and all of the fumes were in my eyes, so I was tearing down because of the smoke from the exhaust. But we were able to keep up with the Ferrari. Unfortunately, on the straight, the Ferrari is really strong, so didn't really have a chance to overtake. But then they had an issue with the brakes, so they gave us a little bit of a present. But either way, I think with Chris in the car, you know, the Rocket, we would have won.
The Rocket, he said to you, and yeah, for you it was also very amazing to have this strong fight against Nicky Katzberg in the Ferrari, but you were in the lead. Different to what Kuba had. He was behind David Pittard, he was in the lead, but there was no chance for Nicky to catch you.
Well, he was very quick. I always had in my mirrors when I exited the pits. I kind of knew he was there, and yeah, it was just to push on and hope for the best. After a while, I had some bad luck with some traffic, and he caught up, and then it started raining as well. So it was quite a cool fight, to be honest, and especially in the rain, it was very hard to see on the track if it was wet or it was dry. So it was a real challenge, and Nicky was very quick, but I'm happy we came out on top.
Did you ever thought about changing the tires to wet tires, or was it okay to go on with slicks?
Oh, it was discussion always for me. From lap to lap, the conditions changed, so we had to stay on top of the game, and I'm happy we stayed on slicks. Of course, in the end, that proved to be the right choice. But I was really tempted to go for rain for a couple of laps. So yeah, it's fun when things come together like this, and the gamble works out.
Kuba had the fastest lap with 7:40.51, very close to your record lap. Were you afraid that he will catch your record lap?
Well, you're always a bit afraid. I mean, it's the record lap is something special and it's something you want to keep. But Kuba is extremely fast, so yeah, you never know. But I'm happy it stayed with me for another race. Let's see next time.
And in 2 weeks, the 4th victory in a row.
Hopefully, we're always scouting for the win, but if these guys show up once more, and I'm sure this car will also be very quick next time, so yeah, we'll have to...
Will be a strong fight.
Yeah, we will.
Okay, congratulations. Now let's go, jetzt gehen wir rüber zu den Zweitplatzierten. Auch da müssen wir natürlich auf Englisch reden. First of all, we start with Nicky Katzberg, David Pittard here on the other side. Nicky, I spoke to Christian right now, and he said you was in the Ferrari following him for 4 or 5 laps, and I think you can not see anymore the back of the BMW, isn't it?
Yeah, me and Chris had some good fun. He was very fast in the beginning of his stint, and at the end of the stint I think his tires dropped off a little bit. I could close in again, and then it started raining. And that's, I mean, this place, I love it, but I hated these conditions. You know, when you're on slicks and it starts raining, I managed to pass him, and I put a bit of a gap, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he was on my ass again. So it was a very tricky stint, but we had some good fun, and they deserve to win today. They were fast the whole race. As said before the race, we had our focus on some other stuff as well, but it was still very nice, and it is still very nice to finish on P2.
That was a great race. David, when I think about the race, there was one situation, I think it was the second lap, you were following Marek Böckmann, the Aston Martin, and I thought, okay, he's missing. I cannot see him anymore from our camera from Antonius Buche because your car is so deep and so on, and suddenly you go out of it. You were so close, and I think it was very amazing to catch him in this situation at the Dingerhöhe straight.
Yeah, what I love about racing at the Nordschleife is the Dottinger Hub gives you a very different type of tactics and slipstreaming battles that you don't really experience in other circuits. There's not really a track that I know with such a long straight where you can have these types of slipstream battles. And you obviously, over the years, you learn what works and what doesn't work, and you know when you're in you have an opportunity to make a move. So I was closing, but then yeah, I knew where to position myself to make that last little bit and gain the position. So yeah, it was good. No, really, really pleased. Big thanks to Klaus for having me back again. Thanks to Felipe and Nicky as well. As Nicky said, we gained some very valuable data from this race, and yeah, it's all setting up for next year already.
Is it very strange for you to switch between Ferrari to Ford Porsche and back to Ferrari? Do you have to learn a new kind of driving, or is it, as you're a professional race driver, is it no problem to switch between different cars?
It definitely helps having the experience. I mean, in the past couple of races, I wasn't fully comfortable with the Porsche in NLS 5, but NLS 6 I was comfortable again. Whereas this, I drove in the wet yesterday, and then qualifying was damp. And then the team asked me to start, and I was a bit worried. I was like, I feel a bit rusty with this car. But then I think as soon as the green lights went out, I was just into race mode and happy and away again. So it's what I think I'm very good at, being versatile, and it's what professional racing driving is these days. So yeah, it was good to get back in the old car.
We will see you again in 2 weeks?
Yes.
Oh, great. Wonderful. Ja, und dann reden wir zu Philippe Laser, können wir auf Deutschland reden. Ist dann auch einfacher für den einen oder anderen Zuhörer. Philippe, am Ende, beim letzten Boxenstopp, Klaus Abel hat uns gesagt, es gab Diskussionen. Der Fahrer hat gesagt Slicks, der Ingenieur hat gesagt Regenreifen, er hat dann entschieden Slicks. Du musstest mir damit nach Ende dieser Entscheidung reden. War es hart, mit Slicks rauszugehen, obwohl du ja nicht wusstest, wie es draußen aussieht?
Nee, das war in der Tat ein bisschen tricky am Anfang, weil ich bin die ersten 2 Stints heute im Cup-Auto gefahren. Das heißt, ich musste mich erstmal ans Auto gewöhnen, und dann bei dem Wetter ist immer schwierig. Der Niki konnte mir auch nicht helfen, weil er gesagt hat, Mensch, das trocknet jetzt auf. Aber im Endeffekt hat er gesagt, Slick ist der richtige Reifen, und er ist der am letzten die Strecke gesehen hat, und es war die richtige Entscheidung. Aber die ersten Runden sind dann immer so ein bisschen Roulette. Und ist aber
entirely so, but two things that I picked up out of that, Bruce. You mentioned at the very beginning of the show when we had the grid walk, and we talked Nicky Katzberg, always happy, always smiling. One of those drivers, it's always got the same demeanour. And I've mentioned partway through the programme today that drivers' body language, you can read so much into it. And they were interviewing Nicky Katzberg there, and he was talking about the driving, and he's smiling, and he's happy. And then when he said, and then the rain came, and his eyebrows went up about a foot, and his pupils dilated. I said, the rain. I said, and you could see what difference it had made to him. He said, and this was fun. Driving that, and Pittard, that bit, as our German interviewer just said there, when he was hiding behind the other car and he couldn't see him, it's exactly what you said. You actually lost him for a minute because you had no eyes-on contact of where is he, and he's tucked up behind doing what Pittard does, and pops out like, here I am. And so great to hear that they're going to be back at the final round in 2 weeks' time. That would be good to see that out again, and they'll want to go one better, I'm sure. I'll get to the bottom of what the brake issue is with Mr. Pittard. I'll send him a message in a minute.
Yeah, he won't reply. He likes to keep things. Yeah, of course he will. But again, Frank Stippler and Vincent Cole being interviewed, they must be feeling a little bit. Has the game moved on? We're the pros. We do this, and Frank will definitely put a brave face on it. But it does look as though it's a harder mountain for them to climb. But 2 weeks' time, we could have cooler, wetter weather. They could be back in the mix. And again, when people look at a championship to compete in, A, on the world's best circuit, but B, you've got 8 rounds, and they will all have different weather conditions. And I think anybody who is consistently at the top gets ultimate accolade. It's not like a normal championship that moves from circuit to circuit. But if you can conquer this circuit, let's say 5 times out of 8, which mysteriously is the number that Kuba Gimasiak has achieved, you need enormous support and praise for that. So we're going to see if they can do it, or can we have the first win for 2 years for Stippler and Kolb? We'll see. The last one was the final round of 2021, which already seems Mr. Time. You think of the performance back then of the BMW M4 GT3, it was only just starting to come through at that point. Now it's the car with which to win, but certainly that 296 GT3 Ferrari looks very good indeed. It looks sleek. It's clearly very quick in a straight line. We heard comments there from the BMW drivers from Walkenhorst Motorsport. But now the race delayed by half an hour. We got our full requisite 4 hours, and that equated to 28 laps. But victory to Walkenhorst Motorsport, and you really have to say, you know, very, very well done to them. Not with both of their cars. You can't win with two cars. The sister car had a slight delay and an extra visit to the pits, but they're ending the season very strongly indeed. But one thing you do learn with the NLS is you can never assume who's going to win. You can assume Walkenhorst Motorsport this season have got a really good handle on it. But as we can see, there can be a slip up here or there. You can get the timing of a change when the weather changes, change onto the other sort of tyres and then find it backfired. We heard that some of the drivers were desperately keen to come in and try and make a change early. They weren't allowed, but there's so many ingredients, and that's one of the glories of the NLS.
We saw a little tease of it today, didn't we? That you made a great point there, that 2 weekends' time. The weather's just on the cusp today. We saw a little rain shower. It's almost like a sort of precursor where we might be. Here's a stat for you and a thought for 2 weekends' time, Bruce. If number 34 Walkenhorst BMW wins, they've won 3/4 of the NLS series this year.
Astonishing figure. Right, let's just reiterate. They took victory today, Kuba Kamaziak and Christian Cronjes. 28 laps, and in the end they were 2 minutes 25 seconds clear of the brake-delayed Fricadelli Racing Ferrari of David Pittard, Nicky Katzberg and Felipe Fernandez-Laza. Vincent Kolb, Frank Stippler, a little distance further back in third place in their Audi from Shearer Sport PHX. Great run for the Dürr Motorsport. Aston Martin took fourth place with Darren Turner joining their mix. And then in behind, slightly delay, an extra pit stop for the second of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMWs to come home in fifth. Cup 2, it looked as though victory was going to the 107 entry from Team Mattol. And they tripped up on the final lap. And so that allowed the championship chasers from K. Kramer Racing, which was Brook, Muller and Krantz, to finish 6th overall and take the Cup 2 class ahead of Harkamer and Shearbath, and then the unfortunate Hofmeister, Koffler and still Mathol entry in 107 that fell down to 3rd in class, but still a good helping of points. Ben Bernagel and Nagel Deeks finishing in 9th place, and Cup 2 completing the top 10. Car number 124. So really such a strong class. That was Mulner Motorsport. That was Selewski and Vasquez. Cup 3, by the way, went the way, that's for the Porsche 718 Caymans, of the 959 entry from SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, Eichenberg, Gruter and Fabio Grosser. And SP10 went at the end very tidily indeed to car number 187, Wustenhagen at the wheel. That's it from us. We're over and out. Join us again in 2 weeks' time for the final round of the NLS for 2023.